Wow. Whoa. Hey, what? Hi. How's it going? Are we ready? Are we ready to get kirked up? Listen, autistic people in the chat. Good luck, guys. Good luck if you're an autistic American. Daddy Trump is about to eradicate the fuck out of you. He's gonna make you all better. My God. Can't murk the Kirk. There's a joke in there somewhere, but I can't think of one right away. Did you see Ethan's statement? Which one? He has many statements. Ooh. I mean, you can murk anyone. It's not like whatever. What is this? Breaking Fox News already? Breaking. Oh, whoa. Hang on. Farage wants to get rid of indefinite leave to remain. Farage proposes many things, and they're all bad. They're all horrible. Because he is horrible. What is this? Fox breaking news. Hamas issues urgent plea in a personal letter to Trump. They really did a personal letter to Trump? Huh. Lord of Slot Piker taking shots at you needlessly as usual. Oh, I heard the rumors. Can't help himself. Let's see. Okay. What we got? Is Hamas going to give Trump a reverse Uno 2 weeks? Let's see.
Hard to believe, but it's been nearly
Fox, by the way. Fox, bad. We'll see.
2 years. 2 years since Hamas terrorists brutally murdered more than 1,200 innocent Israelis. It was October 7th. With 48 still being held hostage right now, President Trump warns time is running out to get a deal done. Now Fox is exclusively learning about Hamas's direct appeal in a letter to the president. They want President...
I hated that Fox News, the most piece of shit, dishonest, horrible news program, can have this privilege now of every time the president gets a letter or gets a message from someone, they get to be the exclusive news breakers. That's really annoying.
Trump to step in. What is that deal? Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst has details. He joins us live for an update from Israel. Trey, what could you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Brian, good morning. Fox News has learned from a senior Trump administration official and a second source directly involved in the negotiations that Hamas has drafted a personal letter to President Trump asking him to guarantee a 60-day pause in the fighting in exchange for immediately releasing half of the hostages being held inside Gaza. We understand this letter is currently with the Qataris and is expected to be delivered to the president this week. Remember, there are still 48 hostages being held by the terror group inside the Gaza Strip.
Pretty sure this offer has been dead since the 1st of August, no? Okay. Actually, the offer that died on the 1st of August, I believe, was all the hostages in the first day, not half. So they want to keep going, I see.
It's estimated around 20 are believed to be alive, and the negotiations were moving forward. But earlier this month, the Israelis launched airstrikes against Hamas inside the Qatari capital of Doha. They have been stalled ever since, but officials hope this letter will help to jumpstart the conversations and ultimately get President Trump directly involved to try and reach an agreement to get the hostages home and end this war.
It's interesting that, do you think on some level, Hamas, who follows media closely, has noticed the relationship the hostages and their families have with the American president? Is that part of the strategy here?
Absolutely. Look, Hamas and everyone in the Middle East understands that President Trump is a deal maker. He wants to see an agreement that would ultimately end this conflict, bring the hostages home, alleviate the suffering for Palestinian civilians, and stabilize the Middle East. And President Trump has been very clear since the October 7th massacre that we saw here on the ground in Israel that he wants peace in the Middle East. We saw the Abraham Accords, and ultimately the hope here in the region is that if a ceasefire is reached inside Gaza, you'd not only bring the hostages home, alleviate the sufferings for civilians, but enter into a new chapter where more deals can be made to have some level of stability across the region.
How significant is it that they feel as though they're better off dealing with President Trump than Netanyahu?
It's significant. And look, the president has been able to bring a lot of wars to a close.
They did a lot of wars, so many. 7,000 wars. They did do that one hostage deal, didn't they? They bypassed Netanyahu for the American hostage.
Around the world. He's been able to de-escalate a lot of tension in the region. There are conversations taking place with Syrian leadership right now to reach some sort of normalization agreement with Israel. But his Middle East team, specifically Steve Witkoff and Adam Bowler, have been leading the charge here to try to get some sort of agreement together. The war in the Middle East, specifically inside the Gaza Strip, has been going on for more than 700 days. The president has met directly with the families of these hostages that are being held by the terrorist organization inside Gaza, some of them in the tunnels beneath Gaza. He's also talked about the need to bring people together and bring people to the table. And so it's a challenging path forward here, understanding the regional tension following these Israeli strikes against the Qatari capital, targeting Hamas there. But also, there are questions about how this war will come to a close. Israeli forces right now are battling Hamas on the ground inside Gaza, focusing on the largest city in the Gaza Strip. But they're also looking at the possibility of expanding operations. And we've seen the demonstrations here in Israel, thousands of people in the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem demanding a deal. And you see the signs that they are holding. They are pleading with President Trump to use his negotiating power to reach an agreement.
Last question real quick on leverage. President knows all about leverage. Is it because they're closing in on Gaza City that the Hamas is doing this Hail Mary? And I know they wouldn't use that term. Or do they feel fortified by countries like France saying, I recognize the existence of a Palestinian state?
Probably both. The last I heard now, well, just this morning, is that half of Gaza City has been evacuated and ground troops are chugging in. So that's the thing is that I don't think people understand how you can look at a map. Even the map can kind of show you Gaza. One that emphasizes the urban layout, I guess. Let's see. Is there one? It will be Google Earth, I guess, that shows you density. Would this be it? Oh, yeah. I don't even think this one necessarily does it justice because I believe it's actually more concentrated than this. Doesn't show you concentration. This just shows you urban versus not urban. But Gaza City is like, it's much more dense than the rest of the area. There's loads of like little neighborhoods and refugee camps and things like that going around over here. It's like the ultimate like stronghold. It's not really comparable to anything they've done like around here. These are small area. Like Rafah, I think used to. Was it like 250,000 people who lived in Rafah before? I think it was actually even less than that before October 7th. Yeah, Gaza City, it's big. It's big, dense, cooked.
Who's got leverage?
Look, the Israelis have some level of leverage. They have ground forces deep inside Gaza, and they have a number of tank units with air support. They are striking the Gaza Strip so heavily every day that sometimes you can hear it in cities like Tel Aviv, nearly 40 miles to the north of the Gaza Strip. But when we look at the situation on the ground, we also have to look at the negotiating table, and that's where President Trump has leverage. He's made comments in recent days saying he does not want to see Hamas in control of Gaza, and he wants to see the hostages released.
Exclusively, just to recap, a letter directly to Trump in the hands of Qatar that should be at the 1600 pence.
Lunderbox, when you say refugee camps, do you mean brick houses or tents? You're so clever. You're so fucking smart. Wow. 2 years into this war and you're like, hey, did you guys know that the refugee camps in Palestine are built up houses, built up. Wow. Whoa. You mean they haven't just been living in tents for 75 years? That's crazy, chat. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. Is this real? Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Pennsylvania Avenue, or where the president's going to be on Tuesday in New York. Trey, thanks so much. I know this is your day off, but I know this story is important, and nobody better to deliver it. Thank you, Trey Inks. Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Oh yeah, this is the guy that everyone uses for fucking legal analysis online. This fucking prick. The only ones trying to put people in camps are the radical left. Literally happened during COVID. Look what happened in Australia, Howard Springs, Port Augusta, etc. They even rounded up poor Aboriginals. Dude. That's our guy. Listen, please, let's watch this guy telling us what's what in the law. Bub. Actually insane. Do you think Hamas read the deal by our great leader? Do you think that has anything to do with it? Absolutely, Jack. Absolutely. You couldn't be more correct. You couldn't be more correct, John. Our president has already ended 17 wars. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to flip things. I'm going to do my connections run at the beginning so I can warm up. Just so I can ease into things, ease into the day. We'll see how it goes. There's only 2 to catch up over the weekend, okay? Because I did 1 on Saturday. Ale, bar, hive, swipe, tap, lounge, counter loaf, veg, quash. And this means I won't end up doing fucking 10 because it's the beginning of the stream. Does this mean my autism will be cured? Trump's going to eradicate the autism. He actually said that he's going to fucking get it. he's gonna end the war on autism. Do you think after today Trump's going to say he ended an 8th war, the war on autism? Table, pinch, eek, chill. Bar, tap, dive bar, tap, veg. Swipe, scroll, pinch. Tap, things you do on a phone. Wow. Eek. I think there is incomplete words here. Just saying. Is there going to be like a vegetable, bar table? No. Stop. I think you have a booth, a lounge, a bar, and a table. This is all things in a restaurant, right? Yeah. Fuck! Bar, oh, would it be ale? Counter, sorry. Because you can lounge, you can loaf, you can chill. And you can veg? Oh god, is it like fucking vegetate? Is that what we're gonna be? Are you serious? What is this then? Would you really say veg? You wouldn't say ale. You wouldn't say eek. I'm gonna eek. Eek on the couch. Hive. Veg. Somehow. Americans are so stupid, man. Actual dog shit country. Vegetables. Okay, yes, thank you. Kale, leek, chive, squash. Okay, one more. One more. Ooh, New York Times Games Channel. Shut up. Crossword, area, ease, orca, aria, R's, wow. Oreo, ease, length, encore, domino, volume, Excalibur, perimeter, O's, Luxor. Is there going to be like a No, it's not gonna. It's not gonna be like a caliber, meter. What else would there be? Word, sword, loom. Is loom a thing? Like for fucking like measurements? We'll get rid of that one and come later. Okay. Volume, length, area, perimeter. Ooh. Aria is like a vocal fucking thing, classical music, but I don't think anything else there is. Well, there's an aria, an encore. I don't know what any of these would be if that's that. Oreo, black and white. Orca is a crossword, black and white, kind of, and a domino. Okay, sure, why not? Okay. Now. This is weird. This is an incomplete word. Excalibur? Encore? Encore and aria, but what the fuck? I don't think any of these have to do with music or performance. This is an incomplete word, isn't it? It's like first letter removed. Or is it 2 letters removed? Huh. Dude, this is a really weird one. Obviously, I can just go by my instinct and just be like, it would be just the weird ones together. But this is a weird one as well. Oh, is there like I don't know, Sword in the Stone or fucking Arthur or anything like that. Are these like people? Wait. I don't know what this would be though. I don't know fucking shit about Excalibur, so that doesn't help. But these all seem like they would be along the same area. But would it be A's? Or what would this mean then? Encore. Mm. Let's try that. Oh, they're fucking hotels. Okay, nice one. This is letters missing. Words that sound like plural letters. Oh, what? Like E's, O's, I's, and A. Okay. R's. Sure. Stupid. Waste of time. Okay. Why not? That was a very lucky guess. But what is this story with the Jeremy Corbyn party? It feels like there was a big drama, and then there was there's an attempted lawsuit, and then it's been quashed. Is that where we are now? Are we just back at nothing happens? Have we full cycled into nothing happens? Let's have a look. I just want to see if I can pick up this news story from a few articles. Timeline for the formation. Oh, that's just for the formation of the party. What the fuck happened here, man? I saw bits of this kicking around, but as far as I saw, the party hasn't even started yet. Like, it hasn't even been properly formed. They're not showing up in opinion polls or anything. The polls are nasty, though. They're not good. And they've been very constant. Okay. Bah, you go. So I believe they were going to start this thing called Your Party, which is whatever name, fine. Morning Star has a good timeline. I feel like the Morning Star is probably one of the least trustworthy news outlets in the country, but we'll see. Yeah, I know that Zara Sultana did some weird shit. But maybe she was correct. I don't know. Maybe Corbyn was a bad dude. Maybe he actually was a sexist or whatever. Who knows? Former Labour MP Zara Sultana said she is determined to reconcile and move forward after divisions emerge over the formation of a new left-wing political party with Corbyn. Typical lefty moment, right? Typical lefty thing. They start a new party and then it fucking collapses on day one. This is why they don't do it. This is why they try to latch on to fucking center-left parties and leech them like fucking parasites. But yeah, well. The Coventry South MP also said she will no longer be pursuing legal action against Corbyn and others behind the party, known for now as Your Party. It comes after Sultana said on Friday that she has instructed defamation lawyers over what she said were baseless attacks on her character. Corbyn has been approached for comment. Like Sultana, he is understood to want the party's inaugural conference still to go ahead as planned in November. In a statement posted on X, Sultana said it was a regrettable situation and she understood people are feeling demoralized, but that she was confident the party conference would go ahead. Didn't she literally... Wait. It seemed like she tried to completely shag the party, though, didn't she? She accused Corbyn of running a sexist boys' club or some shit. But let me see. Said it was a regrettable situation, okay? I am engaged in ongoing discussions with Jeremy, for whom, like all socialists of my generation, I have nothing but respect. We will find a way to continue in a unified way centering the grassroots of our movement. Efforts to try and mediate between the pair began on Friday. It comes days after Sultana accused former Labour leader Corbyn of overseeing a sexist boys' club and alleged she had been sidelined by other members of the party. The split emerged after an email was sent to supporters inviting them to sign up for a £5 monthly or £55 annual membership. Sultana promoted the sign up on social media, but Corbyn later said the emails were unauthorized and should be ignored. Jesus! Fuck! She did a what? Whoa. Did she attempt a coup? What the fuck? What? Did she have any access to these finances if she's doing a sign up, like a paid sign up, but it's unauthorized? Or is she just going her own way, like just taking liberties? On Friday, Sultana said that she had instructed defamation lawyers after being the subject of a number of false and defamatory statements, following the launch of the membership system, which she said more than 20,000 people had signed up to. Why didn't she just set up a super chat goal? Right? What's wrong with her? What the fuck? Was she attempting fucking Zara Sultana coin? Is that what's happening? Fucking socialist crypto. Unfortunately, I've been subjected to what can only be described as a sexist boys' club. I have been treated appallingly and excluded completely. Islington North MP Corbyn's statement dismissing the email and saying any direct debit should be immediately cancelled was signed by Ayub Khan, Adnan Hussain, Iqbal Mohammed and Shaukat Adam, 4 independent MPs involved in founding the party, with Sultana's name missing from the list. The new party has been beset by issues since it was announced in July. Beset. Corbyn allies have said they are disappointed at the deep divisions that have emerged over the party's formation. Some said they believe Sultana was attempting to mount a leadership bid by signing people up. Corbyn has not agreed to co-leadership, although he has not ruled it out. Sultana insisted the launch of the membership portal was in line with the roadmap sent out to members, with funds to be held by a company set up by the party to safeguard money until its conference in November. Your Party group sent the case to the Information Commissioner's Office, ICO, the data protection law watchdog, over suspected misuse of supporters' details. The pair previously disagreed over the name of the party, with Sultana maintaining it would not be called Your Party and hinting she favoured the Left Party, while Corbyn indicated the name could stay. It should be called the Left Party. I have no idea. Your Party. I guess because, I don't know, do people just feel like socialism is a dirty word now? But I don't know. The British Socialist Party. I feel like, nah, you gotta be more vague, don't you? You gotta be more, yeah, vague is probably better. Even left. I don't know. Not that I fucking care about these people. But the final decision is to be put to a vote by supporters. Well, where's her tweet? Where was her tweet when she was like, fuck these guys? Tweet about your party. 4 days ago, was it? Was it? I thought it was longer than 4 days ago. I know she did that tweet that everyone was spreading around. And it was like in the format of a party statement. Well, oh, this is 3rd of July. Wait, what? No, this is ages ago. What? Never mind. So this was September 18th. We said this was your party and we meant it. We just launched membership. And then they're saying here, Corbyn said that it was unauthorized. Uh-oh. Jeremy? This morning, an unauthorized email was sent to all your party UK supporters with details of a supposed membership portal hosted in a new domain name. Legal advice is being taken. The email should be ignored. Oh God, holy shit. Oh God, there's this, bro, what's she doing? What's she doing? Could that be an accident? Could that be, dude. This is your just average left-wing Discord group. This is what this is. Left-wing Discord server. Subreddit moment, Reddit mods moment. This is when you wake up and you realize that one of your fucking mods has gone rogue and banned half the community for being gay. I don't holy shit. Discord moment. What we got going on here? Speaking of, me scrolling through introductions in Loner Chord.
Do you understand? Okay, Goff. Is that a peace sign? Ooh, Goff. What's your favorite color? Dude, it's yes or no questions. I just said it. Right, okay, yeah. Goff, is your favorite color teal?
Bro, what the fuck? What?
I'm gonna go through all the colors, and then eventually we'll find out which one he likes best.
And why would you give a fuck what his favorite color is? And why are you so teal? You don't think
It's interesting that a praying mantis thing has a favorite color, and it might unexpectedly be teal. That is mildly interesting, but he just drew a peace sign on the jar. Don't we want to see what's up with that? Yes, we do. Goff, why did you put a peace sign on the jar?
yes or no?
It's yes or no. It's only fucking yes or no question. That's a lot of rules. 2 fucking rules. 2. 1 yes or no. 2.
Don't be a fucking moron.
How am I supposed to follow that second rule?
Maybe by shutting the fuck up.
True. Bass and epic. Why is it edited like that to avoid copyright? Because Spider is like a Zoomer TikToker. He's just got that energy. I don't know. Zoomer TikTok fan cam producer. Absolutely mental. I don't understand it. But I don't need to because I'm old. Yeet on stream suggestions. Eh? What, this? Sure, why not?
I came back to TikTok to defend myself against wild accusations.
Yeah.
But I also came back because I want to apologize for things that I genuinely got wrong.
Uh-oh.
For example,
I'm planning to go to Israel in June with my parents, and I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just, it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
looking back, I
It kind of is a bit goofy to say. In the middle of a war. Yeah, I wouldn't, yeah. Okay.
definitely feel ashamed for the way I spoke about Israel with such levity at the time that a genocide was happening. I completely understand why people could watch this clip and judge me harshly for it. I want to apologize to anyone in the Palestinian diaspora or anybody that's been affected by this war that felt that I was trivializing the suffering, the horror that you've gone through. And
I mean, it's okay if he wants to, like, go back on things that he feels like he's genuinely got wrong. I guess the issue is, like, I hope he understands that most, like 99% of the people who hate him are not going to be satisfied by anything other than a full fucking 180, right? On everything. Until you basically just become one of them. Like, yeah, fuck. No one's going to be But maybe there are people in his own audience or people who are more like center left. I wonder about that myself. I sometimes wonder if addressing or clarifying things that I've said or things that I've done in the past would help for people who are just more on the fence, or not even on the fence, but are just like center left, but not all the way. Because I feel like people who are on the extreme side are very good at pointing at things that don't really make much of a difference to them, but would make a difference to people who are in between. For example, if you say something about like war conduct in Gaza, the people who are mostly spreading that stuff don't give a fuck about the war conduct. These are the same people that think like any Israeli military action ever, regardless of where or when or why, is all like bad. They think it's all criminal. They think it's all genocide and all that shit. But people who are just more kind of like center or center left or humanitarian conscious, whatever, like they do get convinced by that stuff. So maybe it does. I don't know. But it just feels like those people are very few and far between right now. Who knows? Who knows?
Yo, gaped box, yesterday was my birthday, so today, it is also your birthday, so happy early birthday. Also the Christian rock at Kirk's funeral was banging. Have a nice day everyone. Wow.
Thank you for the $10. The first super chat of the day. I really appreciate that. Wow. What a guy. What a boss. You think he cucked out? What, with that statement? I mean, we can see if he's going to cuck out. I don't know. Fuck. People don't realize that Ethan is already like way far left of like any fucking Israeli, right? He's very left wing on that issue. He was calling it a genocide in like the first couple of weeks of the war. I mean, yeah, it's not exactly like he's got to atone for anything. It's just whatever. I know all you guys think it's cucked out, but you can wait and see. I think it's if you make it more clear that you're doing it for the people who put you in that position in the first place. Like that's what you should never, ever, ever do. No, 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 no. It would be awkward for him to walk back calling it a genocide. Well, he called it that on week 2, but he won't call it that 2 years in. Yeah, that would be weird.
I love seeing that happy jumping Tyrannosaurus Rex whenever someone donates.
Good. That's why we have it. Thanks for the $10. It sounds reactionary instead of a clarifying statement. I don't know what that means, but okay. What's this?
I mean,
wait, what? No, that's nothing. One second. Can I download this? I don't know why you sent it to me here. Save it. Oh yeah, I can. What are we looking at here? Bah! Oh.
Listen.
Oh god. Do I need to do more smoke shit? 1 minute. What is this? Is this old? This looks old. Is this, but wait, this is me in my old flat. This is ages ago, is it? Or is he looking at something new?
Listen, look, you might not care. That's okay. I care. I find it frustrating that it's bad that it's taking me 20 minutes of concerted effort and I still have not been able to find a clear disclosure with any mention of financial ties, with any mention of when the period is. You cannot trust a single thing that this man has said on Progressive Victory because he wasn't clearly disclosing it. It's impossible for me to find this information. Description? A great place to put a disclosure. This stream was sponsored by Progressive Victory. Is he watching this because it's useful in it's political?
I mean, if I said this stream is sponsored by Progressive Victory, that would just be a lie. That they didn't sponsor streams. That's not how that agreement. That's not how that agreement worked. If they were sponsoring my streams and I didn't disclose that, that would be illegal. But no, you don't care. If you said that, you don't care. That if that's your impression, if you think I was sponsored by Progressive Victory to do streams and hit it, that's like an illegal thing. But that's just 20 minutes to find. Hang on.
Expedient? Is he watching it because it's drama? Is he watching it because he's paid? Is he watching it because he wants to impress the organization?
I can't prove a negative. I wasn't doing like. Do you think I was streaming as a whole because I was paid? I can't prove a negative. I don't know. Like, they didn't tell me to do anything. Occasionally there were some suggestions, and I picked out of suggestions. And even then, I had the option of choosing my own thing anyway. So we're talking about the importance of a disclosure every time and even then I would still say, like, this might be like a Progressive Victory thing, or it went on their channel. Like, anything I did that they suggested to me went on their channel.
Get paid more? I don't know. It's impossible to tell. I'm being a bit brain broken about this. I care about influence.
Oh, he's on film art.
This is fucking clapped. This is fucking clapped. This sucks. Oh boy. Oh boy.
He said 20 minutes on film art. PV. Does film art let you double search multiple terms? Like, if I did this or Progressive Victory, would it let you do both? PV, Progressive Victory, DGG's connected to Progressive Victory. This is from 2025, so that's newer. Where's 2024 at the time? $2024. This even says paid. Progressive Victory.
Of all meaning in order to defend the country, which, as Gideon has pointed out, and which...
Did you see Hassan suggesting you're paid? No? Did he say that in the video we just watched? I didn't see that, no. Paid by who? Progressive Victory? Or which I am, but Progressive Victory or who? What? The Mossad? Who am I paid by? Should I have put a stopwatch on there? 20 minutes. If you wanted to see which parts of my because the agreement was a licensing agreement. It wasn't a sponsorship agreement. If you wanted to see, maybe they've gotten rid of this stuff now because they're trying to atone for all their previous. There's a playlist here. Do you see what I mean? There was one thing I think I did wrong here with Progressive Victory, was that it would have been better to have something, and I think I just forgot to do this, but in the description at the time, I could have just said something like working with Progressive Victory or some shit like that, right? In the bottom with a link. The reason I didn't really have that as like a top priority, or like at least I cared little enough about it to forget about it, was that every single person trolling about, every single person asking about Progressive Victory for more details was just concern trolling. I never had any genuine fucking like concern coming to me. It was always people like fucking F-bombs and shit like that. They were like, are you paid by Progressive Victory? Like, yeah. And they're like, oh, what? To make which videos? This video. I'm like, okay, here's the playlist. Okay, how much were they paying you? Were they telling you what to, like, it's just, there was always this constant fucking list. You can just look at my content, like which, I haven't been paid by them for ages. Has anything changed? Has anything, my coverage changed? Like, not really. So he's just like a hate watcher. Yeah, okay. But this is why people who pretend to care about this, like if you're sitting here thinking like I should have said this stream is sponsored by Progressive Victory, like you clearly don't care. You haven't. If you're assuming it's a sponsorship, you don't care. That's not how anything of that works. It's a very obvious fact about sponsorships that that's not how they work. But okay, whatever. Waste of time. How does Stephen Miller's speech sound? Can you draw historical parallels? Well, what I think I might do is I might watch the speeches and then see if I can find any. Maybe just look through some old school Nazi speeches, probably like Horst Wessel or Reichstag fire shit, and just see what they're yapping about. Fucking clapped, bro. Absolutely clapped. Gabriel, thanks for the 1790 shekels. How much did PV pay you to raid Smugbug? Oh, good question. The funny thing is like, if let's say a super chatter pays me to watch a video, should I disclose that as well? I feel like super chatters giving me money has probably had more influence on my content than Progressive Victory has. Because I watch a lot of shite that gets recommended to me by people who are giving me a lot of money, so I feel bad. Fuck me. Fuck me. Just get your fucking snout out of my wallet, bro. That's all I'm saying. The fuck? The darkest money. Shall we do Charlie Kirk funeral? Should we just go? I guess we have to, right? We have no choice. God. Okay, let's go. Because apparently
people get murdered.
If this was actually, people are doing this thing where like, how dare you make memes or comment negatively on a funeral? It's like, dude, this is a political rally. This is just a opportunistic political rally. It's so fucking obvious. Look, they got everyone here. Are these guys really just going to talk about how Charlie Kirk was a good boy, a good lad, good honest lad, good grades in school, could throw a football 8 billion yards, like a classic American funeral? I don't think I'm doing 4 hours. I don't think we're doing 4 hours. Let's just... We have to get used to life without autism, guys. We can't be watching 4-hour videos. Yeah, it's not even a funeral. Yeah, it's a memorial. God, how much of this are people watching? I don't even know who half these people are. I don't know who any people are so far. Let's see. Who's this? Who's that? I guess these guys are like the stupid fucking support acts. No one likes them. Just do the highlights. No, I'll just do the speeches of people we know. Wait, is that Benny Johnson? Is it Benny Johnson? The guy who hosted the government threats against ABC for Jimmy Kimmel, which is very illegal, by the way. Supreme Court 9-0, just last year. Okay. Oh wait, we need better intro music. This is not good intro music for Benny Johnson. Excuse me. Hang on. Let's get Benny Johnson's. Tell us like it is, Benny.
Fight for Charlie Kirk. Who feels the Holy Spirit in the house tonight?
Yes.
Who can feel that revival happening right now? How does it always work? What man intends for evil, God intends for good. Evil thought that there'd be a funeral today. God has created a revival right here in this house right now. Charlie always had that revival energy, didn't he? When Charlie first met me, I was a degenerate loser. I'm still a loser, but
yes.
I was addicted to alcohol. I had no wife, I had no kids, I had nothing going for me. After 10 years of work with Charlie Kirk, after his witnessing to my life, I have become a Christ-centered man. I am happily married to the woman of my dreams, sitting right there with our youngest son, who just turned 8 today, 8 months. And he's wearing ducks for Charlie's beloved Oregon Ducks today. That's baby Whitaker, in honor of Charlie. All of you had a Charlie moment in your life, didn't you? Raise your hand if Charlie Kirk centered you a little closer to Christ.
Yes.
Did Charlie...
I had a Charlie moment. This is when I got closer to Christ, when Charlie gave us this moment.
Such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Remember that? The fucking tanky cackle. We do appreciate that one.
Help you achieve your American dream a little bit more. Did Charlie have that effect? Look at every single hand. Stand up. Say amen if Charlie Kirk had that effect on your life. Look at this. 100,000 Americans. Millions watching.
No, not that one. Whoops. I didn't mean to click that one. 100,000. I didn't mean that. Sorry. Whoa, stop doing it. Hey. I mean this one.
USA.
There we go.
Line, standing up and saying, that is the revival spirit of Charlie Kirk's life. And that is the power of martyrdom. Because Charlie Kirk is a martyr in the true Christian tradition. If you take out a tyrant, his power goes away. You cut down a martyr, his power grows. And that's what we see. Time and time again, we're seeing it across this country. Who's seen the full churches, the full parking lots? Who knows somebody now who's a Satanist or an agnostic, who's now looking at Charlie's life in this revival moment in our country and going, maybe I got it all wrong. Maybe I do need to Christ center my life. This is what
we all know a Satanist who is now converting to Christianity because of Charlie. What? What the fuck, man? You could not give me all the rubles in the world. You could not get me to say something like that. What the fuck?
Charlie always wanted. This is how he wanted to be remembered.
Deeply unserious.
In the mold of Stephen, the first martyr. Stephen was killed for speaking the truth about Christ, much like Charlie Kirk. The martyr Stephen was the same age as Charlie Kirk when he was martyred. At that time, Christianity was just a few very scared Christians in Jerusalem.
Bonnell, wow. Well done,
and
guys.
after Stephen's martyrdom, Christianity spread throughout the known world. The power of martyrdom. This is how God and Christ always advances his kingdom, and he's doing it right now with Charlie Kirk.
Jesus.
It is a wonderful thing to see. We were all witness to a miracle.
Yeah.
Charlie's life was a miracle. We could all see it. Those who worked up close and those who watched from far away. We got to witness a miracle in Charlie's life. Someone who was there that day when Stephen was martyred was Saul. Saul was the one who was taking the garments so that Stephen could be killed. And through Stephen's martyrdom, the Apostle Paul was reached by Christ to go out and write the majority of the New Testament. There was no one who was irredeemable. And that is what Charlie would have wanted us to know about his faith in Jesus Christ. The power of Christ's blood and the power of martyrdom speaks through Charlie. The Apostle Paul would go on to write the book of Romans. And I'd just like to close with this. In Romans 13, the Apostle Paul talks about a godly government instituted by our Lord and Savior. And what does he describe? The Apostle Paul describes how God establishes the rulers of the nations. In the audience right now, there are rulers of our land. Represented right here is the State Department, the Department of War, the Department of Justice.
Department of War, hell yeah. We're a president of peace. And we're going to rename it the Department of War. Fucking genius.
The Chief Executive. God has instituted them. God has given them power over our nation and our land. God saved our president, President Trump, from an assassin's bullet for this moment.
Is this really the best time to be bragging about dodging a bullet? fucking hell, man. Have some... Even I wouldn't go that tasteless. What the fuck? No one cares about Corey Balamori, do they? Fuck me. Corey Morning Glory. What's I don't want to watch this debate. I don't want to watch this debate. It's just every timestamp is like, oh, Oslo, 48, the Jewish terrorism, the ancient Jew, oh, the Zionist Jews aren't the same as ancient Jews. Wow. Peel, wow. Ben Gurion, wow. Quotes, wow. Like...
Because this is precisely why Hamas was able to rise. Because they're like, yo, these guys don't really care about the Palestinians. These guys are literally working for the Israelis. And how do I know this? Even in Israeli TV. I watch Israeli television, as much as you guys might not know this. I've seen the show Fauda. In Fauda, the Israelis even admit and show in their...
What? Okay, don't mind. Hey. Listen, me and Myron, okay? We were always on the same wavelength, really, okay? Never a bad word to say about this guy. Oh, no. Hello,
You
Seth.
can convince me this motherfucker didn't watch you and repeat it after you. You cannot convince me.
What?
This fucking retard that said Fauda was 100% watching your stream. I thought Fauda's a valid fucking source.
No, he's Nah. This guy's the kind of guy that would do that like unironically, like he just did.
He's watching your stream for information, but
Okay.
obviously he has his fucking
Wow.
neo-Nazi
Gathering
beliefs.
intel.
Gathering intel, and you keep mentioning fucking Fauda
Wow.
every fucking time. Oh my god, bro! I can't believe someone unironically quoted Fauda.
Yeah, valid source. What are you gonna do?
Shut the
I don't know
fuck
why.
up.
I don't know
You
why
know
you
what's also
need
about?
Fauda to know that the PA does security collaboration with Israel, but I guess.
Yeah, I don't know
whatever
why,
gets you to
but
the
also
truth.
you realize Fauda has a season in Lebanon, and they fucking trashed you guys. They fucking destroyed you guys in that season.
Well, just Hezbollah, really.
Well, they had a fucking safe house in Lebanon.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you have an entire Israeli safe house in Lebanon?
Actually, I don't
Well,
know.
they had what?
I mean,
They
do
had-
they? Do you think they might? Like, 'cause Lebanon's.
They probably do.
Their
Look at
property
what they did
market
in
is
Iran.
is quite corrupt. So yeah.
Yeah, but look at Iran. They had an entire fucking like drone making factory or some shit in it. I don't think a house
that's
is that
kind of
hard.
insane. Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's
all you
your
need is, like,
fault.
one
It's your
collaborator,
fault. This
really.
man quoted Fauda. It's your fucking fault.
Good. More people should do it.
Also, what do you think about Israel saying, or are you gonna get to that? They're saying that like the U.S. told them, unilateral recognition requires unilateral fucking action.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
What do you mean? Guess so? What?
What? Like they're saying that unilateral
The-
recognition
the
of the Palestinian
Amer-
state requires. What do you mean? Like
America told them that like unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state requires unilateral action, and Israel's like going ahead with like wanting to annex the West Bank completely now.
oh, well, yeah, that's what they
There's-
said, wasn't it? They said that they were going to fucking annex. They already normalized a few settlements.
I don't know how to
states
say that
were-
word, Scarlett. It's hard.
Yeah, because they already recognized, they formalized a few settlements, and they're like 5 of them, one for each state. They recognized Palestine last year. They did. The Smotrich already did that. Yeah, that's like that's their whole thing. If that's what you mean by unilateral action, yeah.
Unilateral. So
I just don't. I don't know.
can't say
Like
that word.
I saw a poll. I don't know how authentic it is, but I saw a poll from the UK saying that most people don't actually want to recognize Palestine unless it's conditional, right? Like unless there's something attached to it. But I don't know. Like
I mean,
these guys
it's
could have said something.
demilitarized, right?
Well, no, not even that. I don't think they probably all had different conditions, right? I'm pretty sure like most of them would have been like, yeah, they should recognize it if Hamas are gone or some shit like that. But who knows? I did see a clip of Macron saying there's no Hamas in the West Bank. So maybe the fucking politicians just don't know shit either. Like maybe they're just all memeing on fucking TikTok or giving it minimal attention because it's a minimal issue to them mostly.
Do you think they're playing the other side of the coin that Israeli politicians are?
What? Unilateral
Which is
action?
like, yeah.
I mean, yeah, but like that would be justified if it were targeted in the right places. But doing it in a way that like they keep saying it's not for Hamas, but look at what Hamas are doing. They're literally fucking bouncing all over the place over it. Like, of course they think it's for them. They're the most popular group still, I think, across the entire Palestinian territory, West Bank and Gaza. So,
Well, every other group that pops up, Israel just murders off the fucking map. So
yeah, and well, this is just going to
Mhm.
make the PA look fucking useless, right? I don't know.
Do you think you would have the same? Because I had this concern. Do you think Palestine would have the same issue if it was a demilitarized state as Lebanon?
What do you mean? Like
As
if it
in
became a
there's
state but it was
rampant-
demilitarized?
Yeah, it would have rampant groups like Hamas, for example, outgunning the government, like Hezbollah with the Lebanese government.
I mean, obviously, if you're demilitarized, the point is that you don't have those movements because, like, Lebanon's not demilitarized; they have 2 armies, they're both militarized.
They're mega militarized.
Mm.
But no, I'm saying like, because you can't apply these rules to these fucking underground groups, right?
Well, the point is, that in a demilitarized state, then the only armed issues you would be expected to have would be like insurgents, but nothing that can actually govern, nothing that can do law and order and control institutions, like that kind of thing. You know?
Okay, do you
You'd
think
have,
it's
like,
above
gangs.
this? Do you think it's above this government to like completely annex the West Bank
No, of
and
course
just make
not.
it impossible for a Palestinian state?
Yeah, I mean, they're already doing it, aren't they? They've already annexed parts, so no, it's not.
Well,
above
they're
them.
annexed parts, but I'm talking about completely.
No, I don't think they'll annex it. Well, no. If they annex it, they'll probably they're not going to annex Ramallah anytime soon, right? Because they don't want to have anything to do with Ramallah or any of these places. I think they're going to annex like around
I actually
the
don't.
big areas.
I actually disagree. I think they're pretty fine with Ramallah being taken over. I think there's 2 places that they really don't want to take over, which is Nablus and Jenin.
Okay.
Ramallah is like an economic zone. They would benefit from it.
Yeah, but what do you think they're going to go in and like kick people out and send them to Jordan or something?
No, I'm saying it's an economic zone, as in even if they
You
take the
think
people and
Myron
just
was
keep them
confused
residents,
getting into a car and
like
not speaking to him
the
after
fucking
watching
economy of
that
Ramallah would
rider?
actually just benefit Israel. Rather
So they're going to
than
go
anything.
back to like IDF presence in all of Area A.
Probably. That's what
Maybe.
I'm saying.
Yeah, that's quite scary.
At that point, if they do that, what do you think it's like appropriate action from other countries?
Anything that's any West Bank anything, you would just sanction it. Like that's a start.
Because here, listen, I took the more extreme approach. Someone said sanction. I said bomb it.
Well, there'd be a lot of collateral.
Obviously, yeah, of
There'd be a lot
course.
Palestinian collateral. If you did
Well,
that.
obviously, it's not a serious answer when I said bomb it. but like it's out of frustration that like
bro, I wouldn't be against them putting fucking Area A in NATO. Like, you know, like if they're gonna do that, if the purpose is annexation and not like security and all that, then yeah, that's a completely different story. Yeah, that's insane.
What if they are like, they do what like they did with Oslo? Basically, it's like, oh, a bunch of promises for the future, but they never really go ahead with it. It's like, oh, we're annexing the West Bank to make these people citizens, but then they have the same situation with East Jerusalem, where like the same 100,000 Palestinians are eligible every year.
That's not feasible. That's not feasible it's not feasible for anyone, bro. You care so much about your fucking Jewish vulnerable demographic, but you want to make more people citizens. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like they're saying they're gonna do that, so states don't retaliate against them. Like European states don't retaliate against them with sanctions. Like they're like, oh, we're gonna make these people citizens, but they do the same situation they did with East Jerusalem, where they're like, oh, you have a pathway to citizenship, but it's literally practically impossible. You have to be 7 years stuck in the country. You can't leave the country like not for more than a month to have this process not fucked over. And it's the same 100,000 every fucking year. What's it called? Every year that are eligible for citizenship.
Are they? Wait, who's saying they're going to annex and give them citizenship? Who's saying that?
No, I'm saying, what if they say that in response to European states?
They're not going to offer. They're not going to. They're going to. Not for what? Like, as far as I know, the places that they've annexed in the West Bank so far, it's been parts of Area C.
Yeah, and people there are residents.
Yeah, they're not. Well, and okay, but they're not annexing like. Have they annexed any of Area B? That's a good question. Has any of Area B?
I think if they haven't annexed the entirety of Area C, it's kind of hard to annex Area B.
I mean, what's interesting is that
because Area B is like surrounded by Area C.
Yeah, I don't think they have any interest in. Actually, I don't know, because they really don't like the PA. I don't know, man. I think it's just.
What do you mean they don't like the PA? They don't like Palestinians, dog. Like just flat out.
It's gonna be it's just gonna be like a creeping thing. It's unironically, I think I don't think they actually have any end game. I think, but whatever they're doing is just gonna like inevitably lead to the fucking Mordecai Kedar fucking Emirates. This shit.
Fuck that.
I think they're just gonna. I think they're just gonna.
Anyone that supports that is a massive retard, and I support you getting. I would actually side with the tankies and say like abolish all of Israel then. Like if people support that fucking solution, if we get to that point, I would support like the tanky solution of abolishment of Israel.
Well, at that rate, they're doing it to themselves because.
I mean, yeah, technically.
Fuck knows.
If you get me to side with tankies, you are clearly on the wrong path.
I do wonder.
Yeah, but
the thing that really worries me is that if Hamas gives up or is defeated, then I wonder if any shit that they do in the West Bank will just sort of fall out of the news cycle because it's just not.
Hold on. What is with the retard Israeli saying shocking? If you're going to make it impossible for Palestinians to live, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking support the state existing. You guys are just being retarded. You're like, hey, we're just nice people. No, fuck off. You're making it impossible for Palestinians to live. Shut the fuck up. And I'm getting a phone call. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your shit.
All right, take care. Why is my shit frozen? Fuck you. All of it's frozen. What the fuck? I can't click anything. This is a long. I didn't even open Times of Israel. What the fuck, dude? This is a. Oh wait. Okay, Benny, show us what's what. Benny.
And what does the Apostle Paul in Romans say?
Oh my God, are you literally just here to do a fucking sermon, dude? Shut the fuck up. God.
He says that rulers wield the sword for the protection of good men and for the terror of evil men. May we pray that our rulers here, rightfully instituted and given power by our God, wield the sword for the terror of evil men in our nation in Charlie's memory.
That's some interesting rhetoric. Okay.
I want to live in a country where the evil are terrified and where the good and the faithful and the moral people of our nation can live in peace, debate in peace, disagree in peace, and start families in peace. And so we want to
Bro, who
thank
does this guy think he is? Fucking Samuel L. Jackson and shit. Like, fucking hell.
the administration for being here and carrying out that godly mission of wielding the sword against evil. In conclusion, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this to all of the young men in the audience, and I can see so many young men out there. Charlie really reached young men and women, but this is the advice that Charlie gave me. Center your life on Christ. Fall in love. Get married. Have 1 million kids. And live out your American dream. And by doing that, we can create millions and millions and millions of Charlie Kirks. And we can save our land. That will be our turning point. God bless you. And God bless Charlie Kirk. He's looking down on us, smiling from heaven. God bless you. Thank you.
Well, at least that was quick. Fuck me.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Ben Carson.
Okay. Not to be an asshole, okay? But have they... Do you guys know what I'm thinking? Have they... Have they normalized his features? So that they make his face look... Have they made his face look normal size? Bro, what the fuck is this? What's going on? What? This is actually from the memorial? Did a kid draw? I guess maybe a kid drew this? Dude. Fuck me, man. More accurate. George Bush. They got the year wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. It's wonderful to see so many people out here for such a sad but also a wonderful purpose. You know, we at the American Cornerstone Institute grieve with everyone.
Don't know this guy. Don't know this guy. Let's move on. Oh, that's Ben Carson. He hasn't... Oh, God, it's fucking Jack Posobiec. Oh, God.
Please welcome to the stage Jack Posobiec.
Oh, sorry, wait, that's not appropriate music for him, is it? That's not appropriate theme tune. I forget. These people have like, they all have like kind of unique theme tunes. Okay, I'm so sorry. There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go back. Okay.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie.
This guy's like the ultimate example of someone who has devoted his entire fucking energy into presence, and it's just weird. It's just weird. He's just like, he's trying so hard to have an aura, and it's just not landing at all. God, you know, in music production, there was this thing where, especially metalheads would do this thing where they would just edit like every single note on the drums, bass, even guitar, so that everything would line up on a grid a metronome, so that it would just be like perfect, you know, nothing's ahead of the beat, nothing's behind. And you would hear it sounded like there was just days of work thrown into it, but it wouldn't do anything for you, you know. It would just sound like bland, like there was such a thing as over editing, like over perfecting. Like drum fills don't really sound natural when everything lands perfectly on the beat. It's usually better when things are a little bit ahead, so that it pulls you back in at the downbeat, the next bar. But yeah, he's like that, but for mewing.
Kirk. Charlie Kirk was my friend. Charlie was my brother. And Charlie was my commanding officer. And we will never, ever let the left, the media, or the Democrats forget the name of Charlie Kirk.
Bro, wouldn't it be funny if Dems just like in a month's time were soying out over the next like right-wing terror attack, and maybe we can actually start paying fucking attention to them when they happen this time, because they do actually happen quite often, and people are like, well, what about Charlie Kirk? And we'll just like Dems will just be like, what? Who's that? I don't remember who that is. I don't remember that person. Because that's where I don't know anything about that story. That's what fucking, because that's what Trump does. That's what Republicans do. You ask them about Melissa Horton, and they're just like, I don't know about all that one. What about the guy who attacked Josh Shapiro? Wait, what? I don't remember that. Wasn't he a pro-pally? I don't know. Why don't we just do that? Just fuck it, yeah. My commanding officer. God. The guy who's fucking just his entire day is just tweeting on 2 accounts.
The Bible, we'll get there, hold on, we'll get there. The Bible tells us that on his last day, Moses climbed to the top of the mountain.
Oh, this is actually one of my top searches for this. Top results is a fucking RGR.
President Trump, the White House has done a lot in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death to honor his memory, such as lowering the White House's flag to half-mast, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you think that the White House should have done anything similar in the wake of Melissa Hortman's death?
Who the fuck is that?
A Democratic lawmaker who was murdered.
Okay, that's a good reenactment, but I want to see what he actually said. Thank you.
Do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to half-staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar. The
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was...
This is so much more effective, right? Because this is the man, fucking far left people are fucking, they're so stupid. They're not tactical. Even Democrats do this as well. Like regular Democrats. We'd be like, don't you think we should put half-mast for Charlie Kirk? And people's like, well, he said all these things about women, and the way he spoke about the black people the black women calling them DEI picks and calling Michelle Obama a DEI. Somehow, I don't understand how that works. Like she DEI'd her way into being Obama's wife. But no, fuck it. Just be like, what? Wait, what? Sorry, that's not really my territory, bro. It's not really. I haven't seen that one on my feed.
Assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have if somebody had asked.
Why wouldn't you have thought of it?
People make requests for the lowering of flag, and oftentimes you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
Yeah, the flag would never be up if we did it for right-wing terror attacks, would we? Fuck me.
And he looked across the River Jordan, and he saw the Promised Land. He led the people there. But he did not cross himself, for he was taken, and he died on that mountain, and he was brought to God's kingdom. On his last day, Charlie Kirk was on the top of a mountain, and Charlie Kirk led us there, and Charlie Kirk has brought us to the Promised Land. Yeah. Charlie's death was not just a murder. The true word for what Charlie did is sacrifice.
You see, the difference between murder and sacrifice is that sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people.
Yes.
And for his family.
Yes.
Charlie Kirk died for all of you. And Charlie Kirk's gift of his sacrifice means.
Oh, he worked so hard on the presents and the mewing, and he still fucked it up. Jesus Christ.
That Charlie Kirk will live forever. Not just for all of us, not just for his family and Erica and for his children, but for all future generations of Americans. And the question of our time, will Western civilization endure? Or will it fracture in two, like so many predict? Well, I say to you that a century from now, when they write of the 2 or 3 pivotal moments that led to the saving of Western civilization.
Oh my God.
They will write that the sacrifice of Charles James Kirk was the turning point.
Are you fucking kidding? Oh God.
Pig emoji, beverage box emoji, package emoji, ox emoji.
Thanks for the $10. And that was when the beginning of the great trans wars of the 20th century. Bro.
And the ugliness that was been revealed by Charlie's murder will be and is already being overcome by the beauty of the outpouring of love and prayer around the world, seas of 1,000 candles that have been lit from coast to coast for Charlie's sacrifice for all of us. We will overcome their evil.
Yes.
And Charlie's sacrifice has given us all, and I see it.
Litten is not a word. He's American. Don't worry.
In your eyes, I see it in the eyes of every man, woman, and child who has come to me since this unspeakable evil happened. We have it now. Charlie gave it to us. He gave us that last bit of courage, that last bit of fight, that last bit of grit and resolve to say no more. We are done. We are done with all of it, and we will now stand and fight, because if you took Charlie Kirk off that line, then every single one of us will rise up, and we will replace that line, and we will be there, and we will remind them what they did for Charlie, what they did to Charlie, and we will never, ever let them forget the name Charlie Kirk.
He's like a really fucking bad wrestling promo.
Will endure. The United States of America will endure. For Charlie, we will continue the mission. For Charlie, we will end the evil disease that split us and took Charlie from us. And for Charlie, Turning Point USA will last forever.
Yes.
And we will come to find that in the final moment, that Western civilization was saved through Charlie's sacrifice in the only way possible. By returning the people to Almighty God.
This fucking rosary, man. This guy is
For
such a
greater love
tool.
hath no man.
He's like, I feel like every sentence the last 4 sentences have been final sentences. He's just doing climaxes. What are you, fucking Lord of the Rings? You're like the last Lord of the Rings film, extended version. How many fucking every fucking thing is an ending. He's done 4 endings now. What the fuck?
And this, than he who laid down his life for his friends. Are you ready to continue the mission?
Yes.
Are you ready to fight back?
Yes.
And are you ready to put on the full armor of God and face the evil in high places and the spiritual warfare before us? Then put on the full armor of God. Do it now. Now is the time. This is the place. This is the turning point for Charlie.
USA.
Look, he's not over yet. He's like, and I'll tell you one more thing. It's fucking hell. Oh God, the there's just something about him that's just so fucking scuffed. I don't understand.
God bless to all of you.
He's like the equivalent of someone who has an argument with you and then they storm out, but then they barge back in 2 seconds later to have another last word. And they do it like 3 times.
God bless to everyone, to Charlie's family, to all the families. And Charlie, till we meet again, brother.
Excellent. Oh, theme tune. We need a good theme tune. Oh, who the fuck's that? Kind of enjoying this with the background. I think it fits really well. Okay. Come on, come on. Who the fuck is this? Too many chin. Too much chin. No, where's your neck? Get a neck. And I'll maybe watch you. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. It's Stephen Miller. Oh, fuck. I don't even know what theme tune this guy needs. I don't think the Russian one is good enough for this guy. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's a bit corny. It's a bit corny. Erica? Wait, what? Erica's not here? What are you talking about, Erica? What do you mean, definitely Erica? Is this the song Erica? What the fuck is the Erica song? What? Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha, yeah. I know. Okay. Okay. Stephen Miller. Okay, well done.
And hello, Turning Point. Hello, Patriots. Hello to our fearless president, Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow to mourn Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name.
If you guys want to do something within reason, okay, if you want to super chat $10 or above, then you can send me an image and I can put it on the screen to get some iconography for these speeches. We need more background. Within reason, within reason. No porn or anything. God damn it. Hack Jaring, that's the tier 1 sub. When will you cover the Swedish church election? Don't know. The Devil, thanks for the 1999. You think Myron was confused getting into a car and it not speaking to him after watching Knight Rider? Yeah, sure. Barabbas, thanks for the gifted sub. Jacob, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Next damn better jail every Tenet Media alumni. I mean, maybe. God. Gerald Friedburn, thanks for the 9.99. It's funny, as Benny was ranting about the armor of God, I was thinking about that Nasheed, strong like the wind. I guess so. Yeah. David, thanks for the $10. No, we have not seen RFK curing autism yet.
The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength, and the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women, who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. Whoa. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us, you cannot slow us, you cannot stop us, you cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what...
Okay, it's actually quite terrifying. I don't, fuck me, man. Someone's saying he's directly quoting Goebbels. Is that true? Are there actually Goebbels speeches where he's just kind of like saying word for word or barely paraphrasing? I don't know which one it would be. Like, I know after Kristallnacht, he gave a fucking insane speech that basically incited the riots. Which speech? That's not true. Goebbels never heard of Kirk. He said, "We are the storm." That sounds like something he would say. Yup. Wow.
You did to us. You have no idea The dragon you have awakened. You have
Dragon. Oh God, he's actually a fucking. Oh, he's one of those kids that like. He would read like Viking fantasy, and he thought that was real life. Like that's how they actually lived. He's like, fuck me. It's like who's that guy? The golden one. He had a massive bookcase full of like Viking fantasy novels. And you could tell that's how that's what he thought history was like. The funeral of Hearst Vessel and a storm is coming speech. Okay. Yeah, we'll maybe do some comparisons later. Do some original research that probably a billion people have already done. Fuck me. Ooh! Where's the thing? Okay, let's go.
no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing. Nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation. And we will defend this world. We will defend goodness. We will defend light. We will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us. You cannot frighten us. You cannot threaten us. Because we are on the side of goodness. We are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erica right now. I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil, and we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good. And we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erica. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I can't even see where I put that one. Alright. That is fucking mental. Oh God. Ugh. Give me a minute. I need a little break from that shit. Oh fuck. 1 minute.
Fixing electricity. People, synagogue was hit in Dovev. You see here, this is a kibbutz Bar'am, also hit so many times by Hezbollah from Marun al-Ras. This is Marun al-Ras. You see that village, the highest peak, that's called Marun al-Ras. By the name Marun al-Ras, it's supposed to be a Maronite homeland, Maronite town, with people live there, Maronites, but it's not. People who live there are Shia Muslims who support Hezbollah, who Iran with the intelligent officers sitting in it and managing all this region. So that's Marun al-Ras showing you who are the original people who were living here in this land and today are not. Below it you have Yaron, it's another town, and you have Yaroun and Binjbel back after.
That's Binjbel.
Binjbel is there.
That's what they call the terror town, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
You see Marun al-Ras and Binjbel, you continue a little bit with the slopes. Furthermore, you see Binjbel. You see that tower far away, there's like tower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a Maronite town called Anibel. Anibel, and nearby another town called Dibel. So there are 3 Maronite towns here in this region, Dibel, Anibel, and Ermesh, who are surrounded by a Shia Hezbollah stronghold that using them as a human shield, firing missiles from their towns toward North Israel communities, asking for response of IDF in order to destroy Christian homes and churches, of ballistic missiles to fire from nearby Anaya of St. Charbel in order to Actually,
Okay. Pretty fucking nasty, dude. Let's see, what is this? Are you really gonna give me this one, David? Just what you paid $10 for? Absolute weirdo. Let's see. Why not? Okay.
Please welcome to the stage Susie Wiles.
Oh my god! Not Susie Wiles. No, thank you. That dastardly Susie. Oh, she was brief. Oh god. Wait. I don't know. Do we have an appropriate theme for Tucker Carlson? Do we? I think we do. I think we do. Hang on. I've got just the one. Just the one. Okay. A unique Tucker theme. There we go.
Such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Made me emotional. Made me emotional to see that. Susie Wiles had tears in her eyes, which you don't often see in politics, but it's real. This is the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever seen. And I don't... Whatever happens next in America, I hope it's in this direction, because God is here and you can feel it. And Charlie would have loved this, not just because he loved large groups of people, but because ultimately he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting
All these
around.
people, you tell the truth about how 9/11, it doesn't really make sense with all the dancing Israelis. It doesn't make sense. We're just asking questions. And people say that. When you bring on a historian to talk about how Hitler actually didn't really want to do Kristallnacht and how people starved just because, there were too many, they were progressing too fast militarily. And then they didn't know what to do. They couldn't feed these poor people, and just the tragedy of circumstance and goddamn Churchill. And then they get really angry for some reason.
Eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say? About what?
And he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us. We must make him stop talking. And there's...
Excuse me. That's very on the nose. Wait, what? Eating hummus. Bro. He's well, he could be blaming anyone, really. He's what he's saying there is that, the left-wing Free Palestine movement in America of white people and has kind of overlapped with the trans rights thing in the far left for some reason. And, we're just that guy, that guy in his transition to becoming a soy latte guzzling middle-class liberal and decided to eat some hummus before consulting the murder of Kirk in his little completely underwhelming Discord chat. Right. What the fuck, man? This crazy fucking psycho. Smells like a dog whistle. Bro, that's not a dog whistle. That's just a whistle. That's just a regular old cackling anti-Semitic whistle. Is no one gonna say anything about that? Oh my god. You know what? You know what would be interesting? It's not impossible that the Republican Party turns on Israel more heartily than the Democrats would. God.
There's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem. It doesn't work that way. He starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it. And they just go bonkers. They hate it. And they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Everything is inverted, and the Beatitudes tell it, I think, the most crisply. Everything is sort of the opposite of what you think it's going to be. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. That is true, and you can feel it here. The thing about Charlie's message, I've thought a lot about it, and I'm trying not to be emotional because in addition to everything else, he was a wonderful man and a decent man and one of those rare people you meet who you just groove with in conversation and have these very intense conversations that you don't stop thinking about, which is my experience with him. But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent. So how is Charlie's message different? And Charlie was a political person who was deeply interested in coalition building and in getting the right people in office because he knew that vast improvements are possible politically. But he also knew that politics is not the final answer. It can't answer the deepest questions, actually. That the only real solution...
This is that you guys are all like, oh, people in charge. What, because Trump's the president? No. The deep state... That's the value of the deep state being fake, right? It's always there, even when you have the presidency and the three branches and the courts and fucking... It's always a deep state. Actually, and that is what Nazis did as well. Even up to the invasion of Poland, they were still like the international Jewish movement's going to be the ones that plunge us into this war with Europe. They said that. Never forget that. Like, and this is why you think it's unusual for right-wingers to be like, oh yeah, we tried being nice, but now you've pushed us over the edge and this is only war. We tried being so nice before, when the majority of right-wing terrorism was from right-wingers already, right? When we were already smashing up the rhetoric far beyond anything any Democrats were doing. You know, we were doing all that before, but, you know, now we're going to say we tried to be nice and now this is your fault. It's always that there's the inversion of cause and effect, right? It's like, it's always, but people always do that, right? Bullies do that in fucking schools, right? Like a bully never really or rarely says like, oh, I'm going to fucking pick on that guy because it makes me just funny. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, no reason. They'll always, there's like some kind of excuse usually, or like some kind of slight, or like, it's the same thing with Nazis going into Poland, right? Going into the war in World War II. They said that, yeah, we're doing this because you attacked us. You know, they fabricated a Polish attack on Germans, and then they also, in Hitler's speeches, even up until mid-war, like with the Holocaust, they were saying like the Jews made us do this by bringing us into a war. Like they blamed the Jews for starting the Second World War. It's always like, we tried to be nice, like, but you just couldn't stop. You couldn't stop fucking with us. You know, they always do that. Even with the Holocaust, they did that. They said stuff like that. They'll never be like, yeah, we're just doing this for no reason, you know? it's always like some kind of like hatred or genocide or whatever else. Like it's always framed as an act of defense or an act of retaliation.
Is Jesus. And the reason, it's really simple. Politics, at its core, is a process of critiquing other people and getting them to change. Christianity, the gospel message, the message of Jesus, begins with repentance. Christianity calls upon you to change. Our core prayer, given to us by Jesus, the Lord's Prayer, demands that we forgive other people, but preceding that is a request for our forgiveness. In other words, forgive us our sins, meditate on what we've done wrong, how we've fallen short, and then it becomes possible to forgive other people. That is a call to change our hearts from Jesus, and that is the only way forward in this country. That is the only solution to where we all know we're going. And Charlie knew where we were going without that. And that is not a call for being politically passive, of course not. I stood on many stages with Charlie calling for various people to be elected, particularly Donald Trump, and I'm proud of that. It's only an acknowledgement that what Charlie was really saying is that change begins, the only change that matters, when we repent of our sins. Me. A recognition that the real problem is me and how fallen I am. And that was the reason that Charlie was fearless at all times, truly fearless to his last moment. He was unafraid, he was not defensive, and there was no hate in his heart.
Well, yeah, because like he got hit so accurately that I guess he didn't even realize he got shot. Okay.
I know that because I've got a little hate compartment in my heart, and I would often express that to Charlie about various people, and he would always say, that's a sad person, that's a broken person, that's a person who needs help, that's a person who needs Jesus. He said that in private because he meant it. So I guess I would just say this gathering and God's presence, God's very obvious presence in this room, the presence of Jesus, is a reminder of what we've known for 2,000 years, which is any attempt to extinguish the light causes it to burn brighter. Every single time. So as we proceed into whatever comes next, and clearly something's coming next, remember this moment. Remember being in a room with the Holy Spirit humming like a tuning fork. This is the way. Right here. This is the way. And that is what Charlie Kirk was saying underneath it all. Thank you, and God bless.
Where do we go next?
Into
Tulsi Gabbard, Queen. Definitely worthy of a unique theme tune that really captures her approach. That really captures her political identity.
they choosing to step into the arena armed with the Constitution, sparring through debate on the battlefield of ideas, fighting for the heart of our democratic republic and the unalienable rights endowed upon every one of us by our Creator. Charlie lived what our founders envisioned: freedom, the right to speak even when we disagree. Freedom. I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to defend to the death with my very life your right to speak. Free speech is the foundation of our democratic republic. We must protect it at all costs, because without it, we'll be lost.
Unless you say bad things about Trump and you're a journalist or you're Jimmy Kimmel. In which case it's fine for the government to threaten your organization to get rid of your show. Based. Queen.
Charlie knew this. He lived it. Charlie stood in the arena armed with superior arguments, with truth, reason, propelled and motivated by his love for God, his love for others, his love for our great nation. His words were his weapons. He slayed ignorance. He cut through lies, and he woke people's minds, inspired people's hearts, and imparted wisdom every day. Now, for those of us who knew Charlie, and even those of you who may never have had the chance to meet him in person, we all know and experienced how Charlie spoke with a calm courage, not asking, "What will God do for me?" but instead praying, "God, use me for your will." He showed respect and compassion for everyone, even those who opposed him, and I think especially for those who opposed him, he invited them to his table or on his show saying, "Let's talk." Sitting with Charlie here in Arizona at ASU last year, seeing and experiencing him in action was truly a sight to behold. Because in Charlie, he sincerely wanted people to know the truth. Because it's the truth that sets us free. It is the truth that keeps us free. Now, Charlie, he chose our schools as his arena because he knows that they are meant to teach, to train our young people to think critically, to debate ideas, to test their strength through a clash of reason. But too often, these schools silence debate, saying words are violence, and dissenting voices are hushed, and those who speak of God, those who speak
the same guys who think that you're trying to get fucking Trump killed because you call him a fascist, yeah? The same people who say that. Words are violence. These guys are the ultimate words are violence motherfuckers. They heard Biden in a private meeting talking about how we need to put Trump in the bullseye and thought it was incitement. God, they're such fucking babies, man. The worst thing about it is, like, I do genuinely believe they will jail people for, like, criticism of the Republican Party and still claim to love the First Amendment. They'll violate the Constitution while pretending to love it. It's so fucking bizarre, man.
Truth, simple objective truths, like there are only two genders in these schools. They are told you have no voice.
Oh, God.
Charlie chose this arena to take these people head on, to challenge these institutions, these students and faculty, encouraging them to come, to speak honestly, bring your ideas, debate loudly, and think critically. And Charlie did this so well. He was winning, so much winning, so much.
Many college students. So many college students mauled in TikTok clips.
So that the forces of darkness, hate, and evil were threatened by him and tried to silence him.
Jeez.
History shows this dark pattern that when ideas cannot withstand scrutiny, whether it's the ideology of so-called religious fanatics or political fanatics, their defenders, terrified that their weak ideas will be exposed for what they are, turn to intimidation, censorship, and violence. They kill and terrorize their opponents, hoping to silence them. But in this evil that we have experienced, that Charlie faced, their flawed ideology is exposed. Because by trying to silence Charlie, his voice is now louder than ever.
What is this? This is apparently Stephen Miller's little fucking plagiarism. So much winning. Big winning. Winning bigly. So our dead comrade Hearst Vessel wrote, "We are fulfilling his prophecy. Others may lie, slander, and pour their scorn on us. Their political days are numbered."
Erica is the storm. We are the storm.
Oh, God.
And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization.
Oh,
Who
God.
pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened.
101 Dalmatians villain on screen for Tulsi.
What, Cruella de Vil? Thanks for 20 Canadian. Appreciate that. I would like more permanent things to stick up, but that's a good idea. That's fine.
They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing.
We'll do a side-by-side layer. Fuck me. Fuck me.
His message is more powerful and impactful than ever. The truths that he spoke have spread hundredfold. Charlie was fearless, but where did his fearlessness come from? The answer lies in Corinthians. Therefore, be always of good courage and know that while we are at home in the body, we are absent from the Lord.
That a fact.
We're of good courage, I say, and prefer to be absent from the body and at home with the Lord. Therefore, we have as our ambition, whether at home or absent, to be pleasing to him. So our call to action is now. Every one of us needs to be a warrior like Charlie, to take shelter in God, to draw strength and fearlessness from the Lord who sits within every one of our hearts, to stand together, continue the mission that Charlie dedicated his life to sharpen our weapons of truth, common sense, and reason, to train, to study, learn, and to speak, exercise our God-given right to speak, and carry that torch that shines brightly because of God's love. So right now, if you feel afraid, or lost, confused, not sure exactly what to do, don't be. God says, don't be afraid. I am with you. I will strengthen you and help you. And he is with us. He sits within every one of our hearts, just waiting for us to choose him. To say, as Charlie did, God, use me for your will. To say, God, my life is yours. I am yours. My heart is yours. Let me serve you. Now is the time for us to step into the arena and to stand as warriors for freedom and truth and fight.
I don't believe half of these people give a fuck about God. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. She was a Democrat. She ran in the DNC in what, like 5 years ago? It was a bit longer. No, it was 5 years ago. Yeah, I don't think people give a fuck. It just sounds so ham-fisted.
May God bless you all. We love you, Charlie. May God bless this great nation. Thank you.
Ooh. Who's next? Who's next? Rubio? Nah, fuck him. Boring. Dead inside. Hegseth? Do I really give a fuck about Hegseth? Hegseth's a fucking clown. No. Can't be fucked. We're gonna hear a lot of warriors though. Maybe. RFK? Yeah, okay, come on. Let's get the autism. The autism hunter.
Sacrificed and put Christ.
Oh, sacrifice. That was the first word. Just randomly bumped in.
At the center of your life.
Sure.
As he advocated for giving his.
Mm-hmm. This sums up Christianity to MAGA. This is how MAGA treats Christianity. The guy's got little wheels on his cross. Nice one. Nice. Got him. Boom, boom.
Charlie has heard the words echoing now in heaven. Well done, good and faithful servant. Charlie will take it from here. God bless.
Yes.
Please welcome to the stage Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Hey! Hide your autism. Hide your autism. Put it under the sink. Secure your autism. This man will get you.
Charlie's overarching passion was his Christianity and his devotion to his God. He believed what St. Francis taught us almost 1,000 years ago, that we should strive to live our lives in perfect imitation of Christ. That we should turn every day and every moment and every interaction into a prayer. And Charlie understood the great paradox that it's only by surrender to God that God's power can flow into our lives and make us effective human beings. Christ died at 33 years old, but he changed the trajectory of history. Charlie died at 31 years old, but because he had surrendered, he also now has changed the trajectory of history. Charlie's other passion was free speech. He understood that the free flow of information was the soil, the water, the sunlight for democracy. He understood democracy's great advantage was that our policies were formed by ideas that had triumphed in a marketplace of debate and conversation. He thought that conversation was the only way to heal our country. And this was particularly important during a technological age when we are all hooked into social algorithms that are hacked into the reptilian cores of our brain. And
what? They're doing what? Whoa, he's off script there. What the fuck? I feel like I've just woken up in I'm on the couch and it's 10 years ago. And there are 8 people playing very fucking shitty guitars. It stinks of weed, and there's like the last guy awake. What the fuck? What did I just... Hang on. What's the thing? I feel like I'm listening to this guy.
Have a good night. Bye.
It's this guy. He's the one who's telling you about the reptilians in your brain.
have a good night, aye. Here. You'll see a night. See you like the last night, aye. Did you have a good night, aye? Right. I'm just going to text him anyway.
Where's the one where he's talking about fucking the system and shit? You know, it's like 5 a.m. and you're just waiting for a taxi. Or
Autism
like,
speaks puzzle piece next to the nerd face.
oh god! And there's like some guy who's just decided to sit next to you, was chewing his fucking cheeks out of his mouth, and he's like yapping to you about the system. The system's fucking us. I can't remember. Fuck. Whatever.
Reptilian brain
One more
stem
time.
autism brought to you by Geico.
Amplify.
I need to hear that again, though. Oh, wait. What's that fucking film? Is it this? Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So that means that our whole solar system could be like one tiny atom in the fingernail of some other giant being. Oh, this is too much. That means that one tiny atom in my fingernail could be
one little tiny universe.
That's the reaction he's expecting. He's expecting people to like cry and touch their head. Fuck.
Way to heal our country. And this was important, particularly important during a technological age when we are all hooked into social algorithms that are hacked into the reptilian cores of our brain and amplify our impulses for tribalism and for division. He felt that the only way to overcome that biological impulse was with a spiritual fire and with developing community, and the only way to develop community was through conversation.
This guy's going to tell you. This guy's going to tell you which vaccines are safe and which ones aren't. Oh, fuck! This guy's interpreting the medical research. He knows what's what.
He always gave the biggest microphone to the people who were most passionately aligned against him, because he believed that we need to talk to each other, and that we needed to be able to say what we mean without saying it mean. A few years ago, my brother David died, and I asked my mother, does the hole that they leave in you when they die, does it ever get any smaller? And she said to me, it never gets any smaller. But our job is to grow ourselves bigger around the hole. And we do that by taking the best qualities, the best, most admirable character traits of the person that died, and integrate them with restraint, with discipline, with practice into our own character. And in doing that, we make ourselves larger, and the whole gets proportionally smaller. We also give a kind of immortality to the person who left us, because their work continues through us. A couple of days ago, my niece, or my granddaughter, left for college in Europe. Her mother noticed that she packed a Bible. When her mother asked her why she made that choice, she said, I want to live more like Charlie. And it's...
Not anymore, right?
In one of my first conversations with Charlie in July of 2021, we were talking about the risks that all of us take when we challenge entrenched interest, the physical risk. And he asked me if I was scared of dying. And I said to him, there's a lot worse things than death. And one of those things is if we lost our constitutional rights in this country and that our children were raised as slaves. And I said to Charlie, I said, sometimes the best consolation we can hope for is that we get to die with our boots on. Well, Charlie died with his boots on. And he died to make sure that we didn't have to undergo those fates that are worse than death. Oh, let's remember Charlie He was, for those of us who were friends with Charlie, we don't need any more evidence of the love of God, because the evidence, the friendship, is the best evidence that God loves us all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Who's next? Oh, there he is, the boy. The big man.
But last week, when I received
ready to condemn all the violence of the transgender Democrats.
word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were.
Oh, God.
And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life.
Wait.
And to remember.
He has a theme tune. He has a theme tune. He has a theme tune. Don't forget the theme tune. He's a particularly catered one. Very unique one. Okay. Fuck. This guy's a boring cunt. I don't want to watch him. God, he spoke for a while, didn't he? Uh-oh. Here he is. He's the future president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance.
Come on.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You know, I can't help but think that they tried to silence my friend Charlie Kirk. They tried to silence our dear friend Charlie Kirk. And tonight, we speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever.
His cadence is really fucked, isn't it? It's like a really uncoordinated cadence going on there. Delivery. Yeah.
The evil murderer who took Charlie from us expected us to have a funeral today, and instead, my friends, we have had a revival in celebration of Charlie Kirk and of his Lord Jesus Christ. We gather here in this stadium in the hot Arizona sun, shielded in a great shining city our fathers raised out of the desert. And from this desert, Charlie Kirk built a movement. He transformed the face of conservatism in our own time, and in doing so, he changed the course.
Thanks for the 1999. Reptilian Brainstem Autism, brought to you by Geeko. What's that? I don't know what that word is. Thank you. Wade Gregorian, thanks for the $10. Do the Tism Speaks puzzle piece next to the nerd face. The Tism Speaks puzzle piece. Yeah, maybe. I feel like that's kind of, people wouldn't get that, I don't think. Maybe, yeah, you get what you paid for. Niall, thanks for the $4.99. Did we watch a reptilian self-report? Maybe. Bert, thanks for the $734. That's very precise. Rapture is on Wednesday, so here's my life savings. Thank you. Jane Socks, thanks for the $10. This is for a Confederate anthem when Erica is speaking. Whoa, that's bold. That's very bold.
Of American history. To rising generations across this country, Charlie exemplified kindness, courage, and a commitment to open debate. And he was a great debater, and we loved him for it. But Charlie loved debate not because he excelled at it, but because it was the vehicle for bringing the light of truth to dark places. And Charlie Kirk brought many truths in his life. Charlie brought the truth that young people deserved a stake in the future and that they deserve to have a voice. He brought the truth that marriage and family were the highest callings, far more important than any job or educational credential. He brought the truth that our nation would fade unless it brought order to its neighborhoods and prosperity to its people. He brought the truth that life was precious.
He brought the truth that we should deploy the National Guard in blue cities against the will of the local governors. He brought the truth that we should suspend the Constitution. Fuck me, man. And violate the Electoral Count Act because of a very shaky legal theory.
And we must fight to protect it at all stages and at all times. But most of all, Charlie brought the truth that Jesus Christ was the King of Kings and that all truth flowed from this first and most important one. But Charlie, he did so much more than tell the truth, he lived it. Charlie understood that the best evangelization was not in what you said, but in how you lived your life. And in this city, he lived his life well. He raised a wonderful family. He had a beautiful wife, 2 beloved children, and a loving and godly home. In this, he showed us the importance of family. He lived 3 decades he had on this earth with a sense of Christian virtue that would make any man, any person proud. And in this, he showed the importance of following God. He was a kind-hearted man, a hard-working person, and any parent would be proud to have him as a son. In this, he showed the virtue of industriousness. He was present and loving as any child would hope of his or her father, and in this, he showed the importance of strong Christian fatherhood. He was fearless and he was bold as any follower would hope would be true of a leader. And in this, he showed all of us how to carry on after his death. You know, Charlie Kirk, he loved history. He devoured the ideas that formed the foundation of our civilization. He stood for a tradition that Socrates established 2,500 years ago to question, to search, and to teach. He was Athens and Jerusalem, the city of reason and the city of God in one person. But if he loved those places, they were not his home. America was his home, and he was willing to die for it. You know, Charlie, he loved this country with a contagious intensity. Anybody who talked to him knew it and felt it. He knew that America was a beautiful place and we had these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations past, present, and future.
This You? There's actually an account called This You. That's quite funny. What's it? When Joe Biden was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, I don't remember a single conservative celebrating it. Not one, really. Why do I feel like that's not true? Joe Biden sent J6ers with cancer to prison and denied the medication. I'm not going to give up my dream of seeing him spend time in prison. Biden locked cancer patients up. He set the precedent for himself. Do you think that was their charges? They were jailed for having cancer. Okay. Joe Biden got cancer. Good. Wow. I look forward to seeing him suffer. Bro! Fuck Joseph Arbot, liberal tier creator. Fuck being nice, cancer found an evil or retard finder. Okay. Okay.
He believed this country's best days were not behind us, but ahead of us. But he knew those better days would have to be earned. They would have to be worked for. We would have to sacrifice.
Socrates' favorite dialogues. He would often go up to random students of his with around 300 people as a mob and make fun of them for being a shit lib.
Yes. Oh, God. I wonder if this is still findable. Wasn't it Charlie Kirk who did some fucking weird weird ass ramble about Plato and Socrates, and it made absolutely no sense. Was that Kirk? I feel like I remember this. Was it on Tim Pool? Maybe. Hmm. Did I tweet about it or? Let's see.
And work and tell the truth. He knew that America wouldn't be saved just by pulling together seminars or talking about the right kind of books in front of the right kind of people.
Arms. Let's go.
The movement which he created demanded more. It demanded courage. It demanded hard work. It demanded building, and it demanded leaders. And my friends, in Charlie Kirk, we found a great American leader. Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him. Charlie built an organization that reshaped the balance of our politics. Turning Point brought millions of young people into conversation with one another, brought millions of people into advocacy. He asked of us, not just that we talk about saving our country, but that we actually go and do it, and we do it together.
Fuck, I definitely did reference it. Fuck, what was it? Was it maybe, let's see. Charlie Kirk. I need the search filter though, because it was years ago. Years and years ago. Filters. You can't search filter for way past. Whatever.
But even as Charlie built on a grand scale, his greatness was never only in his ambition. It was measured in the everyday moments as well, in the way that he treated ordinary people each and every single day. You know, you learn a lot about someone.
Oh, it was Michael Brooks. God.
So let's, what we're going to do is,
oh God, I want to do fucking retard. Do you remember him? He's been chugging for a while. Where's the Charlie Kirk clip? Because I did a tweet about it, but I guess the original account is gone, or the original post is gone. Plato was like, seize the means of production, and Aristotle said no. And also, the Democrats are the real racists.
Do it if you're going to pretend like this, because it's pretty funny.
To have the opposition party go full Rousseauian Marxist. I'm so glad you mentioned Rousseau, because he was the gateway to Karl Marx. And Plato was really the gateway to Rousseau. And what the big conversation is...
You're well read, the Republicans. So
yeah, you're very well read. You're a good boy. Hey, the fuck, man. Oh, God. It's like, you know, when your mom and your fucking, like, when someone's like, when their mom and their aunts and all that are like, there's a 4-year-old talking, like, wow, he's so clever. He's so clever. Wow, he reads so well. He talks so well. It's like that, but they're doing it but an entire political party did it for him.
Thank you. And Aristotle and Plato, who of course was the age-old student and teacher dynamic. Of course, Socrates taught Plato, Plato taught Aristotle, but Aristotle disagreed with Plato on one fundamental thing. He disagreed on a lot, which is private property a good thing or a bad thing? Plato said bad thing. Get rid of private property. Plato also argued against the nuclear family. Aristotle said no. I actually
when he says Plato argued against the first of all, there was no nuclear family in fucking Athens. He's talking about how Plato wanted the fucking philosopher kings to rule over Athens because he was anti-democracy and shit. And he wanted the philosopher kings to have a fucking bunch of orgies with each other so that their kids wouldn't know who their parents were, so they'd only be loyal to the to the system rather than to their families. What do you mean nuclear family? What the fuck? Wow, yeah, you're very well read. What, because you named some philosophers, dipshit? Like, come on. It's a fucking joke, man. This guy was a retard. I'm sorry. He was a fucking retard. A poser and a retard.
I think private property serves a role. I think that if you try to take people's stuff away, all of a sudden you're going to take away their meaning and their ability to pass on wealth and ideas to the next generation.
Oh,
this
Lord.
divide between Aristotle and Plato is playing out today in our politics.
Let me tell you something. If
have
Aristotle was that easy to read, I would have done way better in Greek philosophy. I would.
Okay. But yeah, that was from the same account that tweeted the video. It's so dumb, man. Rousseauian Marxist roots in Plato and that Plato Aristotle. Fuck me, man. And you know, Plato, he thought that there could be more than two genders, but Aristotle was like, nah, because you can't say I'm a man and I'm not a man. That's an Aristotelian contradiction. Also, Michelle Obama, DEI, somehow DEI'd her way into marrying Obama.
By how they treat others when the cameras aren't on. Charlie treated staffers as well as he treated the President of the United States. When I was just a guy polling at nothing in my Senate race back in 2021, Charlie helped me, not because I was a future vice president, but because I was a dear friend. I saw just a couple of months ago when a White House staffer struggled with the weight of his job and the responsibilities of new fatherhood. Charlie stopped what he was doing in the hallways of the West Wing and said a prayer for that staffer. Because Charlie believed that we were all children of God, he treated everyone with grace. And that is perhaps the enduring legacy of Charlie Kirk. You know, I was telling somebody backstage that I always felt a little uncomfortable talking about my faith in public as much as I loved the Lord and as much as it was an important part of my life. I have talked more about Jesus Christ in the past 2 weeks than I have my entire time in public life. And that is an undeniable legacy of the great Charlie Kirk. You know, he loved God. And because he loved God, he wanted to understand God's creation and the men and women made in his image. Now, much has been said over the last week about Charlie's ability to approach any topic, any person in good faith, an achievement that was only possible because Charlie knew that we were all children of God. He knew deep down the truth of Scripture. And from that confidence, everything else flowed. That unshakable belief in the gospel led him to see differences in opinion, not as battlefields to conquer, but as way stations in the pursuit of truth. He knew it was right to love others, your neighbor, your interlocutor, your enemy.
I still can't believe Tucker Carlson did an Israel conspiracy with Trump in the audience. Apparently Israelis are talking about it. It's in the Times of Israel today. They're talking about Tucker Carlson's fucking conspiracy. But no one cares. No one gives a fuck, man. They don't care. They're not going to give a shit. That'll be old news in like 3 days.
But he also understood his duty to say what is right and what is wrong, to distinguish what is false from what is true. Charlie was slain, doing what he loved, telling the truth, proclaiming his faith, building out a dream. And now he's gone.
Yeah.
And our hearts feel so empty because he's been taken from us. He's been taken from his parents and from his sister. He's been taken
Democrats.
From our darling Erica and their beautiful children. And Erica, I know I speak for this entire auditorium when I say that we love you and we will never stop standing by your side, just as Charlie did.
You know what's so fascinating about this is I believe there is still actually no link been established between the shooter and left-wing groups. And that is almost definitely because it doesn't exist. The Discord logs that they did give us don't really suggest that. And you wouldn't need that many Discord logs to know where someone comes from, right? Like you wouldn't. How easy was it to identify say like the guy who fucking Aaron Bushnell, how easy was it to identify him because of his Reddit posts? Like the way he spoke about October, it was so clear that he was like a far left, decolonizer, whatever shit. He's talking about how October 7th was resistance to colonialism and all that. Yeah, like fuck. And how the Israelis weren't civilians, they were occupiers. Like that was, yeah, he said that. It's like very clear what camp that view comes from. Whereas this person, I don't know. There just doesn't seem to be. Why is it with all these shooters, you're given like 3 facts about them and then nothing? Why is that? So the Trump guy, registered Republican, but also donated like $10, $15 to Democrats when he was a teenager. And that's it. That's all we know about. That's all it. Fuck. The guy who attacked Josh Shapiro, he was Free Palestine, but he also tried to get his family to vote for Trump in 2024. And he was also into QAnon. That's all we know about. Like, but I guess it's maybe because these guys aren't actually as, like, they don't leave as much of a trail as you would think. Like, they don't, yeah, I don't know. What about the golf course attempted shooter? I don't know anything about that person. Don't know.
He was taken from us.
Isn't Luigi right wing? As far as I know, he was like kind of, yeah, like a populist right wing, yeah. Don't know.
By those who despise the virtues that actually made our civilization great to begin with: dialogue, truth-seeking, family, and faith. In the wake of
obviously, the embassy staffers, the Jewish Museum, we know about him, right? We know that he was consumed. But I guess it's weird that they don't really tell you what kind of content they were consuming. But I don't know. I wonder if it's just like they just watch shorts. They just watch loads of TikToks. Or maybe like the Justice Department doesn't really want to name if these people were watching particular like binge watching channels, or I don't know. I guess people who are part of communities might just be less likely to go out and do it.
death, we have seen some of the very worst parts of humanity. We have watched people slander him. We have watched people justify his murder and celebrate his death. I know that this makes you angry just as it has made me angry. But it is easy in these moments to see only the worst of our fellow man.
Do you think we're too quick to put these people in categories online? Maybe it's more complicated than that. Yeah, most people who consume politics online, even if they consume alt media politics online, are not like dedicated stream viewers. I think most people watch maybe like an hour or less of YouTube or TikTok or whatever a day, and they might not particularly identify with any creator. Like the idea of someone being like a DGGer or a Vosh fan or a fucking Hassan fan, like I feel like these people, even in the online politics space, even for their ideological camps, I think they're quite minimal. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like I know quite a few people in not that many, but I know a couple of people in real life who like I used to be closer friends with, and like I still talk to them every now and then. And a lot, like there are a couple of people I know who have gotten like really into the Free Palestine stuff. So when I was asking them like where they got that kind of stuff from, that kind of content, because there was all the same talking points. One of them was like, it was just from Instagram, right? Like they got it from Instagram because that's where they are generally posting stuff. Like, They didn't really know any of the creators in like my sphere. They didn't even know that I was doing content, you know? That was an old friend. You got called a Voshite in Pisco's Discord. Yeah, that's because people in Discord communities are fucking retards and they will just do anything. Like, if there's someone people don't like in a Discord, they are so quick to just shoehorn them into like a Vosh or a DGG. Yeah, it's really annoying. Yeah, but that's just like typical Reddit mod behavior. Yeah. But I guess if you become like people who become shooters, just it seems to be the more common theme in them is that they are kind of lost. Which makes sense. Like, they don't seem to have a solid ideological... Unless they're like a fucking great replacement person. Those guys have quite a high number of shooters compared to the other ones. But yeah, like the space that we're in online is it's remarkably small in the grand scheme of things.
I found myself wishing that I could pick up the phone and talk to my friend and ask him for his advice and his counsel, to ask him how to respond to such hate and the souls from which that hate springs. But I can't call my friend because he was murdered for speaking the truth. I can only guess at what he might say and what he would encourage me to do. And here's what I think. I think he would encourage me to be honest, that evil still walks among us. Not to ignore it for the sake of a fake...
Hutch doesn't want to stream for us anymore, so I'm going to watch you instead. Is that a joke? Is he just taking like 2 days off, or is he actually... Did Hutch say something? No, he's still kicking around. Whatever.
Kumbaya moment, but to address it head on and honestly as the sickness that it is.
Fuck me, God.
But I also think he would encourage me, he would encourage all of us to focus on the good. He would encourage us to remember that for every hateful voice celebrating his murder, there are 1,000 people mourning it and fighting for his legacy every single day. He would tell me to pray. I'm certain of it. He would tell me to pray for my friends, but also for my enemies. He would tell me to put on the full armor of God and get back to work. He would tell us to commit ourselves to telling the truth and to fight for that truth each and every single day. He would tell us to talk about God's love and the fact that that love applied everybody across the whole human family. Charlie suffered a terrible fate, my friends. We all know it. We all saw it. But think, it is not the worst fate. It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth. It is better to be persecuted for your faith than to deny the kingship of Christ.
Oh yeah, don't forget the kingship of Christ.
It is better to die a young man in this world than to sell your soul for an easy life with no purpose, no risk, no love.
Okay, wow. Breaking news. Breaking news. Fox just in. Fox, because Fox gets all the breaking news. Nice one. We love that. They're so reliable. Patel reveals SBI is investigating theories around the Kirk assassination. What do you mean theories, dude? He got shot and died. What? Can I get a job? FBI.
FBI Director Kash Patel saying that his agency is investigating all kinds of leads in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He wrote this on X in part. We are meticulously investigating theories and questions, including the location from where the shot was taken, the possibility of accomplices, the text message confession, and
We've been alerted to some new intelligence. Leaked accidentally, perhaps, in Tucker Carlson's memorial speech.
conversations, Discord chats, the angle of the shot and bullet impact, how the weapon was transported, hand gestures of...
That's not breaking. They literally tweeted yesterday. Fuck you. This is a 3-minute ago upload on Fox News. It says breaking, okay? I do not get my news from Twitter. I wait till it's verified by fair and balanced outlets. Thank you.
observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of his assassination, and visitors to the alleged shooter's residence in the hours and days leading up to September 10, 2025. Trey Gowdy's here. Trey, there's a lot in there. I mean, a lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he's
right down to the people who rang or knocked the door. Go ahead.
Well, he's trying to do three things, at least three things here. Number one, death is different, Bill. I mean, you have to be meticulous, if not perfect, in a
fucking Jedward. What? What's going on there? It's Jedward. Remember the Irish boys? The tragic conjoined twins. Wait, what? No? Jedward. It's Jedward. What? Why
Take
is
a screen cap of your camera, mirror it, and put it on the other side.
Why is fucking Oasis here on their? Why is Oasis on their Instagram? What? Yeah, it's Jedward. You see it? Inescapable. Not get around that.
capital case. So every conceivable...
Thank you for the $10, Wade. No, I am not doing that. No. I am not mirroring my cat. That's fucking disgusting. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but thanks for the $10. I'm sorry. I said within reason, okay? That's going to be weird because it's a screen cap.
Question that a jury may have, Cash and the prosecutors are now trying to answer. I mean, everything in a death penalty case is different. The standard of proof may be the same, but in reality, if you're going to put someone to death, the case needs to be perfect. The second thing he's trying to do is, even I think I'm a rational person. I struggle with whether or not anyone knew that he was planning on doing this before he did it. So Cash is also investigating people who may have aided and abetted or accomplices. And the third thing he's trying to do...
They are so desperate. They're so desperate to keep fucking sustaining for as long as possible this stupid trans fucking terror cell theory.
Don't think he's going to be able to is tap down the conspiracies that are out there. Almost every major assassination we've had in our history, Bill, there's still someone out there who thinks some conspiracy. I mean, heck, there are people who think the earth is flat. So he's going to have a hard time convincing everyone that this investigation was fulsome, but that's what he's trying to do.
Okay, so here's Pam Bondi, the AG, from over the weekend with Laura Trump.
So our U.S. attorney in Utah is working hand in hand with the district attorney out there. The district attorney has indicted for first-degree murder and other charges. They are seeking the death penalty. And I
don't like this light. This light's not a good color. That one. Let's fix it up.
Firing squad is still on the table in the state of Utah, among other things. So it's indicted in the state, and we're working hand in hand to decide when and if we will indict federally as well. What we will all be sure of is this guy never sees the light of day.
So go ahead and comment on that if that's your choice here, Trey. But all this stuff like looking at Discord chats and who knows where that goes.
Wait, why is that my fucking ceiling light, Dick? Why? I don't want to change that one. I want to change this one.
Yeah, I mean, what Pam's point is, this is a state murder investigation. It is a Utah murder investigation. The FBI is assisting, like they do in lots of other jurisdictions, but ultimately, it'll be a Utah state prosecutor standing in front of a Utah jury. What she means, look, there are examples like Dylan Roof where the feds did take over the case, and they're the ones that put him on death row. But the jurisdiction for murder almost always lies in state court, which is why the FBI and the U.S. Attorney are helping, but they're not the lead agencies.
That just looks like fucking Northern Lights in a not good way. Does it? It's maybe kind of cute. What do we think? I think for that purple, which I wouldn't normally like, is quite working quite well on the wall. Not bad, not wowing you. Okay, fuck you. When you look at it directly, it looks really green, but it's blue, mayhap. No. Let's try. No, the blue is too faint. It just it melts too much into the purple. This one, that seems cool though. Fuck it. Let's bring out the color theory wheel. Have you tried doing a full red? Yeah.
You're right about the theories. Regardless of how this turns out, there will still be many that live for a long time. Trey, thanks. Nice to see you on a Monday. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Brian, what? How was your weekend, Loner? It was very good, thank you. I did a lot of reading.
And no truth. Christ told us in the Gospel of John, I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world.
Yeah.
Charlie took heart, and now we must do the same. I've seen so many of you say, so many on social media, talk about for Charlie. We must do this for Charlie. For Charlie, we will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. For Charlie, we will never shrink, we will never cower, and we will never falter, even when staring down the barrel of a gun.
Peacefully and patriotically.
For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States of America and defending the truth than it is to die on our knees. My friends, for Charlie, we must remember that he is a hero to the United States of America and he is a martyr for the Christian faith. May our Heavenly Father give us the courage to live as Charlie lived. That is what we must do for Charlie. You ran a good race, my friend. I love you. We've got it from here. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, please, are we gonna have Elon talking? There's no way, right? There's no way. Oh, shit! She talks for a while, doesn't she? Just like a good half hour.
Please give a warm welcome to Mrs. Erica Kirk.
Do I want to watch this? I don't know if I want to watch The Sad Widow, even though she is very much politicizing the fuck out of I don't. DEI CEO. I mean, Charlie Kirk did call Michelle Obama an affirmative action pick, right? Somehow she DEI'd herself into marrying Obama. That's weird. so fucking with like all the cheering and shit. Like, God, she's like melting down here, praying. What the fuck? Like, it's so weird.
Hello. God bless all of you for coming here from all over the world to honor and celebrate my Charlie.
What would be interesting is if she actually just gives like a normal memorial speech. And it's like completely different from what everyone else has been doing with this fucking event, which is turning it into a fucking like political call to arms. Well, we'll see. That would probably be even more sad.
Just a few miles from here, 2 years ago at America Fest 2023, Charlie delivered a speech on stage for our TPUSA Faith event. Charlie loves speaking off the cuff. He was very good at that, without a script. So I personally didn't know what he was going to say. And what he chose to speak about that day was his submission to the will of God. He quoted one of his favorite Bible verses, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8. Here I am, Lord. Send me. After Charlie finished, I met him backstage, and I spoke to him, and I'll never forget this. I said, Charlie, baby, please talk to me next time before you say that statement. Because when you say something like that, there is so much power in that verse. When you say, here I am, Lord, use me, God will take you up on that. And he did with Charlie. "11 days ago, God accepted that total surrender from my husband and then called him to his side. More than anything, Charlie wanted to do not his will, but God's will. And over these past 11 days, through all the pain, never before have I found as much comfort as I now do in the words of our Lord's Prayer, thy will be done. God's love was revealed to me on the very day my husband was murdered. On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body. I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror and a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed. But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one single gray hair on the side of his head, which I never told him about. Now he knows. Sorry, baby, I'm telling you now, but never told him. Didn't want to. I also saw this. I also saw on his lips the faintest smile. And that told me something important. It revealed to me a great mercy from God in this tragedy. When I saw that, it told me Charlie didn't suffer. Even the doctor told me.
I am going to watch this, but if the rest of the speech is like this, then, and every other speech was like this so far, this would just be like the most whatever event. Like, yeah, go on, grieve your guy, big deal. Like, I don't think anyone would be calling it like a fascist rally or anything like that, but fuck me. Like the way that every other person who's spoken so far has just used all this like binary language of good and evil and fighting and struggling and martyrdom and strength, and you guys are trash and you are not, like so far, this is just a typical grieving speech. Like, yeah.
It was something so
really,
instant.
There's not really any issue with what she's saying. It's just that she's like, it's that she's giving it surrounded in a fucking den of thieves. She's doing it in this fucking wretched hive of scum and villainy. God.
Even if Charlie had been shot in the operating room itself, nothing could have been done.
Yeah, I saw Stephen Miller's. Miller's was absolutely insane.
There was no pain. There was no fear, no agony. One moment, Charlie was doing what he loved, arguing and debating on campus, fighting for the gospel, truth, in front of a big crowd. And then he blinked. He blinked and saw his Savior in paradise. And all the heavenly mysteries were revealed to him. God's love continued to be revealed to me in the days that followed. The next day on the tarmac in Air Force Two, I confronted Usha Vance, precious woman. I held her hand and I told her, honestly, I do not know how I'm going to get through this. She told me something. She said, you know when you're on an airplane with your kids and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight and things are crazy, kids are not cooperating, toys are flying everywhere and everyone's screaming, and you think to yourself, I cannot wait for this flight to land. And it's 15 minutes before you land. And she told me, you will get through these 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes after that. Usha, I don't think you realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear. But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting. We didn't see revolution. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed he would see in this country. We saw revival. This past week, we saw people open a Bible for the first time in a decade. We saw people pray for the first time since they were children. We saw people go to a church service for the first time in their entire lives.
Where was the So there's a right-wing school shooting on the day that he was shot, unrelated. Was there a shooting not long afterwards? Where was it? Was it Colorado? No. Who was there's a shoot. Did I imagine this, or was this fake news? Or was there a shooter who actually said, I'm doing it for Charlie? I don't think he killed anyone, but... Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Not for Charlie. Okay. All right. Someone did oh, there was a threat. Okay. Yeah, right. There was a school shooting after. Was it? It was. I don't think it was to do with Charlie Kirk, though, was it? Bah. What was this? There was a threat made to the Utah school, wasn't there? But I don't think it ever materialized. Okay. What was it? It was this. There was a student said, beginning my odyssey to Utah Valley University to fulfill my lifelong duty of finally killing woke. Well, if your name's woke, look out. Released on $1,000 bond. No, someone made a terror threat to the university after Kirk was killed. Okay.
Charlie liked to journal. And I say this because he did it to remember important moments and sayings that affected him. And one of the things he wrote...
Evergreen, Colorado, what was that? This was on the day, wasn't it? This was on the same day? Yeah, that person was he was a right winger. Yeah.
Right. In his journal was this: every time you make a decision, it puts a mark on your soul. To those of you out there who just made that decision and took the first step toward a spiritual life, I say thank you and welcome. One day, I hope you look back and realize it was the most important decision of your life, because it is. All of you.
Isn't it mad that there were riots in the UK but not in America? We had riots over the Charlie Kirk thing with Tommy Robinson. They had a Charlie Kirk march in London, and they fought with cops after Elon Musk said that you should defend your country or you'll die. There's the rally. They call it the biggest protest in history. Where's the footage of them fighting with the cops? Violent clash. Okay, God, he spoke for ages. What the fuck? Where's the riots? So it said violent clash, but they don't show you. Thank you, Hindustan Times, pricks. Unite the Kingdom rally. Riot. Yeah.
We don't need the fascist right!
Isn't that mad?
An officer was badly injured in scuffles. His police the rival.
Yeah, these guys fighting with cops. But not the Americans.
But it wasn't enough. They were overwhelmed by Robinson's followers.
There were so many of them.
Police said officers tried to prevent Robinson's supporters from taking alternative routes. Police said when officers...
Rip.
All of you who are already believers, it is your job to shepherd these people. Do not take that lightly. Water the seed of their faith. Protect it and help it grow. Every day as Charlie rode into the office, he would go through his contact list. And I know there's many of you who were impacted by this. He would go through his contact list and send Bible verses for the day. He knew that faith was a habit. The more you live it, the more it grows. But know this too. The seed has only just been planted. The enemy will tempt you the most in a time like this one.
Uh-oh.
God will always be there for you, but you must choose to mark your soul again and again in the direction of Christ.
Okay.
Pray again. Read the Bible again. Go to church next Sunday and the Sunday after that, and break free from the temptations and shackles of this world. Being a follower of Christ is not easy. It's not supposed to be. Jesus said, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross and follow me. He said he would be persecuted. He said we would be persecuted. And Charlie knew that and happily carried his cross all the way to the end. And I want all of you to know, while Charlie died far too early, he was also ready to die. There was nothing he was putting off. There was nothing that was too hard or too painful or nothing that he just felt like he didn't want to do it. He left this world without regrets. He did 100% of what he could every day. But I want you to know something. Charlie died with incomplete work, but not with unfinished business. But I will miss him. I will miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are. The greatest cause in Charlie's life was trying to revive the American family. When he spoke to young people, he was always eager to tell them about God's vision for marriage and how, if they could just dare to live it out, it would enrich every part of their life in the same way that it enriched ours. And someone once asked me how Charlie and I, how we kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. in our little secret. It was love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday. And in every single one of them, he'd tell me what his highlight was for the week, how grateful he was for me and our babies. And always at the end, he would always end it with asking the most beautiful question. He'd always end it by asking, please let me know how I can better serve you as a husband. Charlie perfectly understood God's role for a Christian husband, a man who leads so that they can serve. To all the men watching around the world, accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them. Love your children and protect them. Be the spiritual head of your home. But please be a leader worth following.
What is this? Chud being very respectful to Charlie. Huh?
So I send the link, and then she's like,
do you know what would be really good for the Charlie Kirk funeral coverage? Like a transition where you and it's like it shows the bullet close up and it kind of zoops across. And then it tragically and horribly and horrifically, and I completely disavow that it happened. Absolutely horrendous, dreadful that it happened. And should I? What do you mean? I'm not fucking around. I'm saying it's bad. I'm saying it's bad. I'm saying it'd be bad. What I'm saying is, I'm just thinking of this awful, awful situation.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Being practically the Messiah. You know, it's weirding me out. The funeral today is, I am so nervous that they're going to try to do something crazy like some kind of fake resurrection.
Rest in power. Is this for his stream? Oh, God.
I'm afraid that they're going to try to do something.
Just imagine it. They put Charlie Kirk's corpse on like a cross and just like put him up on the stage like that. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Jesus.
I wouldn't put it past them if they did. Man, that fucking Tucker sentence. It's so mental that all these Republican retards on Twitter are just like, what you fascism is when you forgive the shooter. Bro, you're literally, really, they're doing it. They're using her grieving, because this speech is fine. This is like this would not be newsworthy if this was every speech that was given. They're literally using her grievance speech as a fucking human shield against all the people who just used it to incite some fucking crusade of good against evil. The fuck?
Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God. I was Charlie's confidant.
Like, how do you so what's going to happen is that this speech is going to be the peaceful and patriotically of Trump's January 6th speech, right? Like, the one acceptable fucking section that is going to be weaponized to negate the entire swamp of fucking fascist shit that was all around it on either side.
I was his vault, his closest and most trusted advisor, his best friend. I poured into him and loved him so deeply, empowered him, because his love for me drove me to be a better wife. Every day he honored me, and I prayed that I could be the wife that God needed me to be for my husband. Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role. We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart. Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have. In our home, because Charlie traveled a lot, we tried to travel with him where we could. But I made sure that when Charlie returned from work, it was his sacred landing place, away from the worries of the world. I didn't make him feel guilty for being away too long or too much, or getting home too late. I always told him, home is here for you, and it'll be ready for you. And I made it into this place where he wanted to be as soon as possible when he was on the road. There was no keeping score between us. We were a team, working together for the same mission. I never wanted to be the one standing between Charlie and the task that God prepared for him, had set for him. And I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with the same. My marriage with Charlie was the best thing that ever happened to me, and I know it was the best thing that ever happened to him as well. He wanted everyone to experience that joy. And that's what's so beautiful about God's design for marriage, is that everyone can. And I could talk endlessly about it, and years to come I will. But Charlie's mission, above all, was aimed directly at those who aren't married. He named his organization well. He knew things were not right with America, and especially with young people, and they needed a new direction. Charlie passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West, the young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. The men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. That young man, on the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us. The world needs Turning Point USA. It needs a group that will point young people away from the path of misery and sin. It needs something that will lead people away from hell in this world and in the next. It needs young people pointed in the direction of truth and beauty. And so I promise you today, every part of our work will become greater. I am tremendously honored to be the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
Ain't no hate like Christian love. Nice one.
I do not take that lightly. Charlie and I were united in purpose. His passion was
I don't know why you fucking autistic retards. I really, you know, I hope they do find the cure for autism, and I hope you guys are the fucking prototypes and you suffer all the fucking side effects. Like, how are people here going like, oh, this is victim complex? Are you fucking retarded, dude? Her fucking husband died. You're such an idiot. Victim complex is this speech, okay, is like the scrap, the fucking little fucking microbe of decency that's buried in a fucking swamp of fascist filth, okay? That's what this is, okay? This speech has nothing inherently wrong with it. She's just a fucking, like, whatever silly Christian lost her husband, she's mad and all that. But, like, you're calling this victim complex. You're such a fucking idiot, man. Like, what the fuck? Anyway. This is like the peacefully and patriotically. Like, the Republicans are going to cling on to this little moment where she's like forgiving the guy who shot her just to completely deflect from the fact that before and after this is just like hours upon hours of raging fucking messianic, like mad fucking battle cry bullshit, you know? Ugh.
Passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work, we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TP USA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations. And yes, campus events will continue, and we will continue to hold debates and dialogue. The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment. We are naturally talking beings, naturally believing beings, and the First Amendment protects our right to do both. No assassin will ever stop us from standing up to defend those rights, ever. Because when you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence. And as I stand here now, and I look at this beautiful photo of my husband in front of me, hanging in the stadium, I think of my husband 13 years ago. I hadn't met him yet. He was 18 years old, a man barely out of high school, running around the halls of the RNC without $1 in his pocket and a single contact in his phone. People who saw him said that he didn't know what he was doing, but he did. He did know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was going to change the world, and he did. Charlie's life was a turning point for this country. It was a miracle.
Oh.
Let that miracle.
I honestly don't even believe that was intentional. That just sounds like a complete accident. That's just, I think that's just how she, that's maybe just a phrase that she has used so often that it she doesn't even notice. I don't know.
Charlie's life be your turning point as well. Choose prayer.
Oh, she did it. She did it again. Oh, God.
Choose courage. Choose beauty.
Yeah.
Choose adventure. Choose family. Choose a life of faith.
Choose a big fucking talent. Oh, she's doing the train spotting speech. Choose a big fucking television. Oh, no.
Most importantly, choose Christ. I love you, Charlie, baby.
Uh-oh.
And I will make you proud. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Sorry, that was insensitive. Sorry. Ugh. Okay. Oh, here he is. Here's the boy. Okay. So what? Carry on the work. Carry on the good work. Forgive. Choose love, not hate. Okay, Mr. Trump. What do you make of these words?
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife.
Let's go.
Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, where the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
It's
there ain't no Charlie Kirk.
Wait, what did that person's name?
For America, for Charlie Kirk.
It's a live rendition. Okay.
Across the plains of Texas.
Oh, there he is.
From sea to shining sea. I'm free. And I gladly know that American pride.
Okay. Let's go. Get fucked.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Lee. You've been there from the beginning with us, Lee, and we appreciate it. Nobody can sing that song like Lee Greenwood. Thank you very much, Lee, very much for being here. And his voice has not changed, you know? Pretty amazing. And a special thank you to Erica, because today, America is a nation in grief, a nation in shock, and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of...
2 weeks, sorry. Okay, this is the first time he's ever used the word 2 weeks, and it's meant something. Okay. In the spirit of Trump, though, okay, we have a new Super Chats goal, okay? Loaner coin. Get your loaner coins now, $5 or above. Get in, prick.
The brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation.
$10 or more, you can choose a picture for the screen.
And above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot. Charles James Kirk was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in his heart. He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God, country, for reason, and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Because while Charlie has been reunited with his Creator in heaven, his voice on earth will echo through the generations, and his name will live forever in the eternal chronicle of America's greatest patriots. He will live forever. To Charlie's incredible and beautiful widow, Erica, we know the weight of this monumental loss is almost unbearable.
Look, it's so fucking cynical, man. They're all doing it. Look, they're all fucking doing it. The Charlie Kirk Memorial is indistinguishable from a Nazi rally. Okay. Oh, I remember this part of the Nazi rally where they said forgiveness. Fuck me. I don't remember when they said peacefully and patriotically. Fuck me, man. Oh, it's so cynical. In
the midst of heartache and pain too great to even fathom, you have somehow found the strength and deep faith to be a comfort to millions and millions of people. And thank you very much, Erica. Thank you very much. Today, an entire nation wraps its loving arms around you and beautiful children. We share in your immense and overwhelming sorrow, and we vow that we will do everything we can to ensure that your children grow up in a land where their father is honored and revered as a great American hero. That's what he is.
Hitler's sitting in his grave talking about how, oh yeah, if the international Jewish movement plunges us into war, well, then it's going to result in the extermination of the Jewish race in Europe. Do you think if he just followed up and said, but peacefully and patriotically and with forgiveness and love, he would have, oh God, the Holocaust deniers are just fucking fuming that he didn't remember that caveat.
To Charlie's parents who lost their beloved son, and to the entire Kirk family, we know that no words could ever be enough to fill the void he leaves behind. That's a void that just can't be filled. But I hope the extraordinary outpouring of emotion over these past 11 days has comforted you with the knowledge that your son brought more good and love into this world in his 31 short years than most people, even very, very successful people, can bring in a lifetime. Charlie Kirk loved America with everything he had, and as we can see so clearly today, America loved Charlie Kirk. And he could always draw a big crowd. Look at this today. Look at what's gone on. This is a big crowd. Here today we have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. We have the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. We have countless members of the United States Senate, and I'm sorry I'm not going to introduce you, but I'll be up here. They're all over the place. and likewise the House of Representatives. They're all over this big stadium. This is not an arena, this is a stadium. Our great cabinet, and this stadium packed with rafters of people, not to mention the one across the street that also has tens of thousands of people, and they're watching us on screen right now. And I'm sorry we couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please walk across the street. But this is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival. For millions of Americans, especially young people, it is agonizing and unthinkable to say goodbye to a patriot whose...
Can I get an edit of this? I need an edit. I need an edit. And I want it to look really stupid. Okay. I'll do it myself. I'm a professional. Come here. I feel like Holocaust deniers would just have a much easier time if he had followed up with a little... If he had just done this, there'd be no issues, right?
Art still had so much to give. It's so much. Raised in the suburbs of Chicago, Charlie was filled with a patriotic spirit from his youth, and he was an all-American.
Hang on. Do I need to do like a... I could do more. Peace and love and peace. X. Oh. Oh, fuck.
In everything he did. And one of the last things he said to me is, please, sir, save Chicago. We're going to do that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime. In high school, he was the quarterback of the football team and the captain of the basketball team. He was a good athlete. A lot of people don't know that about Charlie. He was an Eagle Scout who spent his school lunch breaks listening to another champion for liberty, somebody that he greatly admired, Rush Limbaugh. But what was even more important to Charlie than politics and service was the choice he made in the 5th grade, which he called the most important decision of his life, to become a Christian and a follower of his Savior, Jesus Christ. Inspired by faith and his love of freedom, Charlie did something remarkable when he was just 18 years old. On the advice of a mentor who told him to put off going to college because he was doing so well, he devoted his life to converting young people to the conservative cause. How did he do? Take a look. How did he do? In 2012, 2 days after graduating high school, and with just $1,800 in his pocket, the young man from Illinois, who no one had ever heard of, started an organization whose grand ambitions were captured in its name, Turning Point USA. Great name. And I have a feeling it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Does that make sense? It's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Look at what's happening. 12 years ago, Charlie walked onto his first college campus, the very liberal University of Wisconsin at Madison. He set up a card table and put up a sign with 3 words, "Big government sucks." Can you believe that? That's Charlie. That day, Charlie talked to every student who approached him, most of whom were probably quite a bit older than he was. Finally, after many hours, he found the first ever Turning Point chapter leader. His first year out of high school, Charlie traveled 300 days raising money and taking his message to campuses all over the country. He lived out of his parents' basement, and they actually loved having him there. They loved Charlie. Everybody loved Charlie. And on the couches of friends and supporters, he lived off couches for 2 years, 3 years, then life started getting a little bit different. but he was always the same. For 5 years, he refused to take a paycheck, but day after day, he worked from 5 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, always. His staff remembers that he wore Walmart jeans and T-shirts from the Goodwill store. Remember the Goodwill store? It wasn't easy, but Charlie wasn't in it for money at all, never has been. Money was never his thing. He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say, even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it. Charlie Bob.
On Discord less than 3.
Thanks for $10, John D. Carrot. Posted an image in stream chat on Discord. Thanks so much.
Volunteered for my 2016 campaign and traveled the nation with my son Don and Eric. I got to know him very well and saw immediately that Charlie was actually a master builder of people. It was Charlie who first started organizing young black conservatives hungry for support and leadership. It was Charlie who stood up for persecuted Christians and Jews on college campuses. It was Charlie who helped bring online censorship, free speech, and cancel culture to the fore of our political debate. He was right up there with me. It was Charlie who helped unite MAGA and, you know what, M-A-H-A?
It gets worse. Oh yeah, this guy is a fucking retard. I can't... Oh God, there's so much. Fuck that. Okay, let's go. The memorial service for Charlie Kirk was one of the most powerful expressions of Christianity I've ever seen. Coming from a Muslim background, it was overwhelming to witness. There was no hate. Okay. There was unity, there was love, there was forgiveness, there was faith, there was hope. Hundreds of thousands of people standing together and singing songs of praise, mourning, and standing together in solidarity. The stadium was full of people willing to help and be kind to each other and even to their enemies. In fact, there was a handful of provocateurs at one exit with a Palestine flag and an LGBT flag. Almost everyone simply walked past them, while some engaged in verbal exchanges and then moved on. Millions were watching from around the world. Fuck me, man. Fuck. No.
That's right. Make America healthy again. And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcements, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be doing it with...
Wait, where did you put stuff? Oh, stream chat.
Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism. Tomorrow we're going to be talking
to
the Oval Office of the White House.
Zap it.
About autism.
Take him out.
How it happens, so we won't let it happen anymore. And how to get at least somewhat better when you have it, so that parents can help their child.
How to get better when you get... Bro. That's incredible. That's so good. All right, let's put Mussolini up here. And let's put this here. Okay. The left has gone insane. Okay. Thank you.
Their beautiful child. That's a big one. I've been bugging everybody over there. Get the answer to that. You know, 20 years ago, one in 10.
The answer is censorship. Oh God. Ooh, there's gonna be a lot of fuck.
10,000 were born with autism 20 years ago. The most recent survey says 1 in 12.
Wow.
How bad is that? That's for young boys, baby boys, but also girls a little bit better. It's about 1 in 20. But we can't, because obviously there was something really wrong, and we think we know what that is. It's going to be, I think it's going to be one of the most
just like prototype Elon, please.
Important news conferences I'll ever have, and I look so forward to it.
Once they cure autism, what will you do when you have no more viewers? I guess I won't care because I won't be autistic anymore, right? I'll just, get a normal job and be happy. No problem.
And you know who else looked forward to it? Because he knew.
I'll become a Republican. I'll learn to hate immigrants like a normal person.
I tell him a little bit about what was going on. Was Charlie? He would have been front row center, believe me. We'll be missing him tomorrow. It was such a big deal for him too. He brought together Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, right here in the great state of Arizona 1 year ago. Remember that? What a night, what a day that was. And it was Charlie who was among the first to speak to me about a man from Ohio by the name of J.D. Vance. Have you ever heard of him? He's done a good job. But Charlie would often call me, sometimes the night before a big event, the other side of the country. and it'd ask me, it'd say, do you think you could come and speak at the event? The following day, right? I'd say, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You want me to travel 4 hours by plane? And sometimes I did it. He was a very good guy. He was a very convincing guy. He didn't stop, but he would ask for...
He's just giving like a regular fucking MAGA rally speech. What the fuck is this guy doing? He's such a cunt. Oh god, the sad thing, I really wonder if I just hope like some part of Erica is just watching there, realizing that he is basically just fucking Charlie's corpse with his orange fucking chode. Like that's what he's doing right now, right? He is just one eye hole at a time, his fucking gob, the little hole, Trump is putting his fucking cock in the hole in Charlie Kirk's neck and plugging it over and over and over and over and over again with his fucking speech. It's so fucking disgusting. He's just like, oh yeah, well, crowd sizes. That's the first thing he heard. Memorial for Charlie Kirk. The first thing that came into his head was crowd sizes. We're gonna get a huge crowd. We're gonna tell them all about my conversations with a good guy and tariffs. We're gonna talk about the 2020 election. What a disgusting prick. Fuck me. Ugh. I really hope like just one conservative just sees that and they're like, yeah, yeah, he is just kind of, he is just kind of raping my husband's corpse right now. Like, come on.
Things like that. Sir, could you be
brutally shagging
tomorrow in California? I said, Charlie, give me a break, please. He just wouldn't stop, and he succeeded. But I almost always went because you never wanted to let Charlie down. He worked so hard. You just didn't want to let him down. I felt guilty. He'd make me feel very guilty. As president, many people asked me for things, but Charlie was one of the few who always gave more than he took. He was a giver, much more than a taker. And no matter how big Charlie became, no one was too small for him to notice. He was good to everybody. Didn't matter. Several years ago, a fourth grader asked Charlie to appear on his podcast, which was probably only watched by the parents of that fourth grader. And Charlie, who was actually pretty hot at the time, to be honest, he agreed, and the boy asked for advice. Charlie replied, the left. I call it the radical left. I call it sometimes the radical left lunatics. But Charlie didn't say that. He called it the left. He was probably right, but I can't help it. I can't help it.
The communist, you mean the communist, fascist, Marxist left. Don't forget those ones.
So he said the left, radical left lunatics, may have all the money in the world, but they can never outwork.
He's doing a fucking stand-up bit. Ah! Erica looks like she has to push it takes every fiber of her being to forgive the guy who shot her husband. Choose love, not hate. And Trump's just like, nah, excuse me.
I will wake up as early as I need to about himself. I will stay up as late as I need to, and I will never stop fighting for our country. And he did this until his dying breath. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. Think of it. Wow. What a horrible moment. I was in the Oval Office when I heard they came in, and it was like a surreal experience, a terrible, terrible. I had some very big people in the Oval Office, and I was in the midst of a very important conversation for our country. Big people, the biggest. And I said, you have to leave now. When they told me that, they told me in front of a group of very powerful people. They said, you have to leave now, right now, please. Right now. You have to leave, go. By his own determination and skill, Charlie Kirk built Turning Point from his humble beginnings, the beginnings that nobody believed could ever end up something like this, into a great movement and a juggernaut of American politics. And we have a massive stadium loaded up with people, but he got tremendous crowds before he had this kind of horrible news and before we had to hear what happened so terribly. He delivered more than 250 speeches a year at over 200 colleges and universities, and that was at a time when it was not really vogue to go to colleges and universities if you were a conservative. It really took great courage. And we used to talk, and I said, I think they're much more conservative than we know, and he agreed, but it just wasn't something that was happening because the radical left would do very bad things, very dangerous things. But Charlie set up chapters on 2,200 campuses and spoke at more than 1,000 churches. He launched a podcast and radio show that grew to an audience of 1 million Americans a day, one of the bigger shows on radio. And Charlie didn't just bring young people into the movement. All of a sudden,
Nancy Mace. Pray for his soul, bring back the death penalty. Oh, she probably thought he was black or trans. Yeah, okay. Fuck me. Oh, the partner was trans. Never mind. Pray for his soul, like, if you can.
it started to grow by leaps and bounds by 2024. We won more young people than any Republican candidate in the history of our country, including for the first time a majority of males under 30. Can you believe it? Remember when Republican presidential candidates would get 4%? No, we did unbelievably with young people. And he was a big, big factor. Unbelievable. But he made me work for it. Sir, you have to make a speech here, you have to make a speech there. But we did it, and we won, and our country is doing unbelievably well now. We had a country that was dead 1 year ago, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And Charlie helped us make it that. One of the great people. But through it all, the core of Charlie's message and his basic method never changed. It never really changed. He stayed the same person also. At every campus event, Charlie asked the people who disagreed with him to come forward, and instead of silencing them, he handed them a microphone and let them speak. And he convinced so many of them. It was a pretty amazing thing to watch, actually. Shortly before Charlie arrived on campus, the day he was assassinated, a staff member texted him that there were many critics and students who were opposed to his views, and rather strenuously in the crowd. And that actually made him feel good, because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right. And he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country. In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was
the rescued soul to heaven springs.
Thanks for the €10.
A missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them.
This is so fucking gross, man. What did she just say? She said choose love, not... Oh, fuck me, man.
Hey, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. Charlie's angry. Look at that. He's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right?
Literally, he's just fucking emptying his balls on Charlie Kirk's body. Like, it's fucking mental. Man, how do they not see it?
And true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words: God, use me for your will. Always said the same thing.
I wonder if it's just that thing where it's like vicarious, you know, like she wants to be a good Christian so she can like completely oppose any vengeful language, apart from when she did the battle cry, but whatever. When she's saying, I forgive you, but then she's like, Trump gets to just like, don't worry, baby. I'll do the dirty work for you. And she's like, thank you. Because that was, that felt really gay for me to forgive the guy who shot my husband. I wonder if it's just, it's like a division of labor, you know, like Trump just basically does all the things that Christians don't really feel kind of uncomfortable saying themselves. And he just does it for them. He just does all the depravity. He's dying for their sins. That's what he's doing. Yeah.
Use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, pulled fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators. Remember that? When you see they all have the same beautifully printed sign. Every sign is identical, comes out of a top-level print shop. That's not the signs that are made in somebody's basement. Those are paid for by very bad people, and hopefully we're going to be finding out through the DOJ who those people are.
Oh yeah, definitely.
At another college, Antifa terrorists shattered windows, threw rocks, and tried to storm the building where Charlie was speaking.
Antifa terrorists,
it was a really bad one. Often dozens of police officers were needed to prevent left-wing violence. And the violence comes largely from the left. You don't hear that from too many people, do you? And virtually every day for years.
You definitely don't hear that from too many people. Not least of all your fucking DOJ. Your DOJ funded, by the way, research institute that had to have their study deleted because it showed that right-wing domestic terrorism far exceeded both Islamic and left-wing. Bro, this was on the DOJ website. This National Institute of Justice is a DOJ-funded organization. Since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. In the same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives. Yeah, you don't hear it that often, do you? Apart from the entire Republican media. Okay.
Before he was murdered, Charlie received these horrible death threats. People don't know. I used to talk to him about it. He said, I got some threats. He always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about were the ones that don't make the threats. And I think you know what I mean. He knew the risk, but he and I shared a certain motto, never back down and never ever surrender. Just don't surrender, never back down. He believed in it so strongly. So strongly. And he's right. He's totally right. The radicals and their allies in the media, sometimes referred to, as my son said, the fake news media, tried to silence Charlie for a simple reason, because he was winning, and he was winning big. He was taking over college campuses, colleges that had, in theory, only very liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. I call them liberal, but they like to call themselves, because such a beautiful word, progressive. They're the opposite of progressive, if you think about it. But they were really nasty, and he would go into these colleges. All of a sudden, within 2 years, 3 years, they turned into bastions of conservatism. It was really quite amazing.
They go there for 2 weeks and they turn into fucking Antifa super soldiers. Like, how fucking shitty are your Mormon parents? How bad are Republican Christian parents if that's all it takes?
You see, they lied about him because they did not want you to listen to him or to learn from him, because what he was talking about and even preaching made so much sense everywhere he went. He won the debates, he won the hearts, he won the minds, and yes, he won the elections for people. He helped us, he helped other people. We won the biggest election in the history of our country, I believe. Charlie Kirk was, without a doubt, among the most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country. The election of, that beautiful day.
I don't know why you are unable to clip my stream. I'm guessing, is that for the corpse fucker? But yeah, I don't know why you can't clip it. It's there's one option that says you can enable clipping, but for some reason it's enabled, but people can't clip. So I don't know why that happens. There might be an OBS setting, maybe, but I haven't figured out what it is, because it's not very easy to find answers to that. If anyone knows, that would be handy, but shit, don't get demonetized. I'm not going to get demonetized for that joke. I think if you wanted to clip me, you would just have to get it from OBS. I agree, though. That is a good clippable moment. We need more clippers. It's a shame they have to use OBS, though. Maybe reinstall. Well, it's YouTube itself that's the issue, though, I think. Yeah.
November 5th, 2024. Do you remember that day? It was 9 months ago. What a day that was. I mean, we had a pretty good day on the first one. And I must tell you, on the second one, we had a phenomenal day. But a lot of bad things happened. And now that's not even questioned. They cheated like dogs, but we got them back, didn't we, huh? Got them back. But we owe Charlie a profound and eternal debt of gratitude now. Just like Charlie and Erica made Turning Point hot, we are looking at a country that has the chance to attain a level like never before. Tariffs are making us rich again, richer than anybody ever thought was possible. And the only one challenging them are people that hate our country or foreign countries that are paying a price, because they did the same thing to us for years. They took advantage of us, but we're making money. We're becoming richer and richer, and we're taking care of our people better and better when we do that. And we can take care of other countries better and better, but we're doing unbelievably well. The tariffs have really been a hold. The election was big, but the tariffs, because of the election, came in. And remember, other nations do that to us. And Charlie understood that. He saw the money. He saw what was coming into our country, and we can use that for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of these things that we fight so hard for. And that's exactly what's happening. The numbers are incredible. When the news finally came out on election night last November that the race was officially won, came out pretty early in the night. Charlie was live on camera. In that moment, he was overcome with emotion. I've never seen him like this. He was so happy. For a long while, he said nothing. His eyes were filled with tears, and then he buried his face in his hands and he started crying. That wasn't the Charlie I knew, but in thinking about it, it actually was the Charlie I knew, because he had a tremendous heart. He just wanted what was good for our country, and he saw us going in such a horrible direction. Lovingly, Eric, and this was so beautiful, Erica put a MAGA hat on to cover his bowed head. I like that very much. MAGA, we love. Does anybody love MAGA? Make America great again.
Oh, God.
When Joe Biden used to get up, remember the speeches? We will stop MAGA. We will stop MAGA. You know, he could barely get the words out. We will stop. I said, can somebody inform him that MAGA means make America great again? How do you say you're going to stop it? And Charlie understood that. When Charlie finally looked up and spoke, he smiled through the watery eyes and simply said, I am humbled by God's grace. That was his statement that night. I was watching him. I was very impressed, actually. It showed he had a big heart. Every single American should take a long, hard look at the twisted soul and dark spirit of anyone who would want to kill a young man as good as Charlie. To kill anybody, but to kill a man like this, he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this. Our country didn't deserve this. And anyone who would make excuses for it are just out of their mind. Charlie's murder was not just an attack on one man or one movement. It was an attack on our entire nation. That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us. That bullet was aimed at every one of us. Indeed, Charlie was killed for expressing the very ideas that virtually everyone in this arena and most other places throughout.
Oh God, they didn't show us this. This is the entry from Erica's perspective. That okay, it is very WrestleMania, isn't it? Very. Huh. Quite mad. Of course, me arriving to my husband's memorial.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, not only will Ozzy Osbourne be on SmackDown this Monday, but so will this man.
Yes. Yes. Who did this? This is an edit. No, come on. They could have done better than that, right? This is what they needed to do, surely. Wouldn't this have been better? Fuck me. Okay, scuffed. Let's try again. It should have been that though, right? Oh my fucking god, the mute! Cunt! This would be a bit too on the nose. Would it? Would it be too on the nose? Maybe. Probably. It does kind of work. Whatever, dude. Fucking stay at this. This is less disrespectful than what Trump's doing here. Just so I hope you all understand that. Okay.
Country deeply believed in. But the assassin failed in his quest because Charlie's message has not been silenced. It now is bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and it's not even close. And it's rare that such a thing happens, but Charlie is bigger today than he was, think about it, just 2 weeks ago. He's bigger today than he was 2 weeks ago. Now, that may not help his friends and loved ones, of which there are so many. It may not help Erica, those beautiful children who have to suffer so horribly through this moment, but they know it's true. He's bigger now than ever before, and he's eternal. He's eternal. And I just want to say we love him. And he's looking down at us right now, and he's saying, wow, that's a great crowd. He's saying, that's a great crowd. And it's a great crowd of patriots. But that's why I will soon award Charlie the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the highest civilian honor. And we will do the ceremony at our beautiful White House in a very safe Washington, D.C., a place that Charlie truly revered. You know, we stopped the crime in Washington. It took 12 days. Now you can go to restaurants. You can walk down the middle of the street with your wife. You can have your wife walk alone down the middle of the street. She's going to be in good shape. What a difference. What a difference good management really makes. But I'm so proud of that, Washington, D.C. You know, it's one of the worst in the nation, in the world. And now it's considered a very safe city. And it's also, I passed it yesterday. I went through it. And the lawns are good. It's like a different place. It's like the tents are gone, the threats are gone, the gangs aren't there. We got rid of, we took out 1,500 career criminals, 1,500. If you have 3 career criminals, that can make a big difference. But I'm so proud of Washington, D.C., and now we're going into Memphis, and we'll get that one straightened out fast. And then we're going into some others, but we're going to go to Chicago, and we're going to have Charlie very much in mind when we go into Chicago, and we'll get that one straightened out. You have an incompetent governor who, he thinks it's okay when 11 people get murdered over the weekend. He thinks you don't have any crime when 11 people get murdered and 28 people get shot. He says he's got crime. No,
oh my God, he's just going, what the fuck, man? We're on... It's just a MAGA rally, but every time he remembers to, he says, and this is what Charlie would have said. It's fuck, man.
They don't have it under control, but we'll have it under control very quickly. So we're going to be doing that. And Charlie loved what we were doing. He was so proud of what happened. He was there to see it. He's so proud of what happened in Washington, D.C. As you know, the depraved assassin who planned and executed Charlie's killing has been arrested and charged with capital murder. God willing, he will receive the full and ultimate punishment for his horrific crime. It's a terrible thing. Because you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. You can't let it happen to a country. The Department of Justice is also investigating networks of radical left maniacs who fund, organize, fuel, and perpetrate political violence. And we think we know who many of them are. But law enforcement can only be the beginning of our response to Charlie's murder. Over the last 11 days, we have heard stories of commentators, influencers, and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it. Some of the very same people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're
the names.
Major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who called you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children.
Oh, no.
And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show.
Commentators? Oh, fuck.
Where the anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week we're implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people. But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. Well, that's not happening anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind, and kind that we saw in Utah, of all places, are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking.
We're in trouble.
If speech is violence, then some are bound to conclude that violence is justified to stop speech. And we're not going to let that be justified. The tradition of reason and open debate that Charlie practiced is not a pillar of our democracy. In many ways, it's the basis of our entire society. It's the right and inheritance of every free American, the greatest legacy of the Enlightenment, and among the most treasured achievements of civilization. We will defend it at all costs, and we will carry forward the torch of liberty that Charlie Kirk held so proud and so high. He was so proud, and he did hold that torch high. We will never, ever let it fail. We will never let it fail. But we're going to raise it higher than ever before. It's going to be raised, and this is the beginning. Perhaps it should be no surprise that Charlie, who spent his life speaking with the critics of these traditions, ultimately became convinced that we needed not just a political realignment, but also a spiritual reawakening. We did. And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion brought back to America. We want to bring God back into our beautiful USA like never before. We want God back. Charlie would have been so pleased to hear his friends and colleagues today giving testimony and giving glory to God. Within minutes of the gunshot in Utah, millions of Americans, young and old, heard the news and dropped to their knees and started praying. Even many who rarely prayed asked God for a miracle. Please, God, save Charlie. But although Charlie's time with us on earth has ended, those prayers for a miracle have already been answered. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. In the days since Charlie's death, we have seen how his legacy has touched so many millions around the world.
There he is. He's remembered. It's the MAGA rally, but he threw in a Kirk again. We threw in a Kirk reference. This is definitely a personalized speech.
Canada, thousands gathered at City Hall to sing the American national anthem and raise up posters with the name Charlie Kirk. In Seoul, South Korea, crowds gathered to wave American flags and shout, "We are for Charlie Kirk." His memory has been honored in the streets of Berlin, Warsaw, Vienna, Sydney, Madrid, London, Tel Aviv, and all over the world. So beautiful to watch. A man as far away as rural Australia texted a pastor, "I'm going to come to church tomorrow for the first time ever." The pastor asked, "Why is that?" The man replied, "Because of Charlie Kirk." Can you imagine? The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight.
Oh, yeah, fight. Peacefully and patriotically.
We're saving our country. And Charlie's a big factor, such a big factor. Charlie Kirk started with only an idea to change minds on college campuses, and instead he ended up with a far greater achievement, changing history. He changed history. Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now. We grieve for the friend and leader that we have lost, but we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for the freedoms he died for, and the values in which he so deeply believed. He believed in values that we should all believe in. Charlie created something very special. It's called Turning Point USA. And under the leadership and love of Erica, it will become bigger and better and stronger than ever before. So, Charlie, we all want to thank you. We want to say a very loud God bless you, Charlie. God bless you for what you've done is incredible. And God bless Erica and the children. God bless the United States of America. And could I ask Erica, please come out. Erica, please come out. Thank you.
Yeah, she didn't give a fuck, does she? She was like, I said choose love, not hate, and you just chose hate, not love. But God, you know what? At least someone's doing it, because I want to basically be a good Christian gal. But please, someone else do the hate for me. Fuck me. This is I'm really mad right now. Fuck me. Giving of labor. Mental.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and good luck. God be with you. Thank you.
It's a fucking memorial, dude. Do you think he's at a fucking wedding? He's gonna try and fuck her, isn't he? If not already. brother of Charlie Kirk is first in line. ZJM, thanks for the 10 gifties. Thank you so much. That's really generous of you. Wow. 10 gifted subs. What a champion. What a god. Actively impressive. Thanks for the $5. I hope they cured autism for real. I miss my family. Holy shit, man. What? And ZJM, thanks for the $5. So glad we have such a great unifying leadership to bring the temperature down during these trying times. Gentleman Demon, thanks for the $9.99. Honestly, there's a lot of precedent for this. Remember after MLK was assassinated and the civil rights movement became the Civil War movement? No, but okay. I mean, there were riots, I guess. There was that moment in the 50s, I think, when Klansmen firebombed MLK's house. Like, his kids were inside. Like, someone could have died quite easily. And there was a whole group of black activists outside his house, like, ready to go and take revenge, like to go and find the person or to riot. And he stood on the doorstep of his firebombed house and said, no, choose peace, you know? So, but I believe, maybe I'm wrong, is I don't think just after his speech, some other fucking random dude came on and started screaming about, nah, you can forgive the guy, but I won't. Let's go find him. Like, that part didn't happen in the MLK story. A bit different from here. Wow. That was kind of insane. Oh, welcome to my husband's memorial. Just the same shit, isn't it? Fucking JBL. That's a good one. Okay. Mental. What a state. What an incredible country. Netanyahu.
Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, said that the bigger the lie, the faster it will spread. Well, somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie that Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane. It is false. It is outrageous.
Why would you respond to this, dude? You're a prime minister in wartime. Why the fuck would... Okay.
Kirk was a giant, a once-in-a-century talent who defended freedom, defended America, defended our common Judeo-Christian civilization. Charlie loved Israel. He loved the Jewish people.
I'm sorry,
he told me
but
so.
Yeah?
this is a great play on his part.
It's a great play on his part.
Yeah,
How?
you think this guy is not stupid like Trump, okay? This guy's taking attention of something else that they're fucking doing.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
He's absolutely posting this and playing into it to take attention of something way worse that they are fucking doing or planning. This guy is not stupid. As evil as he is, Netanyahu is one of the smartest people that has ever ruled over a country. He's smart as fuck, but he's just fucking evil, dog.
Yeah, well.
No, he's playing into it because it takes attention off some fucking insane shit they're doing. Because, like, what's it called? How many people are talking about that they annexed parts of the West Bank? Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody.
It's not that MAGA we're gonna care about that anyway, right?
Yeah, no one's gonna care about that. But even pro-Palestinian people who are in the West don't give a shit about that either, because he fucking is adding to a conspiracy that Charlie Kirk was killed by him or like Israel.
Interesting.
He knows what he's fucking doing. He's evil, dog. This guy's literally the fucking devil.
Okay. It might backfire though, because I feel like he doesn't really want to ruffle any right-wing feathers right now. Given that,
Yeah, but nobody.
more like right wingers are only moving in one direction in America, and it's away from the Jews, right?
I don't think there's many people that believe that like the.
There's not
Jews
many
are
of them, but they're only moving in one direction. So if right now it's only 10% of them are like anti-Semites, next year it'll be 15 or 20. Like it's never going to go
but
the other way.
If
They're never
you
going to
ever,
get. Yeah.
It would need to be like 50% for it to actually have an effect.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like obviously time moves
Like
in
remember,
the direction.
remember how remember how right wingers vote. Oh, I agree with you on one thing. That's it. You have my vote.
Yeah.
For leftists, is like I disagree with you on one thing. You don't have my vote.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's probably Israel would probably cease to exist before that happens in America. And on the course it's on. Fucking insane right wing government throwing this country to the trash.
I believe we have a Caroline Levitt conference briefing. Trump's White House spokesperson. Oh well,
bro. How can anyone deny that this is like a Nazi rally? This motherfucker was like, I hate my political opponents. I hate them. I know you're grieving, but I hate it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Alright, anyway, enjoy.
Bye.
Letter that he sent me just a few months ago. One of my greatest joys as a Christian, he said, is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews to protect Judeo-Christian civilization.
Oh, Judeo-Christian.
He encouraged me to make...
Do your best to save that exhausted Fox News line from 20 years ago.
...the case directly to the American people about how vital Israel is to U.S. national security. He told me, the Holy Land is so important to my life, it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. Now, if Charlie disagreed with a policy of mine or a decision here and there, not only did I not mind, I welcomed it. This is the essence of Charlie. This is the essence of a free country. It's exactly what Charlie stood for. And I knew that his suggestions always came from the heart, from his love for Israel and from his love for the Jewish people. A few weeks before his death, I spoke to Charlie. I invited him to visit Israel again.
Oh no.
And sadly, that won't happen. Now some are peddling these disgusting rumors, perhaps out of obsession, perhaps with Qatari funding. What I do know is this. Charlie Kirk was a great man, and a great man deserves honor, not lies.
Qatari funding. Do you know something we don't? Whoa.
Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing.
If I had to guess who in the US is Qatari funded, bro, I don't know. It's hard to tell because I think Qatar is a lot more sophisticated than Russia. I think you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Yeah. I was watching, I went into a bit of a rabbit hole over the weekend about Hamas leaders. I was watching a bunch of old Al Jazeera interviews, and man, I don't know how the fuck they get away with that. Like, you know, like Al Jazeera for years, like they'll just host interviews and speeches of Hamas leaders, and they're like literally calling for a third intifada like every other 6 months on TV, like unopposed. They're just like, yeah, if you're in Palestine, West Bank, riot, kill people, stab people, blow yourself. They're just like saying it so fucking openly. But yeah, I don't know.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Monday. Good.
Kind of impressive. I guess if it's like a news agency host, like review, like broadcasting a speech or whatever, there's like a layer removed that it doesn't become incitement or whatever. But yes.
This is a quick question for me. Nothing to do with your stream. Do you have a Lebanese passport?
No.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Bye.
Lonerbox sees a video of Bibi looking bad, immediately has to talk about Hamas. Yeah, that's typically how it works. He brings up Qatar. That makes me think of something I read on the weekend, and we talk about Hamas. Yeah. I think it's a total shame that the entire Western world has just decided that this conflict is like basically just Israel dropping bombs on a bunch of random people shuffling around, and maybe there's like once in a blue moon there's like some gunman with a fucking rock in his pocket. But yeah, no, Hamas exists. They are half of the conflict. They're a party, and it's good to acknowledge their existence every now and then, you know? Whoop.
To see all of you here, I want to start with a preview.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Of President Trump's very busy schedule for the week. Later this afternoon, the president will be making a major announcement focused on the childhood autism epidemic, alongside his top health advisors who are working to make America healthy again. This will be a powerful display of how the entire Trump administration is committed to addressing root causes of chronic conditions and diseases, embracing full transparency in government, and championing gold standard science.
Brutal autism.
Tonight, the president will depart to New York City ahead of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. He will be joined in New York City by the First Lady. Tomorrow morning, President Trump will deliver a major speech touting the renewal of American strength around the world, his historic accomplishments in just 8 months, including the ending of 7 global wars and conflicts. The president will also touch upon how globalist institutions have significantly decayed the world order. And he will articulate his straightforward and constructive vision for the world. The president will also be hosting bilateral meetings with the UN Secretary General and the leaders of Ukraine, Argentina, and the European Union. The president will also later in the day hold a multilateral meeting with Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Turkey, Pakistan, Egypt, the UAE, and Jordan. After these important meetings, the president will attend a reception tomorrow night with more than 100 world leaders before returning to Washington, D.C. On Thursday here at the White House, President Trump will welcome President Erdogan of Turkey for a bilateral meting.
God, globalist influence. Alex Jones is gonna get in this administration, isn't he? He's gonna become like a fucking deputy director of the CIA or some bullshit. And we're gonna get intelligence briefings from fucking InfoWars with his massive stack of papers that have nothing on them, and he's just pretending to read secret intel. Oh, God.
And on Friday, the president will travel to Long Island for the Ryder Cup golf match between the United States and Europe. This event is one of the greatest sporting events in the world.
I don't know why it's so. Maybe it's because Charlie Kirk's dead that they've given like a shade. They've made it darker, but this is just the screen. I didn't do anything. The screen is just like this.
And it would not be taking place this year without President Trump's help.
It's that scene in the film, right, where something bad's happened and then it's raining outside and some more shit's about to happen. And it's a bleak evening. They should probably superimpose the sound of rain and like thunder outside the building.
President Trump signed an executive order last week preventing a strike that would have crippled the New York City area ahead of the tournament, and at the request of the 5 labor unions who all represent workers on the Long Island Railroad. One of the greatest golfers in the world, Bryson DeChambeau, praised the president's critical intervention, saying, quote, "When the possibility of a strike threatened to disrupt transportation and attendance, President Trump stepped up and took the action needed to protect this world-class competition." Thanks to President Trump's decisive leadership, the Ryder Cup experience will be everything fans and the golf community deserve. Again, that's a quote from the great golfer Bryson DeChambeau. Now let's all hope the American Ryder Cup team can take home the trophy. In other news, positive economic data continues to pour in. Brand new polling shows that Americans' faith in the economy and the direction of the nation is back on track and shooting even higher. Home ownership is more affordable, with mortgage rates dropping to a 3-year low. For new home buyers, this represents a $250 decline in your monthly mortgage payment, or nearly $3,000 a year. And President Trump has...
Where is this from? I don't have a source. You just sent me a screenshot. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them, said Kirk on his show. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. Okay. That's mental. Do you have a source for that? Is that like a recent thing? Was he starting to warm up to this shit later in life, or later in life? God. I know Fuentes would talk about, he would take credit for Charlie Kirk moving in the Groyper position, moving towards their direction. Oh.
He's made it very clear he wants to continue to see mortgage rates decline to a record low, just like they did in his first term. Thanks to President Trump's unleashing energy dominance, gas prices are dropping and Americans are spending the smallest share of their disposable income on gasoline since 2005. Additionally, the annual cost to own and operate a new vehicle is down by nearly 6% over the last year. Americans are earning more and they are spending more than ever before. After inflation outpaced for 26 straight months under Joe Biden, real wages have increased nearly every month since President Trump took office, with wages for blue-collar workers rising.
It's the same thing. Oh, God, taking credit for already existing trends. Real wages were already on the way up, like exceeding most of the developed world before Trump got in, before the election. It was whatever.
At the fastest rate in 6 decades. Retail sales are also booming, up 5% over last year, and the stock market is booming, and Americans' retirement accounts continue to do well, with the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all hitting new record highs. In fact, the S&P 500 is up nearly 15%, and the NASDAQ is up more than 21% since Election Day. As part of President Trump's mission to restore America as the manufacturing superpower of the world, he has secured nearly $9 trillion in U.S. investment, nearly 9 times more than Biden attracted in his entire 4-year term, and we expect that number to be upwards of $15 trillion very soon. We're already seeing the initial economic benefits of these investments, with industrial production recently rising to an all-time high. President Trump built the greatest economy in the history of the world in his first term, and we are witnessing him do it all over again. Now, before I open it up to questions, I do want to speak on the heinous political assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Uh-oh.
As President Trump powerfully stated yesterday, this assassination was an attack on everything that makes the United States of America the greatest country on earth. But that attack...
What's this?
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Kopperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of the, so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to kind of, it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We were on top of it. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country.
Now, it would be quite easy to find like 1 billion Nazi figures saying the exact same thing about cultural Bolshevism, right? Netanyahu coping for this guy. Yep. What's Mr. Gobbles saying here? Bah!
Während der Nationalsozialismus eine neue Fassung und Formung der
based? Transcript. Bolshevism is the declaration of war by the Jewish-led international subhumans against culture itself. Yeah, I guess some terms found their way out. Huh. Can we bring that term back for a completely different group? Political? International subhumans. Fuck me.
Has completely failed. The heartwarming response from the overwhelming majority of the American people over the past 2 weeks is all of the proof that you need. The assassin who took Charlie's life can destroy flesh and blood, but he can never destroy the values that Charlie stood for. All across the country, millions of Americans have prayed, hosted vigils, attended church services, became politically engaged for the first time, and honored the legacy of Charlie and the ideals he died speaking for. The beautiful memorial service attended by President Trump and 100,000 great Americans in State Farm Stadium yesterday was just the latest example. And Erica Kirk's mercy was one of the greatest acts of grace this world has ever seen.
What followed it? Tell us what followed it. Tell us what followed the great act of grace. Tell us what came immediately afterwards, please.
May God continue to watch over Erica and their beautiful children.
Tell us about how
Unfortunately,
Trump
there
was
have
like-
been some jarring exceptions
Excuse me.
to this unity.
Sorry.
This past Friday, 58 House Democrats voted no, and 38
Oh
voted
my
present on a resolution
God.
that simply stated, condemning in the strongest possible terms the assassination of Charles James Kirk and all forms of political violence. There were no strings attached to this vote. This was a simple gesture of human decency to denounce political
Let's
violence.
see what the resolution said. It was to honor Charlie Kirk. Honor. Not to condemn the violence. It was to honor him, you fucking blonde retard. Jesus Christ. Ugh! Stop. Misogynist. Stop. Stop. Whoa.
I wish I could say that this was only a fringe group.
She's
but
not
nine-
retard. I'm sorry. That was mean. She's a liar. That's what she is. She is a liar. She is a slop-mouthed liar.
96 votes is nearly half of the entire House Democrat caucus. And they didn't just vote against this basic resolution condemning political violence. A number of those same Democrats took to the House floor to smear Charlie Kirk's name. The man wasn't even buried yet, and Democrat members of Congress were denigrating his memory on the floor of the House of Representatives. This was truly a sad moment and a clear reflection of how radical the Democrat Party has become. Many Democrats in elective office have now been totally captured by a radical fringe of the far-left base who want to dehumanize every person they disagree with. We must continue to call this wickedness out. It's the only way that our nation can heal. For too long, past leaders have offered platitudes while political violence has been allowed to fester and harm innocent Americans. There has been coordinated campaigns dating back years, spearheaded by radical left-wing organizations centered on dehumanizing, intimidating, doxing, and even attacking Americans whom they disagree with. These groups have radicalized impressionable individuals to foment violence. An attempted transgender assassin traveled to Justice Brett Kavanaugh's family home with plans to end his life. An attempted assassin came within an inch of ending President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, and on the campaign trail, another attempted assassin tried to kill the president at his golf club in Florida. A left-wing assassin shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson right in the back in the heart of New York City. ICE agents are facing a more than 1,000% increase in assaults for simply doing their jobs. Violent radical left-wing mobs engaged in illegal behavior, targeted Jewish Americans, and shut down America's college campuses under the previous administration. Left-wing mobs burned down Tesla dealerships out of, quote,
Luigi is a left-wing assassin
Elon
now.
Musk
They don't give a fuck, man. These guys, it's all just, there's not even any point. Oh, well, actually, everyone knows it's not true. It's just fucking bullshit, yeah.
Policies. In May, a left-wing activist shouting "Free Palestine" murdered 2 innocent Israeli embassy staffers outside of the DC.
See how this selective memory as well. Like they're not going to remember any of the right-wing shootings. The guy who with the fucking in Buffalo with the Great Replacement Manifesto, the guy who fucking firebombed to try and to try and get Josh Shapiro, the people who attacked the Pelosi's, the guy who killed fucking Melissa Hortman and her husband. They don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Jewish Museum here in Washington. These are just a few examples, prominent examples of the growing left-wing political violence in our country. Enough is enough, and as President Trump has promised, he will directly address the dark sources funding and supporting this domestic terrorism to finally restore order in our country. The American people can expect further, very strong action on this very soon. Everyone, Republican, Democrat, everyone in between, we all deserve to live in a country where we do not have to fear for our lives simply for stating what we believe in. With that, I will take your question. In today's new media seat, we have Monica Page, who is the White House correspondent for Turning Point USA's news organization, on the front lines. Monica, thank you for being here. We're so sorry for the loss of Charlie. I know you work for him, you were very close to him, and we appreciate your being in the new media seat and also your commitment to covering the White House. You are here every day, just like the rest of everyone in this room. So why don't you kick us off today?
Thank you so much, Caroline. I don't think you realize how much it means to me to be here in this seat, especially on behalf of Turning Point USA and Frontlines. We greatly appreciate it. We also greatly appreciate the outpouring of support and just really kind words that we heard yesterday at the memorial service. That means more to us than I don't think anybody ever knows. And even the global support that we're seeing for Charlie has been overwhelming, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you so much. I have 3 questions, if I may, on the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk. Government and local officials said that Antifa inscriptions were engraved in these bullet casings that killed Charlie Kirk. It appears to be a trend, especially after what we saw in the Annunciation Church shooting, Catholic Church shooting. Additionally, Stephen Miller recently commented on the rise in this kind of violence, saying there is a domestic terrorist movement growing in this country. The president is designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. I'm wondering what is
in case you're wondering, it's kind of obvious, right? Like the whole Antifa, it's not really an organization. Like, who are they going to go after? There's no any official chapters or anything like that. No, the point is that they're wanting to target everyone. Like, it's an intentionally vague category because it's broad. Now, why is this Sci-Hub link sending me to fucking porn website? Thank you for that. What's this essay called? Martin and Malcolm on Nonviolence and Violence. Thank you. I'll just get a new link to it. Okay.
Approach to holding these people accountable, just to ensure that violence like this just is eradicated moving forward?
Sure. Well, Antifa is going to be designated a domestic terrorist organization. The president intends to sign that executive order very soon as it's drafted, as soon as today, later this afternoon. And this is something the president campaigned on because we have seen a rise in violence perpetuated by Antifa radical people across this country who subscribe to this group. And unfortunately, it's gone widely uncovered by many in the legacy media. It also went completely ignored by the previous administration. Not anymore. Not only, as you mentioned, were the bullet casings subscribed with Antifa mottos, if you will, in the heinous assassination of Charlie, but there have also been more examples than I could read off for you here in this briefing room today of violence from Antifa. I will just read a few. In July 2025, several members of an Antifa cell ambushed and opened fire on officers at an ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas, shooting one officer in the neck. Also in July 2025, 3 Antifa members were charged with assaulting a police officer during a violent riot outside an ICE facility in Portland, which for weeks prior had been under siege from the local Antifa terror cell. In February 2024, a transgender Antifa terrorist detonated an explosive device outside of the office of the Republican Attorney General of Alabama. In July 2023, Antifa members linked to abortionist group Jane's Revenge firebombed pro-life facilities and vandalized churches. In January 2022, a suspected Antifa member was arrested for bringing
suspected. I like that. Suspected. That's good.
pipe bomb to a pro-Trump event. In January 2021, an Antifa supporter threatened to shoot police officers and Trump supporters outside of the Florida State Capitol building. Again, I could continue to list many more examples for those in the room who don't believe this is a serious threat to American safety and our national security, but this administration knows that it is. That's why the president will be signing this order. And we will also be, most importantly, looking at who is funding Antifa and who is funding these other violent left-wing groups that we've seen perpetuate so much crime and mayhem across our country.
Thank you. And Charlie Kirk died exercising his First Amendment right, willingly debating, conversing with everybody and anybody. That was what he did. So what message does this White House have now to all Americans who feel like they are too afraid to express their beliefs, their values, their morals in the wake of such horrific violence?
I think the president has answered this, and I will leave it to his response, Monica, where he so beautifully said, we have to keep fighting. We have to keep speaking up. We have to keep speaking our mind. I know that's what Charlie would want us to do. And we have a right to free speech in this country. The president supports it. It is protected by our beautiful Constitution. And Americans should not cower in fear. They should rise up in courage to continue speaking the truth.
And to end on a lighter note, Caroline, I'd love to know what your favorite memory of Charlie is.
Sure. Charlie was a great guy, and he was, of course, a very influential person in the conservative movement, in the MAGA movement. He was so helpful to the president during the campaign and to all of us who worked on that campaign, that historic campaign. I myself had many great memories going on Charlie's amazing podcast and his show. He was always willing to text people with words of encouragement. In fact, my last text exchange with him was the day before he died, and he was asking for my husband and I's address to send a children's book to our son. And I think that just speaks to the type of person that he was. And I know so many of us here at the White House are going to miss him very much.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. Regarding the autism announcement,
Sure.
why now? Does the administration have new data that hasn't been published previously showing a possible link between acetaminophen and autism?
I know there's been many reports about what this announcement at 4 o'clock will be, Gabe. The president is very excited about this, so I don't want to scoop the president of the United States and our Secretary of Health and Human Services, but what I can assure you is that Robert F. Kennedy and the incredible health team that this president has put together are really viewing things in a much different lens. And they are paying attention to studies and the gold standard of science and research that many in this city for far too long have turned a blind eye to. So I think Americans are going to be enlightened and proud of what they hear later this afternoon, but I won't get ahead of the president on exactly what that announcement entails.
On a different topic, going back to the president's social media post from over the weekend, regarding the DOJ and his seeming frustration that they hadn't taken action quickly enough. I want to point to something that the president said during his inaugural address. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. We will not allow that to happen. Is the president going back on his promise?
No. In fact, the president is fulfilling his promise to restore a Department of Justice that demands accountability. And it is not weaponizing the Department of Justice to demand accountability for those who weaponized the Department of Justice. And nobody knows what that looks like more than President Trump. We are not going to tolerate gaslighting from anyone in the media or from anyone on the other side who is trying to say that it's the president who is weaponizing the DOJ. It was Joe Biden and his attorney general who weaponized the DOJ.
Yes,
Joe Biden used this sacred American institution to go after his political opponent in the middle of an election year. And you look at people like Adam Schiff and like James Comey and like Letitia James, who the president...
Oh, so are we going to have any proof of that? Are we going to have any indication that there's like any kind of poor methodology or anything behind their study? No, again, a lot of this came from FBI stats say the same thing. There's not one research body there's not one research body that anyone cares about in the United States that's ever said left-wing targeted violence outdoes right-wing. None of them have said that.
Is rightfully frustrated. He wants accountability.
You can tell, yeah, because MAGA were fucking fighting with Grok for days over it.
For these corrupt fraudsters who abused their power, who abused their oath of office to target the former president and then candidate for the highest office in the land. And I think the president is reaffirmed in those frustrations and his hope for accountability by the millions and millions of people who reelected him to this office with a mandate to demand accountability. And the president has not been shy about this, Gabe. In fact, when he traveled to the Department of Justice earlier this year, all of you were there to cover it. He said, quote, "I demand a full and complete accountability for wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people gave a mandate to investigate and root the corruption out of our system." And that's what the president wants to see done.
Carolyn.
Ed.
On the autism issue again, there are reams of scientific research that suggests there's no clear link between autism and acetaminophen usage. You're suggesting today they may have new information on this. A lot of it, and this entire debate, has the potential to confuse women, especially pregnant women, about what to do. What do you say to those that say what you're doing today potentially just introduces more confusion into the debate?
I think women for many years, in fact for decades, Ed, have been confused by the rapid increase in autism in this country.
Very confused.
In the childhood
I'm confused.
epidemic, that is chronic epidemic, disease epidemic that is plaguing America's youth. Women are confused about that and they want answers.
What, like how there's like measles outbreaks in schools now? Oh no, wait, that's that's actually more linked to RFK. What do people say? Why do people overlap autism with chronic disease? Is that actually what they meant when they say chronic disease? They're including autism in that? What the fuck? Oh well, maybe more raw milk, eh? Because that's what RFK's pushed for, by the way. He wants to allow companies that produce fucking raw milk to have less regulation on them. Like that's a good solution, isn't it? Just poison people and kill them. Fuck. You can't have autism if you're dead. Salmonella. Does salmonella kill autism?
To that. And that's exactly what this administration is focused on finding. And before you jump to conclusions based on reports that the White House has not even confirmed, I would encourage everyone in this room to go into the 4 o'clock announcement with some critical thinking skills and with some open ears to actually listen to what the president and his team of outsiders have to say about this. And there will be a number of things that will be announced and
We're
discussed.
gonna get Robert Malone. Joe Rogan's going to be the new fucking Department of Health Secretary.
And I think, I know as a mother myself, I speak, I believe, for many mothers across the country who really want answers to what is happening to our nation's children. So again, I won't get ahead of the president, but I think everyone in this room needs to tone down the judgment before you even hear what people are going to say. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. So too on the Holman investigation, I mean, can you just speak to, did the president ask the Justice Department to close the case, and does Holman have to return the $50,000?
Well, Mr. Holman never took the $50,000 that you're referring to, so you should get your facts straight, number one. Number two, this was...
Is it a bit rough to... I love how snarky she is. What a god. Is it a bit too is it a bit too rough to say that Trump used Kirk's memorial as a MAGA fleshlight? I was going to say rally, but fleshlight sounds better, doesn't it? Okay. Completely fine. Listen. Look what they made me do. Look what they made me do. Think about years from now, when America invades Scotland? Drew Pavlou. I forgive the young man who killed my husband. Wow, okay, Madam Hitler. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer is love. Is anyone else noting Nazi vibes? I'm literally sexting 15 minors. Dude, this guy literally... Dude. I feel like Drew spent so long trying to be friends with Destiny. I think he's realized that MAGA is just they're more receptive.
Another example of the weaponization of the Biden Department of Justice against one of President Trump's strongest and most vocal supporters in the midst of a presidential campaign. You had FBI agents going under...
Oh, I should have said wank sock, right? Because it's like they're all just kind of wanking into the sock of Charlie Kirk's memorial. I don't know. Fuck.
Cover to try and entrap one of the president's top allies and supporters, someone who they knew very well would be taking a government position months later. Mr. Homan did absolutely nothing wrong, and even the President's Department of Justice, even Kash Patel's FBI, looked into this just to make sure. They had a number of different prosecutors and FBI agents who looked into this. They found zero evidence of illegal activity or criminal wrongdoing in the White House, and the president stand by Tom Homan 100% because he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he is a brave public servant who has done a phenomenal job in helping the president shut down the border. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions on far-left violence.
Sure.
The first one, the president said yesterday that the bullet hit Charlie, but it was aimed at every one of us. Do you and your colleagues
Is that factually true?
have a heightened sense of fear following this shooting and this far-left violence we're seeing across the country?
I certainly think there's a heightened sense of awareness by conservatives across the country, by all of us here at the White House. Again, as I said to Monica, many of us were personal friends with Charlie and had involvement with Turning Point before we came and served our government in this way. So certainly it's a very shocking incident, and I think, you know, it's very unfortunate that those of us who work in this movement have to think about violence just for speaking our minds and for supporting President Trump.
And as a follow-up on that,
Oh God, why is it Republicans and fucking violent Grok? Why? Were the BLM riots or January 6th more peaceful? Based on verified data, BLM protests, 7,750 events, 93 to 97% peaceful. Violent incidents led to 1 to 2 billion damage, 1925 deaths, many unrelated to protesters, hundreds of injuries. Single day event, inherently violent, 5 deaths, 140 police injuries, 2 million damage. BLM had more scale and total harm, but higher peaceful proportion. I love it when Grok just fucking annihilates these fucking retards.
I asked the president last night on Air Force One about this pattern of transgender violence we're seeing. You know, Charlie's killer lived with his boyfriend who identifies as transgender, and then we had the Annunciation shooting, the Covenant shooting, all of these incidents. The president said that we're looking into transgender violence. Does that mean the FBI is looking into it? And can you give any more clarity on...
There's not even a new trans shooter. What the fuck? They have like 5 in the last 20 years, if even that. How? The shooter wasn't even fucking trans. Oh God.
How the administration is viewing this uptick in specifically transgender violence.
It's definitely something worth looking into, and I think anyone who denies that at this point is being willfully ignorant. And the administration is taking...
Where's the uptick? You don't even have one extra. What?
Taking it seriously, all causes of violence, and why these people would be driven to such evil and such hatred. And there's probably many answers to that question, but the administration is really focused on all of them. For individual investigations and cases, of course, the FBI and the Department of Justice are leading those. But as for this overall violence and domestic terrorism that we're seeing, the White House and the president's policy team will be leading the charge, and that really begins with designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. And I can assure you there will be additional actions to come. Sure, in the pink.
Thanks, Caroline. Liz Landers with PBS NewsHour. I just wanted to follow up quickly on something that the president had said yesterday. So we heard from Erica Kirk. She said she forgives the man who shot and killed her husband.
And then Trump absolutely shagged her entire speech right in front of her.
And then right after that, we heard from the president who said, I hate my opponent and I don't want the best for them. How does that square with bringing down the temperature of political violence in this country? And then
me, when I'm asked a challenging question, she's so fucking angry, man. Look at that. There is so much rage bubbling. That person's never getting invited. She's gonna snark. We're gonna get a snark comment now.
If I could, I had a follow-up on Venezuela too.
Look, the president is authentically himself. I think that's why millions of Americans across the country love him and support him, including Erica Kirk, who you saw so beautifully was on stage with the president in an unthinkable moment, in the midst of an unthinkable tragedy, and was leaning on the president.
Let's just not answer the question. Okay, great.
For support during that time, and he was there to give it to her, as well as the vice president and many other top-ranking cabinet officials. Kayla.
Thanks, Caroline. On TikTok,
The deal. How much is the deal? And if you can't give an exact number to how much the deal is, when can we expect to learn how much the deal is being valued at? And then separately, who are the members involved in the deal? Like, can you share any more details there?
So I don't have a specific number for you, nor am I going to confirm the specific individuals and entities in the deal, Akela, but I do have several details I'm happy to run through for all of you, and the president will be signing the deal, the official deal, later this week at some point. Under the terms of this deal, TikTok will be owned by a majority of American investors and controlled by a board of directors with extensive national security and cybersecurity credentials. In partnership with the U.S. government, Oracle will serve as TikTok's trusted security provider, and they will independently monitor the safety and data security of all U.S. user data on TikTok's platform. Americans' data will be stored securely in the United States without access from China. All U.S. user data will be stored on servers operated by Oracle in the United States, protected from surveillance or interference by foreign adversaries. And the algorithm, I know this is a question many of you have had, will be secured, retrained, and operated in the United States outside of ByteDance's control. And TikTok will remain globally interoperable, meaning TikTok users in the US will be able to see videos posted by users in other countries and vice versa. While I don't have a number on the specific deal, we do expect that thanks to the president's leadership and the securement of this historic deal, businesses using TikTok will generate as much as $178 billion in economic activity within the US over the next 4 years. So this is great news, not just for the millions of American youth who use TikTok. Their data will be safe and secure with this new deal. They'll continue to use this very fun app, but it's also great news for all of the small business owners who have really been able to make a living off of the use of TikTok as well.
And if I could just get one more as it relates to China, on crop prices with farmers, as there's still no official trade deal with China, farmers are getting a little bit antsy navigating, prices being weak and not strong. How is the administration, thinking about farmers right now? Is there anything we can expect to see from the administration on, sort of bailing farmers out should prices continue to not work in their favor?
Well, the administration is completely understands the anxiety of farmers. We're very much aware of this issue. It has been a part of our discussions, the trade team's discussions with their Chinese counterparts. As for any specific actions, I don't have any news on that for you today, but I can fully assure you the entire National Economic Council in this building, as well as our Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, have been talking with the trade team about this. There's been many meetings on this, and they are on the ball, but I don't have anything specific for you today. Sure, Selena.
Thanks, Caroline. But the case against Letitia James was extensively investigated for 5 months, and President Trump's handpicked Attorney General Eric Siebert could not find any evidence that he committed a crime. So is the president saying here it doesn't matter if there's a crime, he just wants his political enemies to be charged?
Well, let me just walk you through Letitia James. Letitia James completely abused her oath of office. Letitia James was actively and openly engaged in lawfare.
I don't care about the fucking...
But why won't the president accept the conclusions of his Justice Department to not bring charges against Letitia James? In fact, you had Bondi and Blanche top DOJ leadership who were against
It's the deep state
Eric
DOJ.
Siebert,
We haven't drained the swamp
was
yet.
picked by President
There's not enough MAGA
I just
in it.
answered that question for you, and the president has every right to express how he feels about these people who literally campaigned on trying to put him in jail, who literally tried to ruin his life and ruin his businesses, and he wants to see accountability for those who abuse their office and abuse their power. And Letitia James absolutely did that, whether you want to admit it or not.
Is that not retribution, though?
Jeff, it's
All I seem to remember about Letitia James was that fucking Sean Justice Warrior guy trying to say that it was a fucking fishing expedition, but then there's like a massive mischaracterization of what she said. Yeah.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 foreign policy questions. President Putin
Foreign policy?
offered President Trump a 1-year extension of the latest, for the most recent treaty limiting nuclear weapons. Does the White House have a reaction to that? Does the president want to accept that offer? And then one separate issue, just generally, what is the president's response or reaction to the number of countries this week who are planning to or have recognized a Palestinian state?
2 great questions, Jeff. To your first question about Russia, The president is aware of this offer extended by President Putin, and I'll let him comment on it later. I think it sounds pretty good, but he wants to make some comments on that himself, and I will let him do that. As for all of these Western nations that are recognizing a Palestinian state, the president has been very clear. He disagrees with this decision. He spoke about that in the UK, standing right next to his friend, Prime Minister Starmer, and he feels this does not do anything to release the hostages, which is the primary goal right now in Gaza, does nothing to end this conflict and bring this war to a close. And frankly, he believes it's a reward to Hamas. So he believes these decisions are just...
Okay, she's boring. What's this? West Side Tyler. Okay. Ah! Where is it? Oh, there's me. What's he doing with me? Who's next? Political creator, imminent danger tier list. Okay.
Who's like crazy in America right now to racism is in order to prevent worker solidarity from arising there by fomenting right-wing style anti-Indian racism on behalf of white people, and by creating that as a wedge issue instead of everyone going like, no, there's absolutely no way that Silicon Valley is actually trying to be good here. Like, also, they're setting you up for the thing they've been doing for years, which is going to have Elon Musk go, we've had some arguments, but I think that racism is bad, and there's no one more racist than these leftists that are siding somehow with these
That's not me he's talking about.
Already vis-a-vis predatory. It's insanely dangerous. Lawyers and all this is to say, project right-wing this next thing. America had all of that's going to just be by a so that Mudahar is a bit of a... He has no long guy. He's also but he's also not white. So, you know, I don't know how things are there in Canada, but I can't assume that the fucking schools for native peoples have... So I would say these can be safe forever. And I would definitely be cautious if I was him. But
how did I zoom back so quick? The fuck?
Oh, moving on. America's favorite son, who's not an American. Lonerbox.
Oh my god, that's me.
I gotta say this.
Do you think he's gonna say nice things about me?
No, I can't say that. Oh, because the tier's for lethal damage. Lonerbox is a giant piece of shit. He's been doxxed. He's a pro-Israel shill. His community does him no favors. And I think he's still adjusted to the past. He really is. He's adjusted to the past and this idea that you can say anything online. Is Sam Hyde on this tier list? Yeah, it's alphabetical. I'm going to keep telling you guys that. It's a fucking alphabetical list.
What did he just say about you guys? What the fuck? You're going after my baby, my autistic babies. It's not their fault. They're going to get cured soon.
Oh, but I keep going like this, and the alphabet goes like that on my program. Lonerbox is a pro-Israel shill, former Destiny associate, possibly future Destiny associate. God damn, that's got to fucking be miserable to not be there. And a resident of London. He's not white, so he automatically gets a little bit of a bump. His real name's, I think, Nassim or Nassif. I can't remember because I said it wrong.
Okay.
Nassim Poo Cream. So I think it's Nassif. His real name's Nassif.
Why not?
Nassif Yoon.
You said it properly. Oh, almost. Almost.
He is a worm and a rat boy. He did come to America in 2000.
Hey, wait, though. Hands up. If you have never participated in an illegal war of aggression against an Arab country, hands up. Hands up. Why are you only halfway up? Hello?
And early 2004.
Yeah, why's your hand not up?
2024.
Where's your hand? Where's your hand, Tyler? Where's your hand? What? Where's your hand? What? Never mind.
To stump with Progressive Victory, but I think that's done. He's no longer hanging out with Destiny, which probably moves him pretty far down on the fucking list. I think the most danger he would ever be in is from like DNC people, do nothing communists in the BEMP camp, who are really are just do nothings. I personally, I think I could...
DNC do nothing? Was there a comma in there somewhere? DNC and do nothing communists. Okay.
Say this. I think I would maybe punch Loanerbox one time. Just
Whoa!
Just because it would be hard not to. It would
God.
be fun. Like I would take it. Like it was 2 years. I'll take it.
2
I'll
years?
I'll take it.
You do 2 years. What the fuck?
How do you plead? Your Honor, I hit him.
You say. I thought he was a defenseless Iraqi civilian. Say that. You know, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, just like good old days, eh? USA. That's a good defense, isn't it? U.S. court. Yeah. 50-50.
I did. I shouldn't have, but I did. You know? But he's in London, he's in the UK, he doesn't fucking live here, so who gives a shit?
I shouldn't really. Is that reportable? Probably. Nah. I feel bad for him because he does suffer from like fucking brain leprosy, unfortunately. Didn't this guy literally get his brain fucked by some brave fucking Iraqi insurgent soldier? The fuck? I'm not even joking. Like he actually does. But okay. Whatever. Ooh. That's enough of him for 6 months. He'll be back. God, imagine saying that though. In this environment, in this political climate. Ooh. Is there, okay, there's still maybe, what else do we have? The fuck is this? Oh no. Is it Wait, he didn't look like this in the painting. His proportions were a lot more normal. That's fucked up, man. That's mean. That's mean. Come on, okay. Bit mean. Fuck's sake. Oh my god, who the fuck Ken Clippin's that? Wow. Again, it kind of loses its meaning when it's literally followed up by the president contradicting the statement. It's so stupid. It's so fucking dumb, man. At least when you do American politics, you don't really need to read all that much. You just need to read like a couple of paragraphs in an article like, oh, can Trump just unilaterally designate Antifa a domestic terror organization? No, it's more of a foreign thing. Oh, okay, huh. Well, I guess they can, but they can't really enforce it in anywhere near the same way because it's like people have a right to self-identify as whatever the fuck. God. That's all you need, though. You don't need to do all that much. It's almost like too easy. But, God, you really don't tire of how fucking mental these people are. Ooh. Millet has decided that he's not going to be a libertarian after all. Maybe. They'll boost social spending after austerity years. Okay. What happened to fucking afuera, to all the ministries? All of them. Health, education. What happened to that? I mean, that's just the headline. Could mean anything. Could mean anything. Okay, be right back. Be right back. Hey. Oh! Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, that's a man shot right there. That's definitely like at least 200 miles an hour. Oh! Ooh, that's a high testosterone strike if I ever saw one. Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Why are you all freaking out at the fact that she's looking away from the camera when this is what streamers do all the fucking time? It's not actually very often when a streamer will just look right there, you down into your fucking soul, and have a good stare while they're telling you things. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that I just gave you a good fucking... gave you a good little checking out before I tell you what's what about international politics and history and the Soviet Union? What? Ugh. Niall, thanks for the $4.99. Heroin kills the autism virus. That's why RFK Jr. is immune. Good one. Captain Dan, thanks for the $5. Tyler is a dunce. He does seem like a bit of a fucking moron, but you know. Okay. Speaking of, I don't know what happens. There's one. Speaking of blonde queens. Speaking of blonde fascist queens. Lauren Southern is on the scene. A bit of free speech and speaking truth to power for you all this morning. God, she's going to say the most retarded shit, isn't she? Let's see.
Tommy, long time no see. I appreciate you taking the time to respond to the claims I made recently with a video of your own, of you, and podcast interviews.
Okay. Oh, what's he saying?
Here's a horrible fact, okay? I was there when Lauren Southern travelled to Romania with Andrew Tate. I was in the hotel room next door. When I walked out in the morning when we were leaving, Lauren Southern's at the door kissing him, okay? So when you read what she says there, like he's raped her, that's what she's implying. It's a bit weird to be kissing him on his door and then get in the car and message him the whole way. Insanity, absolute bullshit. Here's a horrible fact.
Wasn't the story that she had like passed out? So she didn't even know what happened to her until after, maybe? Or he's just lying. I don't know. But, you know, Tommy Robinson cares about what happens to white women and sexual violence. He cares about that. Oh, no, wait, he doesn't. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just upset when brown people do it.
I apologize for my late reply. You know that old saying about the truth and taking a minute to get its shoes on. I do love a good social lynching, from the left or the right for that matter. I'm not an audience-captured coward like a lot of you folks out here these days. Though I have been wondering...
Hey, I know how that feels, boss. Let's go!
How I am going to disprove all the creative writing that you and others have been doing about me on the internet lately. And you know, in a lot of cases, I really just can't. Like, it's he said, she said. And people have deified you as a god, which must be stressful. So that's very difficult to win in that regard. And you're a very good speaker. You can say things very convincingly to the camera, like they're true. Make a good story for people. But then I realized as I was kind of listening to the little fictions you were writing about me and what happened in Romania, you kept saying that you know for a fact I traveled back to Romania. You said it multiple times on multiple podcasts, on X, and little videos you took. You know I traveled back to see Andrew, and that's how you know that I'm a liar. That's why people should believe you that I'm a liar.
Then she went back out to Romania to see him again. I know she went back out to see him. She went back out to see him. She goes back out to see him. She flew back out to see him.
You see...
God damn it, man. Can you imagine if someone said this about a fucking Muslim groomer? Like, wow, the victim went, like, still called him her boyfriend and shit. That's, interesting.
The only problem with that little tale, Tommy, is you took the story too far. If you just kept it to kind of things that couldn't really be proven, you might have gotten away with it too. But I happen to have travel documents that directly disprove this claim, 100%. I went once to Romania with you, one entry, one exit, in 2018 when you took me to a
No, it's not even true. What the fuck?
business meeting to meet your pimp friend. And here's the thing, Tommy, I don't even think you could give a date when I went back. I don't think you could even give a ballpark. Not least of all because you just made it up, but also because you would trip over another lie, another location I was at. Seriously, if you are a follower of Tommy's and you believe his version of events and the things that he's saying about me, ask him. Say, Tommy, hey, when did Lauren go back to Romania? Ballpark, not even exact day. Don't need that. Week, month even. He won't be able to give you an answer because he lied. And every single thing he has said in the past few months, I guess it's been years now, about me, has been to cover his own ass and to cover for his sex trafficker friend. Like I said, I may not be able to disprove every single fabrication you've told about me. That's just he said, she said. But I can disprove this one. And I'd like to think when it's something this serious and a lie that big, it'll make intelligent people think twice about all the other things you're saying about me. And you know, the craziest part to me is that even if the rest of the stuff you made up, like that story about seeing me in the hotel, or, you know, even going back to Romania, even if that stuff was true, it wouldn't discount anything else that I said. It wouldn't. And I hope people press you on this. I hope they ask you, when did she go back to Romania, Tommy? Even better, what was the first thing she said to you when you saw her in the taxi in the morning? Why won't you answer that? Because this is serious. It's not just about us. There are 40 plus victims, known victims, women and girls, British women and minors, the very people you claim to protect.
Oh God, we have to wait. Andrew Tate identifies as a Muslim, doesn't he? He does. So I do wonder what the patter here is about Tommy Robinson defending a Muslim groomer. It's not the first time that he's helped out a Muslim groomer, right?
This isn't just about our egos or our reputations. This is a much bigger case than that. Like, seriously, if you're watching this, forget about me. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. I mean, obviously I've seen all of the crazy stuff about myself on X, on the internet, of course. And, you know, I'd say a good half of it, if not more, is just unhinged creative writing to obfuscate from some of the more serious claims I've been making over the last bit. A lot of it being pushed by people directly getting paid by the Tate brothers, by the way. But anyways, the point is, regardless...
Did you see the clip of Tommy seeming to be ordering cocaine? I mean, a long while ago, I heard him bragging about taking cocaine next to fucking Muslims praying or some shit, but... Oh, the fucking the Magaloids are in. What fascist shit? This? No? Why is this fascist? It's fascist when a dozen or more people in a room do the same thing. Okay.
Of what you think of me. You can think I'm an absolute unhinged mess. That's fine. I probably am to a degree. Regardless of that, you are being lied to. You are being lied to by people who are stealing your money, defending sex traffickers and covering up their crimes, and who have very different missions privately than what they are telling you their missions are publicly. And there are a lot of people at the forefront of this political world who are just using you. And I see so many people walking into it just without questioning, oh, they're not the mainstream media, so these people would never lie to me. What do you mean? And hey, Tommy, once again, let's address another little claim you keep making.
Andrew Tate's attempted takedown called Hope Not Hate. I know that they pay people tens of thousands of pounds. They liaise between the media and the person. So they'll go give a girl 20 grand. Then they'll line up BBC to interview the girl. So BBC's hands are clean. They haven't paid anyone.
I'm sitting talking, I think, how much have you been paid? They pay the girls. And I guarantee you they've been in contact with every girl Andrew Tate's ever contacted. I guarantee you.
You keep...
Like, Tommy's entire career is just coked out fucking paranoid schizo posting. That's all he does. That's all he does. Actually, I will say, just to relitigate one more time, that clip's really familiar, isn't it?
Called Hope Not Hate. I know that they pay people tens of thousands of pounds. They liaise between the media and the person. So they'll go give a girl 20 grand. Then they'll line up BBC to interview the girl. So BBC's hands are clean. They haven't paid anyone.
I'm sitting talking, I think, how much have you been paid? They pay the girls. And I guarantee you they've been in contact with every girl Andrew Tate's ever contacted. I guarantee you.
That clip just is very familiar to
A similar situation in Chicago today where absolutely unhinged.
Fuck, not that one. Where was it? Shit. Oh, it's here. That clip reminds me of this a little bit.
Listen, look, you might not care. That's okay. I care. I find it frustrating that it's bad that it's taking me 20 minutes of concerted effort and I still have not been able to find a clear disclosure with any mention of financial ties, with any mention of when the period is. You cannot trust a single thing that this man has said on Progressive Victory because he wasn't clearly disclosing it. It's impossible for me to find this information. Description? A great place to put a disclosure. This stream was sponsored by Progressive Victory.
It's the same energy, right?
View the girl, so BBC's hands are clean. They haven't paid anyone.
I'm sitting talking, I think, how much have you been paid? They pay the girls. And I guarantee you they've been in contact with every girl Andrew Tate's ever contacted. I guarantee you.
You keep saying on all these podcasts that these 40-plus women are being paid off. I know I didn't get paid, and I know that there's no proof for any of the other women getting paid, the 40-plus other known victims. Unless you have some, feel free to post it. No one's getting paid, except for you, actually. You got $30,000 from the Tate brothers.
Real quick.
Yeah?
My guess for Tommy Robinson's and Andrew Tate's thing is that Andrew Tate doesn't really live like a Muslim.
No, really? Yeah, it's yeah.
And
I feel like most of the groomers they don't. Yeah.
I think it's pretty hard to live as a Muslim if you have casinos up and operational and like cam websites for women operational, which he was like telling people he would take that down when when he's able to, but it's been like 2 years since he supposedly converted, but the money flow is too good for him to give up on that. So yeah, he's probably looking at him living like a Westerner. Also, Andrew Tate is not from a Muslim country. That's also a thing. He's not. He's very Western.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one of the things why Tommy Robinson's like, oh, they have a little bit of an accent. Get rid of them. They come from they have a too dark of a brown. Get rid of them. They're from a Muslim country. Get rid of them, etc.
It's just integration. That's what that is.
Yeah, no, it's just. Well, he hates Muslims in general, though. Like, doesn't he yap about Muslims mostly?
Andrew Tate.
Like,
or
no,
Tommy. Yeah, Tommy. That's his only fucking political issue. Yeah.
Andrew Tate is actually against immigration as well.
Yeah, yeah.
He
was a big part of the
immigrants.
fucking riots. Yeah, and the small boats.
Which makes no fucking sense to me, but whatever, dog.
Mhm.
Maybe that's why they're allied on that front, despite him being a fucking groomer and a sexual rapist or whatever the fuck
That's
else
it.
he's
That's
done.
why they get along. Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
because they align. Anyway, enjoy.
Which is really curious. Or is it just 30 pieces of silver? You'll have to remind me. Seriously, though, the only ones who seemingly are getting any money for any of this conversation are the ones supporting the sex traffickers. And, you know, even just the whole notion or idea that this was like a setup or a hit job by these left-wing NGOs is so absurd when you actually take more than 1 second to think about it. Like, were they clairvoyant? I need you to explain this to me. No one knew who Tate was back in 2018 when you took me to see him for this business meeting. And yet, that same year, I go and get a hospital report documenting strangulation 5 years before it would be reported publicly that that was what he did to other victims who, like, there are reports back before he was even on Big Brother. So is the idea that, you know, these left-wing NGOs came and found me and we all took a time machine back to 2018 because they needed that report then to do a hit job on him now in 2025? What are you talking about? It makes no sense. Like, I just knew that that was going to be the method that he used on other girls. And lastly, let's touch on the fact that you brought me out to Romania under the guise of a business meeting to meet this guy, Andrew, that you claimed was a stand-up dude and was totally going to invest in this business project, this, you know, what was it called? The Front, the kind of media project that we were going to work on together. It was a totally legitimate business meeting that you were taking me to. I just have one question about that. What kind of business investor brags in a chat group after said business meeting that
no fucking way.
he was never going to invest a fucking dime because he's a pimp who doesn't give girls money? Maybe someone who was never a business investor in the first place and was actually just a pimp who was never going to invest a fucking dime. I know, wild theory. And also, I keep seeing this absolute moronic take of, Lauren, you should leave this to the courts. No one should talk about these things unless it's in a courtroom. But the sex trafficker should get to speak all day long on major networks, slandering the 40 plus victims as much as he wants while they don't have a voice, while these people remain anonymous, while they remain quiet. And he says they're fake, they're being paid, they're whores, they're this, they're that, all day long. While Tommy gets to lie about me, completely invent things that happened. I guess I'm just not supposed to respond. Yes, leave it to the courtroom. Unless they're the sex trafficker, then don't leave it to the courtroom. Oh, and by the way, the courtroom in the country that the guy moved to specifically to get away with crimes. The courtroom where even if they ruled against him and all of his supporters would say was just a Matrix attack. Of course, if it ruled for him, they'll be like, this was justice served. It's like Schrodinger's effing Matrix. Good thing happen, not Matrix. Bad thing happen, Matrix.
Hey, it's the all roads lead to Rome fallacy. That's why, yeah. Wow, she's been watching the 100-box straight. I'm sorry.
Such unbelievable levels of idiocy. I don't understand how anyone is falling for it. Truly. Anything I can do to bring people...
You guys hear they cured autism. Oh, no. Yeah. 0 members. Fuck. Yeah.
Closer to truth is a good thing. And not just for the girls, for the men too, for this entire space. Like all the guys that are getting rug pulled, having their money siphoned out of them in these fake fundraisers, these fake courses, just people's brains being broken by all this nonsensical advice and clickbait that's wrecking their relationships and wrecking their sense of reality. The only way we fix things is with telling the truth, even if those truths are uncomfortable for us. And they have been uncomfortable for me to tell. You think I came out here not expecting the response that I got on the internet with what I said? Like, of course I knew that was going to be the response. I'm not a total idiot. Not all the time anyways.
Self-awareness, self-deprecating humor. Love it. Bae. Yeah, wow. She's so urban. She's so cosmopolitan.
Like, you don't get to question the gods of materialism at your time and get away unscathed. That's not how it works. But just hear me out. people that are kind of following this dissident sphere or whatever, or not, just people that care about truth in general, just because they're the opposition to what the mainstream is perceived as doesn't mean they can't be corrupt too, you know? Powerful people abusing their positions, that thing we like to pretend only Democrats and leftists do, no, it's wherever money and power is. Wherever power and money congregate, that kind of behavior and corruption congregates. And people in right-wing and dissident spheres have been totally brainwashed into thinking that's not the case, so that these people can get away with it repeatedly. It's been crazy work to watch. Anyways, Tommy, back to you. I don't hate you. Like, genuinely, I do not hate you. I get how easy it is to lose sight of what you initially set out to achieve, and I do think you started with a good goal, and I think there's good reasons that people have gravitated towards you, but it's you can't build.
It was like, yeah. What was the goal again? I'm pretty sure the goal was to terrorize Muslims. Am I missing something there? Because it wasn't to expose grooming gangs. That was already happening. Actually, the only contribution he made there was that he almost collapsed a trial by fucking filling himself screaming at people outside the court door, the court building. Stressing out the victims as well, actually, by doing that. What was the goal again? I forgot. I forgot the goal.
Build any good foundation for change on lies. Like, you can't. That's just not how. That's not how the more important battle going on here works. But you know, Tommy, I still think there is a way out with truth. For you too, no matter where you are right now. I know it's, I know you've doubled down now, so that's really difficult because walking back everything you've said and lied about would really do a lot of damage to your reputation. But maybe reputation isn't the most important thing in all of this. You know, I've lost mine in a lot of ways, often due to my own mistakes, but also because I've questioned things I shouldn't have questioned, both in the right-wing and left-wing orthodoxies. And I don't think that reputation and ego are the point of all of this.
Chat, we can fix her. Yeah, that's always the every time.
But yeah, I'm not coming out here and saying I'm perfect. I'm the truth teller that's going to save a generation. I'm telling more truths for sure than I think, definitely than I was before, and definitely more than you. But I still have work to do on myself. I've had to tell a lot of uncomfortable truths to myself, to my family, to the internet. And no, the result of doing that has not been mass reward. Wow, we love this, Lauren. Has it ever been, though? You know, I've done this for 10 years. Getting mass canceled for being right about things too early or saying things that I'm not supposed to because they question certain orthodoxies. And definitely when you spent 10 years questioning orthodoxies on the left and getting mass canceled by that, and then you go and question certain orthodoxies and structures on the right, you're kind of left an island unto yourself, and that's not a great place to be. But it actually, in reality, it feels very good because I don't feel I'm making the world a worse place, and I don't feel I'm part of the oncoming corruption that is going to be the right-wing movement if people are unable to look at what they're creating and the unquestioning nature of it, kind of the cult-like dynamics there.
Oh, yeah?
And the lies, the covering up for sex traffickers, that's pretty damn bad. And it has a lot more to do with other people than our own egos or our reputations. So I don't really want to be complicit in that. And if I can push back on it, that's good. That's good. Feel free to cancel me, make up all the rumors you want about me. I'm
Cancel
not sure
culture.
there's anything left to make up about me. Like, my goodness, the things I have done based on what the internet think. Wow, I've been a busy lady. This will all eventually go to court anyways, and maybe people will take it a little more seriously then.
What?
It's definitely not going away, so you might want to, if you are on the side of making stuff up about 40 plus victims, lying.
Bro, Tommy Robinson's been in jail like 10 times. No one gives a fuck. Everyone thinks it's for talking about Muslims. Everyone thinks he's only getting jailed because he says that some Muslims are rapists. Like, bro, Tommy Robinson's and all the court documents are public. He pleads guilty most of the time. Whether it's fucking mortgage fraud, about 3 fucking separate fights with police officers, assault, like violating a court order, violating a gag order, contempt of court, live streaming himself on the doorsteps of a court building and confronting witnesses when victims when you're not, and defendants when you're not supposed to. Like, it's all there. It's all public. Defamation, it's all public. But people just fucking lie. And they just say, oh, he got jailed for saying, you know, Islam needs to moderate and integrate with Western society. It's unbelievable.
and covering up for sex traffickers. You might want to reconsider that right now, just a suggestion. But until then, I don't mind being a voice for truth and the public punching bag for things the world doesn't want to hear yet. Lord
Fucking
knows
Canadians.
I've been here before. Yeah. I wasn't going to do this in a video form initially because
You heard from Queen's stream that he framed a refugee. Yeah, he defamed a Syrian refugee. Yeah, who was getting bullied. Yeah, he defamed him. He interviewed the bully, and the bully spread this story about how the kid was like abusing and grooming other schoolgirls and shit. Yeah, it was fucking mental. Yeah, I think he pled guilty to that as well. He had to pay out. But then he got called back to court because he kept lying about the case again. Like, yeah, that's why he's always in trouble with the law. It's because he's a criminal. Like,
do not like doing the video stuff. I just prefer not to do videos these days. But most people don't read, and I get it. We just want kind of the easiest to consume information.
God, she's such a fucking incel, isn't she? Most people don't read anything, but I do. Oh my God, she reads book. Ooh, oh, hello. She reads book. Ooh. All right.
And I do think this is important enough that it's worthwhile to make it easy to consume. But for those of you who do want to delve deeper and kind of see the evidence and all the stuff I'm talking about, I did write a very long Substack with multiple parts that you can check out below this post.
She owned the Canadian government. I didn't watch that. I watched Lauren's where she was just not answering any question. But yeah, I think did Lauren Southern start mogging the politicians? Debate broing them. Fuck. You Google the criminal record. Is Tommy Robinson even his real name? No, his name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Tommy Robinson is the name of a famous football hooligan, actually. No, Lennon. Lennon, you fucking idiot. Welcome to the United Kingdom. Welcome to white country. Yo. It's slop o'clock. So it's kind of funny that I've spent the best part of 2 weeks just like on, and actually most of the time, like almost all the time when I cover US politics, it's covering MAGA. I don't really I do the lefty infighting shit on Middle East and foreign policy and some shit, but like on American politics, it's like almost 90+% MAGA content. And it's especially after the Charlie Kirk thing, like people are just going for completely completely occupied by all the insane Trump MAGA Republican shit. But it's funny that that a couple of times, some people on the farther left are just being like, no, liberals, come back here. I'm fighting with you. I'm not finished with you. Like, and obviously one of them, wait, what's this?
When I...
Bah!
Far left.
So
far left.
The last thing he said was he was like trying to rope me in with Dan and the fucking Congress politicians going after him and Destiny or whatever. Apparently I was involved in some kind of fascist censorship campaign against him. Source. But he's covering my tweet thread with Ryan Beard. Did I actually mention Hassan in that thread? I guess I kind of alluded to him. SPD, KPD, can't support the party. Sounds familiar. KPD never uniting unless it was total obligation to change course. If they can't even tell, oh, this was a Hassan reference for sure. That was a Hassan reference. Oh, it's because of the. I think a lot of people thought I was defending this sentiment that it would be good for Trump to go after Hassan, but I think it's quite clear that I'm focusing on the second angle here about the SPD KPD reference. I don't know, internet. In any case, he's got comments. Ooh, actually, if this is about SPD KPD stuff, if this is about Weimar Germany, he's going to trigger the absolute shit out of me, isn't he? Oh no.
Far left alt media spend the last 2 years trashing the only party that could beat him. Once again, none of this actually factors my commentary into this. Out of all of these parties that are having this back and forth, this conversation.
Oh, is there a full context? Okay. Let's do the full context. Destiny, right. Most of this video will be about Destiny, won't it? Fuentes, Sam Hyde. Okay, yeah, definitely. Where are we? Where's the start of this thread? Here? Ah! This is like pandering quote. Oh, because he's looking at Destiny's quote tweets, I think. I think there was like a weird order there. Where are we? This fucking editor, dude. God.
Another one of his. They're talking about that Ryan Beard is responding to.
Okay.
The mouthpiece for Israel. Ironically enough, that's the person. Is it rebuilding your bridge? What do you mean rebuilding this bridge? It's been fucking 6 years of relentless one-sided cyber stalking, chatters. The only reason why I ever even recognize his existence is because he decided to fucking be the mouthpiece
Destiny
orbiters that Ryan Beard is responding to. I don't know. They're talking about SPD and KPD. They're saying that the SPD and KPD weren't infighting. The KPD wanted liberal democracy to fall just as much as the Nazis did, blah, blah, blah. He's just saying that the communists were wrong. Yep. Relitigating the communist.
Oh God, he's just gonna, all he knows about this is the Spartacist revolt. And he probably doesn't even know exactly what happened there. That's all he knows, right? He's gonna talk about the Freikorps, 1919, Rosa Luxemburg. That's all he's got, right?
And how wrong they were for actively taking the fight to the Nazis.
Actively.
Incredible
stuff. That's not what they fucking did, you retard. Read the fucking quote. Actively taking the... Actively. Everything sounds smarter when you say actively. The quote's right in front of you, you fucking idiot. They focused on the Social Democrats. They said their biggest enemies were the Social Democrats, the social fascists. Okay. Fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Stuff.
God, he's so stupid.
So your perspective that it was good for the SPD to put more focus on the fighting with the KPD than the Nazis. All right, I disagree. I prefer communism over Nazism. Yeah, Hassan should have told his audience to vote for Kamala. That doesn't mean I'm going to focus more on how bad he is than I focus on Trump. When did I say that? If you're focusing the U.S., of course your main target should be Trump and MAGA. I'm arguing that if you want left unity, the ones who didn't try to keep fascists out should be pandering to the ones who did, not the other way around. I didn't say who should be pandering to who. I said that it was dumb for Destiny to hope that Trump takes Hassan out. I'm not asking Destiny to pander to Hassan. I'm asking for him not to promote authoritarians coming for Hassan because that's not going to help liberals whatsoever. I agree that it won't help, but your original point is reading like both groups have an equal onus to change. Most liberals already focus on Trump and getting people to vote, whereas more far left alt media spend the last 2 years trashing the only party that could beat him. Once again, none of this actually factors.
Oh, and that's where the clip comes in. This thread was so based. It's just fucking obvious. So if you're going to talk about Weimar, he's not actually doing the Rosa Luxemburg thing. He actually he just made something up, I guess. He just made something up. He said that he like gazed into the camera as he was saying it. What was he saying here? Make sure I didn't mishear that.
Simultaneously, that actually didn't even change their ideology all that much. People that he thought, well, simultaneously, the only to fucking be who communists were wrong. Democracy to fall just as much as the Nazis did, blah, blah, blah. He's just saying that the communists were wrong, relitigating the communists and how wrong they were for actively taking the fight to the Nazis. Incredible stuff.
He's just a fucking liar, man. He's just a big fat fucking liar. That's not even normally what they'll do is they'll say that the Social Democrats betrayed communists in 1919 with the Spartacist uprising, which is basically like a general strike that almost got turned into a communist revolution. The SPD were in government at the time, and they squashed that uprising, that attempted coup, with a group of right-wing paramilitaries called the Freikorps, the Free Corps. And some of those Freikorps guys ended up becoming Nazis later on. The problem with that story is, one, the communists were trying to coup the government. They were trying just before an election. They knew they weren't popular enough to stand in elections and get anything out of it. So they tried to launch a coup. There were negotiations during the strikes between the SPD and the Freikorps, the SPD and the KPD. And the KPD started, in the middle of these negotiations, started handing out flyers saying to overthrow the government, like trying to spur that on, because they knew they didn't have a democratic mandate to do anything that they wanted to. Now, the SPD were in a position where this is a newly formed democracy. It's very vulnerable. Everyone is insanely bitter after just losing the First World War. The economy's in the shits. So the idea of having a Soviet-style revolution in Germany in 1919 was definitely not going to happen, not least of all because the army would have never gone along with it. The army was mostly monarchists. So the SPD have this decision where they need to squash this uprising. And one right-wing minister in the SPD called Gustav Noske, a more right-wing social democrat, utilizes the Freikorps, a group of like sort of disgruntled paramilitary German, like ex-soldiers. And they were mobilized against the Social Democrats. The Freikorps were, a lot of them were very right-wing, like extremely like proto-fascist. And instead of just clamping them down and arresting them, they murdered them. They murdered the leaders of the KPD. What people don't tell you from that story is that the SPD also disbanded Freikorps units like in the following years. They were never friends. The second thing is, even if they just utilized the army, like that's what they should have done. They should have used the regular army to put down the protest, or the police. But the army and the police were also full of right-wingers. It would have been the same story. It would have been the same thing of just like weaponizing fascism against communism or whatever. But like at the end of the day, these guys were like a foreign-backed organization that was trying to coup the government. They were trying to coup a democracy to turn it into a Soviet-style state. Yeah, they fought against. Yeah, the SPD fought against right wingers in the Kapp Putsch. Yeah, in was it 21 or 23? I forgot. But the other thing they don't tell you is when people say that, oh yeah, communists were right not to trust social democrats because of the Freikorps thing, even if it was like more than a decade later. What was already happening in Russia in 1919 to social democrats? What was already happening to the Mensheviks? They were getting censored. They were getting imprisoned. They were getting persecuted. They were a couple of years off of getting completely outlawed. So if you're really a social democrat, are you just going to hand power over to these people who are already like jailing your counterparts in a different country? Like, no, fuck that. In any case, like what would have happened? The SPD gives power to the communists, and then the communists are in charge of an army that's full of monarchists. Like it was never going to happen. They didn't have the popular mandate to do it. But yeah, this was actually late 30s, going against what our boy here is saying. One more time for the boys.
The KPD wanted liberal democracy to fall just as much as the Nazis did, blah, blah, blah. He's just saying that the communists were wrong, relitigating the communists and how wrong they were for actively taking the fight to the Nazis. Incredible stuff.
So this is from Richard Evans, the Third Reich in Power, prominent historian on World War II and Nazi Germany. The Social Democrats and Communists between them had won 221 seats in the Reichstag elections of November 1932, as against 196 for the Nazis and another 51 for the Nazis' allies, the Nationalists. But they failed completely to mount any concerted resistance to the Nazi seizure of power. They were bitterly divided. The Communists, under orders from Stalin in Moscow, labeled the Social Democrats social fascists and argued that they were worse than the Nazis. The Social Democrats were reluctant to cooperate with a party whose deviousness and unscrupulousness they rightly feared. So he's just a fucking liar, dude. He just made shit up. making shit up. One more.
Weren't infight. I don't know. Israel fucking chatters.
Let's hear.
They're saying blah blah. He's just saying that the communists were wrong, relitigating the communists and how wrong they were for actively taking the fight to the Nazis. Incredible stuff.
Okay, dude. Okay.
I'm the only motherfucker that went to the DNC.
Oh yeah, what was the rest of this clip?
Once again, none of this actually factors my commentary into this. Out of all of these parties that are having this back and forth, this conversation, I'm the only motherfucker that went to the DNC. Perhaps there's a reason for why I was invited to the DNC. Okay? I'm the only one who actually...
What? Because you've got lots of fucking insight. Like what? What? Is that why? Do you think you were there in a fucking consultancy job? Like they were there to... They brought you there so you could tell them how to win an election? Like what the fuck? As far as I remember, you went there and complained, and then you went outside and complained, and you got kicked out and complained. What was he? What is this rewriting? Like you were just there to advise. You were there to tell Mrs. Harris, all about how she can tweak her foreign policy. Listen, honey, let me tell you. Let me tell you about this. Let me tell you about this one phone call from 1982 that ended the war in Lebanon. Let me tell you how you can pick up that phone over there and stop the war in Gaza right now. Okay, Bob.
Actually went to the politicians and communicated the anger and frustration that the people were feeling. I tried to get them to change their messaging. I did my very best to make sure that they did not align
to change their messaging to what? To being to being as mind-meltingly obsessed with Israel as you are, despite knowing fuck all about the conflict.
Ideology with the right wing. But obviously, I'm only one person, and nobody gave a shit about my commentary in this regard. I kept calling it.
Because it's fucking stupid. You keep saying that they were aligning with the right wing, and you kept saying that Trump and Harris wouldn't be any different on fucking Gaza, which is insane. Really, because, yeah, Harris would have been the one slashing U.S. aid so that they can't fucking help people who are starving or going hungry in Gaza or struggling even in the West Bank or like. Did he say that? Yes, he did, Missy. I don't know why the fuck you are so like. I already know like your instincts when you're like responding to this shit. Yes, he said they wouldn't be any different on Gaza. Yes. I know because whenever Dan attaches that stupid fucking clip to any Republican Democrat thing, they're like, no, it's out of context. He's just talking about Gaza.
It out over and over again. I said, this is going to most likely be a dangerous gamble and cause Kamala Harris to lose. And lo and behold, she did lose. So all of these people that were wrong professionally, I cannot understand how they have they have no sense of shame whatsoever that they were professionally wrong and they still think it was actually somehow my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault. Professionally wrong. Okay. Speaking of professionally wrong.
I still, however, maintain the position until this day, and I still maintain this position that Kamala Harris will most likely win the election come tomorrow. And this is not just me looking at the polls, even though, of course, I have looked at the polls this entire time, but also looking at the vibes. I don't just do poll analysis, I do polls plus vibes. Why do I do this? Well, the reason why I do polls plus vibes is because polls alone are not going to be enough. I have, however, learned something that's a little bit scary today, this morning. I've told you guys already, I have like a bunch of people that I talk to, normies in general. You know, I have some high propensity voters, mid propensity voters, and low propensity voters in a place.
Bro, what the fuck? You have... I don't remember him saying that. What the fuck? Who do you think you are, man? Oh yes, Jason, yes, my mid propensity voter friend. Oh yes. Oh yes, Cassie, yes, my low propensity, age 24 to 35 voter, middle income. What? Bro, who the fuck do you think you are? You're Is that how he's categorizing his mates? As low, high, and mid propensity voters. Me on my way to meet my my voters, my voter friends of varying propensity. Oh yeah, me identifying. That's a low propensity voter if I ever saw one. Fuck me, man. Fuck me.
Place like California, and I look to who they vote for and how they vote as well, because I just want to kind of see like a focus group basically. And my low propensity voter did vote for Donald Trump.
My low propensity voter. Hey, what? All one of them? You've got one low I thought you had multiple. What the fuck? Where is it? I love the switch here as well. This is him after the election.
Now, look, the main pastime on the left, other than being mad for the last few weeks, is everyone saying how right they were all along about Democrats being out of touch and bound to lose.
Arrest me. Sorry. So I sat at this chair. Well, maybe not.
Hey, what a it's so fucking shameless. Like, how does the audience not notice? Did they just forget things that he says? Or maybe he just says enough of both so that he can kind of just like latch on to one or the other. I'm sorry, I thought you predicted Kamala would win, and you not only that, but you actually also engaged in some in some very involved research with your voters of varying propensity and age groups and races. Damn. God, I guess you're 35 to 40, medium propensity, middle income, urban, college educated fucking voter. White/Hispanic, registered independent voter. Didn't really put your finger too close to the pulse there, buddy. Shit.
He just walked away.
Hey, my name is Austin Cho.
Cool. Austin, do you have a voting plan for 2024?
Yes, I am going to fill out my mail-in ballot.
He looks pretty jacked, though.
In the state of Oregon, and then I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. I may vote twice.
Don't do that. It's illegal.
Oh, okay. Delete that.
Do you have
I don't know that. I don't remember this clip. What's this one?
a plan
I'm
on
not
where
voting for Holocaust Harris.
to put your voting sticker?
Yeah, right in the ballot box.
No, the sticker is what you get for voting.
Oh. I'm going to put it like on the visor of my car.
I think that's a great spot for it, honestly, because you can remind yourself, I did my civic duty.
Yeah, I voted, and I'll think of it every single day until I vote again.
Do you have a soundtrack in your mind for voting?
Hot to go? I don't know why.
I love that.
Yeah, I don't know why.
HOTTOTO.
Yeah.
The polls are going to be hot.
Yes, they're absolutely going to be hot. Where are you voting from?
I'm voting from down the street at the school in Hollywood.
Hell yeah. Well, we know our states are going blue. Let's just move to a swing state.
I'm not a swinger.
You're not?
I don't work late, and I'm not a swinger.
Okay.
Is there any reason that you think queer people might be apprehensive about voting?
They shouldn't be. No apprehension. Yeah. Get out and vote.
Do it. Austin
Vote,
told
bitch.
you to.
Yeah, I told you to. Get to the ballot box, fill out your mail-in ballot, especially if you're in a swing state. Go vote for Kamala Harris. Because fuck the other guy.
No.
We're going to Steamworks.
Yes.
Oh no, that's so uncool, isn't it? That's so uncool. What, voting to keep fascists out? That's so cringe.
My name is...
This is why I'm an enemy to the LGBTQ community, okay? Let me tell you. This is why I'm a foe, dog. This is it. Anyway, let's hear from much, okay? Kamala Harris is gonna do what's up? I did. Why are you in the Discord? Austin is mad. Austin is mad at you guys. Stop yelling at him. Here.
But people
hold on. Okay, go.
People take a video like that was recorded in Chicago during the DNC as if it was recorded like they piped me in live from the streets of Chicago with Willem Belli, right? Like What the do you expect from an interview like that? A street interview with a drag queen. What the do you expect? You know?
You didn't say anything wrong, though. You didn't say anything wrong. What?
You know, I'm an undecided voter. You
Should
know,
have been like, I'm not voting for Holocaust Harris is what you should have said.
No,
Austin is so mad he's breaking
look,
things.
I have unendorsed Kamala Harris.
Okay.
For president of the United States, although I'm voting for her. Okay, that's my stance.
I'm riding.
Just
I'm riding with Biden.
So you predicted Kamala would win. We're barely adamant about the importance of voting to keep Trump out, I guess. And then you pretend to have predicted the opposite result on Pod Save America. And you also, I guess, in going over one of my Twitter exchanges for whatever reason, had to pretend that my issue with the KPD was that they were taking the fight to Nazis. Okay, that's a good 24 hours in Hassan world, I think. It's a good solid 24 hours in slop chamber. What a fucking embarrassment. I'm not even saying, if you're doing, like I say, when I do US politics, like specifically, and it's not like Gaza or whatever, I don't really talk about lefties all that much, because obviously MAGA are the big issue. On US politics, yeah. I'm not saying you should like blame Hassan for the loss or even people who think like him, but my fucking God, dude. I don't think you can separate US politics from IP at this point. Yeah, you can. You can well, I mean, you can talk about it like it's its own topic. Like you can talk about a day in Israel-Palestine without going over US politics. I'm talking about, should I call it US domestic politics? I'm so sorry. US domestic. Sorry. Wow. It's just the fact that he's been going on Twitter and on his stream, like talking about how the libs didn't listen to him and shit. And that's why we are where we are now. It's like, fuck off, man. Like, don't for 1 second let people like this make you think that you didn't do enough. If you are someone who supported the party, who insisted on the importance of voting, even if you had issues with Democrats, if you are someone who did that and you said that you should vote for Democrats, it's really important that you vote to keep out fascists, then you did more than Hassan did. That's it. You did more than he did. Do not let these people make you think that you need to fucking bend over to their shit. They should be pandering to you, not you to them. Anyway. Ooh. Twitter is absolutely fucking mogging with... It's just on fire with all this stupid Charlie Kirk shit. I do like it that liberal people are not really afraid to disrespect them, because that wasn't a memorial. That was a political, it was a very political rally. Very, very, they made my video game so political. Oh my God. If you're an American who cares about IP, you have to consider it when discussing domestic politics. Yeah, you have to remind people that Biden was, in about 10 different ways, better than Trump on Israel-Palestine. That's it. Even if you're very left-wing, even if you're a harm reduction, lesser of two evils, 99% Hitler, even if it's that, then Biden was still a lot better than Trump. And so would Harris have been. But, fuck. But also remember that these guys keep saying, like, they're still acting like Gaza was what lost, like this single issue base decided that their issue was what lost the election. Like, fuck off. You can look at voter orders of preference when they give you like 20 different categories, and Gaza is like number 15. Like, people did not have it as a high priority. And even when it came to the arms decision with the... the arms decision with wanted to withhold from Israel. Even at the time of the election, Democrats were not like massively, the split was like fairly close. Wasn't Dearborn the only county that flipped over the uncommitted movement? As far as I know, yes. It's hard to tell because some people might say that like enough socialists and leftists abstained to keep. Maybe there wasn't enough abstentions that would keep Harris out, but that's very unlikely. It's very hard to prove that. And there's not really much point in fighting over it. Because typically I'm not really going by results-based analysis. I'm just saying like, even if it's the intent that matters, right? It's what you do with the opportunity that you have. Like, let's say Trump won by 10 million votes. People who didn't make any effort to get him to vote against him still deserve blame, right? Is that not fair? Like, not blame for the result, but blame for the fact that they could have done something very simple and chose not to, and actually did more the opposite by trashing the party that would keep Trump out. So, yeah. I think the state of mind and the general principle is still important, even if the results were too far to count. Anti-democratic stuff is very pervasive and really misinformed. Yeah, I think it's such a damning position to be in when MAGA are a cult and Democrats can't even say that they voted Democrat or that you should vote Democrat without feeling gay, like without feeling embarrassed. We need to get out. People need to get out of that mindset. I do not want to be in my country as well. I don't want it to be 2029. And I'm saying you should vote Labor. Like, if it comes down to just labor reform, I don't want to be in a position where I'm saying you should vote Labor. You should want to vote Labor to keep out reform. You should want to do this. I don't want to be in that position. And for people who I'm trying to influence and people around me to feel like they're like ashamed of saying it in public, and that's really fucking bad. It's really damaging. Which is weird because even when Labor were winning elections into the Iraq War, people were able to do that. People were able to attack the Iraq War but still get behind the party. People were very able to do that. Yeah, something. I guess it's probably just because politics has become a lot more mainstreamed. I guess it's overlapped a lot more with kind of like just general popular culture than it used to. Because it used to just be for boring fucks, right? Turnout was low. It wasn't cool and all that. But now that it is, I guess there's that issue where like you do kind of have to make the party work on a cultural level as well, which didn't used to be the biggest issue. Ooh. What is this clip? LSF mirror?
Way, but they would do the exact same thing. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Why? Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel, right?
Is the context here on a specific part of Israel-Palestine, or ask President Trump if the US was given any kinds of heads up against the operation. Heads up, it wasn't a heads up. It was, we know what's going on. When is this? June 13th. Is this over Iran? Is he trying to say that the Democrats would have bombed Iran? Is that the issue he's talking about? Or is it? I wonder. This looks like it might be from... Let's see what Philmott is saying. Philmott. It's on Iran, right? You realize that is still retarded, right? You realize that's still retarded. The party that did the JCPOA versus the party that trashed the JCPOA. That's still retarded. I could have told you this. Look, you're gonna look at someone predicting something accurately. Look at this. Fuck me. (2024). That was about Morris. There would be one from 2024, I think, discussing election results. Ooh. This is from July. This is all after June, July, April. This is from April. But April? October 2024. That's Morris. What's this? Iran's nuclear facilities. I know this is the thing that the Israelis have been wanting for a long, long time. Do you think Trump is actually going to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities? I know this is the thing that the Israelis have been wanting for a long, long time. They want America to like to finish the job. That's from May. This is from before the bombings. Yeah, even I think I mentioned this even when the election happened, like when the results came in. Oh, is it this? November 2024. Hawk hardline bomb Iran advocate.
Maybe in for an Israeli-Iranian escalation sometime early next year.
All right.
Bear in mind that Secretary of Defense that Trump picked, Pete Hegseth, is a full-on Hawk hardline bomb Iran advocate. So if anyone's smelling weakness in Iran and Trump is the president, there's going to be some words had. Especially, remember, Trump's ego and the fact that Iran might very well have tried to have him killed before the election. That's what, saying you made a prediction or alluded to a prediction and actually being able to prove it, by the way. Well done. Well done, boys. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Ooh. But, we do have that one clip of Kamala saying most lethal military, so that definitely means she was wanting to just bomb every fucking country that Israel want them to. Anyway, we're slopping out. Yeah, I still didn't see the autism announcement. Is it? Oh, it's here now. It's on agenda for. It's on look. Oh, here it is. Autism. Autism's coming. Get in. Oh no, Luckner's going to be done for. If they cure Luckner, we're fucked.
By the way, I'll talk about this in a second. I want to take some comments first. The Washington Post also has an article.
Going to lose vaccines in Reddit. Dude.
Drug that Trump plans to promote for autism shows real and fragile hope.
Steve! Guys, what am I going to do without autism? What's going to happen? It's 3:15 EST. Isn't that now?
Okay.
Oh, it's in 45 minutes. How?
Let me take some comments from you guys.
Huh? Is this timer fucked? Oh, 4 EST.
Sweetie thinks this is crazy. Strange says, I think RFK is a crackpot.
Uh-oh. That's mean. No, he's just disabled. He's just got throat AIDS. What?
Oh, hold on. I want to check something here. Hold on.
I do love this.
I very well might be getting some video from
That's
the White
so
House
good.
before it starts. If I get that video, I will put it on the screen. The announcement time is in about 43 minutes if it starts on time.
Autism announcement.
A quick thank you, by the way, to Red Squirrel 82, our member, who says, I got diagnosed with autism in 1996. Thanks for writing in. Thank you, Logan Misiak, who wonders if tech and social media play a part in autism. Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Jay Knowswich, our member, Scoobs, our member, Sharon A. Bear, member for 50 months. Thank you. Ben C. says that currently Kenvue is down 6.3%. Yeah, currently Kenvue, who's the manufacturer of Tylenol, is down 6.5% today and over 17% in September. Thanks, Ben C. Thanks, Antonio, for your support. Thanks, Paul Holden, our member. Tower Dragon.
His audience might be more fucked than mine. Yeah, what does he... I can't imagine the kind of audience that he cultivates. People who just sit there watching a guy shuffle through... Because he is a breaking news channel, isn't he? He doesn't really do... He doesn't really do that much commentary or analysis or anything. Yeah, I don't know. Bro. He just waits for the news to break. He sure does, doesn't he? With no agenda. So I heard. Do I want to sit around for 45 minutes waiting to learn about autism? I could probably wait until tomorrow. I wonder what Vosh is saying about autism.
A Democratic Socialist, you're worried it will be damaging to your party, maybe inhibit your chances of winning back the Senate?
No, not Fox. No.
I'm going to continue talking to him.
Is that Fox?
Jesus.
No. Oh, that's Cuomo.
Christ.
Okay, yeah. I thought she was like shitting on some Democratic Party. Hang on. Okay. Ooh, where is... Hang on. Give me this thing. Should I start watching Vosh? As long as he's not talking Middle East, you're probably fine. Yeah. Depends on whatever your position is on the scandals. What is this?
So I send the link, and then
No,
she's
not
like,
that.
Do you know what would be
I've already done that. What's this?
A similar situation in Chicago today, where absolutely unhinged agitators work to form a blockade. They don't have actual jobs, but that is their job, in front of an ICE facility, including a Democrat congressional candidate who was thrown to the ground by an ICE agent. Good work.
Good work. Good work. Is this Hitler Barbie? They are all Hitler Barbie. Good work. Thank you for your service. Steve Lookner wrote for the Muppets. Yeah, well, I know that he has a very impressive CV, but there's this meme where people just sort of add accomplishments of his that are obviously not real. I know the Seinfeld thing one is real. Other ones, I don't know, they could all be trolls. But I do know that he is agenda free. He's on the Muppets wiki. Well, then that means he is. That means he wrote that shit. Some of it. What do we have here?
It was the best evidence of the fact that they don't want to fight against Hamas. There is no Hamas in West Bank. They just want to destroy the existing political bodies.
Stop fucking... Why? Why are they... Bro. As a president, do they not do briefings? Do you think do they not do these briefings and they tell them just like a few things about the area that they're making big decisions on? He's interviewing an Israeli news person. Is there the whole thing? I wouldn't actually mind seeing that. Face the Nation interview. Is that it? Face the Nation?
Mr. President, if you're ready, we'll dive right in.
This is not going to be good for the autism.
You know, most countries in the world recognize Palestinian statehood. It's 147 of 100.
Are you saying there are a lot of Hamas in the West Bank? Well, they have an armed presence. They have control over some areas, and they are the most popular party in the movement. So they're about as in the West Bank as you can be without like ruling it, I guess. But yeah, they're there, yeah.
193 countries at the UN. But France is going to be the first Western UN Security Council member to do so. What conditions are there for this?
Look, thank you, and thank you for being here and offering me the opportunity
Something about the lighting in this room is fucking amazing. Isn't it? Doesn't it look really? Doesn't that the depth of field, the way he's lit up, doesn't it look kind of amazing? Isn't this like a really? Does it have premium? Wow.
Have such a discussion. I think it was a necessity first to decide this recognition, and I will announce it on the 22nd of September at the United Nations.
Yeah. What did I say? Yeah, at least Myron, he's watched Fauda, so he would know. If he watched Fauda, he would know that there is actually Hamas in the West Bank. Yeah. That there are like Hamas commanders in the West Bank. And I mean, you see it a lot of the time in the obituaries. There's lots of like Hamas field commanders or whatever, like heads of there's like a Hamas chief of staff and shit like that, I think, like the military commanders. A lot of them die very young. They're often like 20 or 25-ish when they die because they don't really become seasoned veterans like they do in Gaza. But yeah, he should just watch some Fauda, man. What the fuck?
Precisely because we are at a very moment where if we want peace and security for all in the region, we have to preserve the condition of a political perspective for everybody. So we will announce the recognition, but which is the beginning of a political process and a peace and security plan for everybody. So right after this recognition...
He might have meant Hamas aren't the recognized power in the West Bank. Yeah, I mean, he might have. I'm not putting that, but the way he said it and the general way that some of these Western leaders talk about Israel, it does sound like they are kind of, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. I don't know. Which is weird, because obviously a lot of politicians in the West have taken a very great interest in the region. Like Hillary Clinton, people like Jimmy Carter, Reagan, like these guys knew a lot. Like they really, really cared and learned like quite a lot about the Middle East. But yeah, sometimes when I hear people like this, I'm not sure.
We have a first phase, which is, I would say, the emergency phase. Ceasefire, release of all hostages, and third, restoring the humanitarian roads and the stabilization of Gaza. We have a second package, which is the day after. We will revert on that, how to organize Gaza in terms of governance, security, and reconstruction. And third package, the perspective of the two states. But recognizing a Palestinian state today is the only way to provide a political solution to a situation which has to stop.
But you are not making the release of the hostages a condition before recognition.
It will be for us a requirement very clearly before opening, for instance, any embassy in Palestine. But during weeks and weeks, months and months, we worked very hard with the Qatari, and I want to commend Qatar and Egypt for their role in these negotiations with the US administration and with Israel precisely to get this release of hostages. But let's be clear.
Maybe you should have worked out the government structure before you recognize the state. That does it matter? I don't actually. The thing I didn't really bother covering this story because to me I don't think it makes much of a. Physically, it doesn't. There is a problem in the fact that obviously. I think between Abbas and Hamas, I feel like Hamas are probably going to have an easier time saying, "Yeah, we did this." I think it's going to be much easier for them to claim that it was their doing, which is kind of annoying. But like, you're not a state unless you function like a state. Like every country in the world can recognize my fucking flat as an independent state if they want. But if depends on what follows that. It depends on what actions follow it, and unfortunately, when it comes to statehood and borders and everything like that, and secure arrangements, it's like a lot of that's going to be decided by it. It can't be decided without the two groups agreeing on something.
If we conditionate this move to, I would say, the agreement of those who just don't want to stop this war, it's an endless process. So this is a clear condition before we will open an embassy. This is the first series of conditions and requirements we will put in the peace process. But we will announce the 22nd this recognition of Palestinian state.
So Secretary of State Marco Rubio said this is a reckless decision. That's the word he used. He said it gives Hamas little incentive to actually start diplomacy to release the hostages. Why do you disagree with that sequencing?
I think probably...
He's maybe going to say, depending on the time, sometimes Hamas will say that they... Most of the time, I think they say they want a state. They'll just say they don't want to recognize Israel. That's like their whole thing. There have been a couple of times where some Hamas leaders have said that the political situation wasn't ready for statehood. And I guess that's because, but I'm pretty sure that's just because of the timing, and because they don't want it to look like a PA achievement. So if there was, say, 2 years of PA crackdowns on Hamas in the West Bank, and they were starting to regain control in Gaza, and then they were going to get recognized as a state, Hamas would probably say, no, don't do that. But now, obviously, like it's so obviously going to look like a Hamas achievement, not PA, which is a bit grumble. Did we bully this guy into being a good poster? I do think maybe Drew does lean based on who's bullying him. Yes.
This is an excessive word, and I disagree with this approach. Why? Because the objective of Hamas is absolutely not to create a Palestinian state. The objective of Hamas is to destroy Israel, to convince the maximum number of people that they have no chance to have peace and stability and precisely a Palestinian state.
Wait, okay, see, when he says this, I don't know if it's like an ESL thing, that sentence just there makes it sound like he doesn't understand the conflict. He doesn't understand shit. Like, even if you look at Hamas's new charter, this is the updated one, the one that's supposed to sound nice and humanitarian. No part shall be compromised or conceded. So he's saying that, but that doesn't mean they don't want a state, because they say this is them saying they'll never recognize Israel. Like, it will always be somewhere down the line. But then there's this last sentence: without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity and without relinquishing any Palestinian rights, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent state with Jerusalem as its capital, along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with the return of refugees and the displaced of their homes from which they were expelled, to be a formula of national consensus. They're saying they'll take a state. They're saying it right now. Like, right now, they're celebrating. So the fact that he just said that sounds like he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. I don't know.
And to kill the maximum number.
Yeah, I think he means they don't want a two-state solution, but that doesn't mean they don't want two states. He said Hamas doesn't want a state. They want to destroy Israel. But, well, no, they would like a state if they can use it to destroy Israel. Right?
To create a Palestinian state. This is an excessive word, and I disagree with this approach. Why? Because the objective of Hamas is absolutely not to create a Palestinian state. The objective of Hamas is to destroy Israel, to convince the maximum number of people that they have no chance to have peace and stability and precisely a Palestinian state, and to kill the maximum number of Israeli people. And this is why, if we want to stop this war, if we want to isolate Hamas, the recognition process and the peace plan which goes with this recognition process is a precondition. So my first point is to say, I don't answer the Hamas with that. I don't meet the expectations of Hamas. Hamas is just obsessed by destroying Israel. Oh, no. But I recognize the legitimacy of so many Palestinian people who want a state who are a people, they want a nation, they want a state, and we should not push them towards Hamas. If we don't offer them a political perspective and such a recognition, the unique answer will be security, and they will be completely trapped by Hamas as the unique option. My second point is, thanks to this recognition and thanks to the diplomatic move we launched, we started to isolate Hamas. Because at the New York Declaration, which was voted, as you know, by 142 countries, we gathered all the Arab League states, all the leaders of the regions, to work closely with us to precisely dismantle.
So they're planning to do this today, right, at the UN? I don't think we know. Do we know if they're attaching conditions or not? Like Mark Carney is. Do we know? First Security Council. No, it's Monday. They say wait, today's Monday, isn't it? Yeah.
Disarm Hamas.
Yeah.
Till now they were not engaged. States all at the New York Declaration, which was voted, as you know, by 142 countries, we gathered all the Arab League states, all the leaders of the regions, to work closely with us to precisely dismantle and disarm Hamas. Till now they were not engaged in such a move. Now we gathered all these states, all these people to work closely with us in this move. So I think this is why we can create the condition of a concrete action. First, to give this right to the Palestinian people. Second, to isolate Hamas from the rest of the Palestinians and the whole region, and precisely build security. But let me tell you something which is for me very important in this context. Israel had wonderful security results against Hezbollah, Hamas, top leaders, and managed to neutralize a lot of top decision makers of terrorist groups. They did it. This is their merit. But in terms of fighting against Hamas, this is a failure today.
What is a failure?
Because they killed all the key leaders. This is a success. But at the beginning of this war, you had more or less 25,000 Hamas fighters. The Israeli army killed probably half of them, but Hamas managed to recruit the equivalent. You have as many fighters as at the very beginning, which is the best evidence of the fact, if we want to dismantle Hamas, the total war.
Even that claim, that makes it sound like he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, because any military person anywhere ever would tell you that just because you've lost a bunch of soldiers and then replaced them, that doesn't, the number of soldiers does not necessarily tell you how strong your military is. It doesn't. Like, you can have a completely defeated military and then you can conscript like 3 times as many people as you had at the start. But if they're not well armed, if they're not well trained, if they don't have enough area to move around in, then they're obviously weaker. Again, it's like saying that after the fucking firebombing of Tokyo, like, and after the defeat of the Japanese Navy and Air Force and infantry, well, then they conscripted like 15 million people. So they're what? So you haven't defeated them, or you have? Yes, silly. It seems like the broader proposal, aligning with the Gulf states and the Arab states, calling for disarmament and return of the hostages and Hamas out of power, but recognizing the PA. I think that's a good demand. That makes sense. And it also puts the onus on Israel to recognize the PA as well. Because if Hamas were gone, then you would have the rest of the world saying Palestinian state and PA recognition. And then Israel would be like, oh, then they'd be alone. They'd be on their own.
It's not the answer. Because it's just killing the credibility of Israel. And by the way, weakening and killing our own credibility if we don't make a move as the one we are organizing.
But you just pointed to something that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu would say, well, this is why we need to continue until we get rid of every Hamas member. You're saying you can't kill that idea. You need to provide a different idea.
Exactly. But this is the whole perspective. And look at the situation, not just, by the way, in Gaza, but everywhere in the region. Hamas was clearly not backed by a lot of people before the 7th of October. If you took the polls in Gaza, but in all the countries of the region, they were very low in all the polls. Today, the level of support is much higher because they are making the mistake, in fact, to reduce all the perspective of the Palestinians to the Hamas. What we have to say is, we want the dismantling of Hamas. You had this success, there is no more top leaders. We want to isolate them. We want to bring everybody working with us to dismantle the Hamas. But recognizing this right to have a Palestinian state through a diplomatic channel, this is just giving another channel and offering a political way and isolating Hamas. So I think there is no future with the option which would be just let's kill the maximum number of Hamas people, because they just recruit others and others. Because each time they launch this type of operations, they kill so many civilians that they are just destroying their own reputation and credibility, and they are creating an unsustainable framework of security in the whole region.
But since October 7th, popular support in Israel for a Palestinian state has also declined. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been opposed for a very, very long time. And now he says that just look at those attacks that day. If you allow for any kind of Palestinian state, it will be a launch pad for terrorism. I mean, that is his argument, that this...
breaking news. Disney will return Jimmy Kimmel to the air on Tuesday. You can't kill an idea. Can't do it. Not even a bit.
Shows you can't allow for the safety and security of Israel if there are two states. Why is he wrong?
First, I want to say that the 7th of October was a total trauma for everybody in our country here, because we had so many French people being killed during the 7th of October terrorist attack launched by Hamas. And it was for us one of the biggest terrorist attacks against our own fellow citizens. But we did share, and we do share, the pain and the suffer of Israeli people and so many families. And for me, the top priority remains the release of hostages. And I met very regularly families of hostages. And I have to say that what they live is unbearable. And I had the opportunity to meet with Yatar Guy's mother and so many of them, and what they describe is absolutely unbearable. But I consider that if we want precisely to build a sustainable peace for Israel itself and for Israeli people, a political process and the recognition of a Palestinian state, if this state recognizes the right of Israel to live and defend itself, is demilitarized, has security forces with a vetting process by Israel, with obviously a proper governance and reform governance. And is precisely, we have a series of reform, which are part of the process.
But that's it, right? You're talking about recognizing the Palestinian Authority, which has some governance over the West Bank, already was working with Israeli security forces. But Hamas came to power through the ballot box.
Look, it's,
in the first place.
If we are honest, it's totally different. And this is why I think let's accept the fact that a lot of people worked very hard to kill the credibility of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza years ago. And Hamas appeared as precisely a sort of alternative option. But terrorist attacks were launched by Hamas, not by Palestinian Authority. And if we say...
Hang on, what's this? Why, I have to fucking download your stupid...
Strengthen, not abdicate our...
Yeah, that other part. Liberals fucking chanting USA after she said we have to have the most lethal military force. What is this, bro? What is this? Like, welcome back Hitler? Like, what's going on? What the fuck's happening here? If you don't recognize how fucking terrifying that is, that a Democrat is saying that, and a room full of Democrats are cheering that on by going USA, USA, you've lost the plot. This is shit that you hear at a fucking Trump rally. Hertler. Welcome back, Hertler. It's no longer Hitler or Himmler. It's Hurler.
What do you think a military is supposed to do? Is it supposed to be non-lethal? Is it supposed to be like a fucking... the nicest military in the world? Like, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah.
All those living in Gaza and all those backing a Palestinian state are de facto the support of Hamas. There is no end to this war, except the day you kill everybody. And this is terrible. So we have to recognize that the Palestinian Authority has to be reformed. The governance is not satisfactory today. We need a new...
Leader is nearly 9
You have a
years
new...
old.
We need a new Palestinian...
It's not even new, yeah. Like, Democrats and Republicans have always been big on having a big old military. since they've been the biggest, baddest military. We have one in from our grumpy twink correspondent.
Fantasize about us in that way.
Yeah,
it's good for business.
See, she's even back. It's good for business.
A single momentary flash of light behind his eyes.
Fantasize about us in that way.
Yeah,
it's good for business.
See, she's even back. It's good for business.
Okay.
Authority. But let's just remark, and please notice with me, that thanks to the recognition process...
He isn't grumpy, bro. Every time I turn on his stream, he's just seething at something. Yes, he's very grumpy.
As we launched.
Or he just talks like that, I don't know.
For the first time for many years, we got the 9th of June, a series of clear commitments from the Palestinian Authority. They refuse till now. The reform, a new vice president being elected, reform of the education program, a pay-for-slay, obviously, program as well, with the monitoring by a US audit structure. So,
and they denounced the attack. They denounced October 7th.
And for the very first time...
20 months later.
This is true. But for what? Because we made this move. So the recognition is the way as well to re-engage and bring them back in the table. And my point is to say,
boom,
let's isolate Hamas and let's focus on the dismantling of Hamas from a military and a political point of view. In order to do so, we have to re-engage with those who can be, I would say, a political achievement for Palestinian people.
I don't really know how I feel about the way he's doing it, but the sentiment here makes sense. It makes sense. Like, the one thing that I don't think in general Israel doesn't do very well, which I mean they do fucking horribly, is being able to take yes for an answer. If you have Palestinians kicking around who actually do want to live alongside you in peace, like, you need to make use of that. You need to, like, but for some reason they just, well, we know why, but they don't. But I think people doing more with that would be a very good idea. And the rest of the world should be as well.
And this is why...
And not fucking Abu Shabab, like some random ex-drug dealer, fuck. Yeah.
The recognition is so important. And if we revert to West Bank, one of the key elements which triggered my decision to announce in July the perspective of the recognition for the 22nd of September is the vote of the Knesset. When the Knesset decided to start the settlements again in West Bank, it was the best evidence of the fact that they don't want to fight against Hamas. There is no Hamas in West Bank. They just want to destroy the existing political bodies and the possibility of a two states. And I really believe this is a terrible mistake for Israel itself, because In doing so, they just kill any other perspective that war.
But I understand the argument you are making, but it has put you at direct odds with the Trump administration, who argue that your decision to make this recognition announcement, along with all these UN members, that it in fact kills the diplomacy they had underway. They said they were working to get, for example, the tax money from the Israelis to hand back over to the Palestinian Authority, that they were doing practical things on the ground to help Palestinians. Secretary Rubio said that West Bank division you were talking about with the settlements, he drew a direct line to your recognition. Why do you think they're blaming you for that?
Look, first, I think we all work very hard in order to improve the situation of people on the ground. And let me tell you that a lot of French people, French doctors, French citizens, French...
it really does sound like he wasn't... There's like 3 or 4 things he said here that just makes me think like I'm putting huge question marks on how much he knows, but whatever.
Members of NGOs are working very hard with our administration as well to help Palestinian people. And during the past years, we worked very hard and financed a lot of actions as well, being led by UNRWA. Second, I think my objective is precisely to provide another perspective. We are closely coordinated with the US administration when we speak about the ceasefire and the release of hostages. We were always in close coordination with Secretary of State or key President Trump's advisors in order to work with Qatar, Egypt, and Israel on the release of hostages, the ceasefire. But your administration is focusing on the day after. And what we propose is a full-fledged plan where we have first the emergency package. So let's deliver release of all hostages, ceasefire, and humanitarian access. The day we have that, we start the day after. And I think we are very convergent with the work which is being done by your administration. What we want is a de facto governance in Gaza with clearly a sort of transitional administration.
I don't think there's anything yet on this page, which isn't surprising. I don't think you would see it here, but they're fucking... Our martyrs are waiting for you, and Gaza will be a graveyard for your soldiers. This is them talking about the ground movement into Gaza City. Dude. Bro. They do love that phrase. They do love the graveyard thing.
Including the Palestinian Authority, excluding clearly Hamas, but with a vetting process of Israel and an association of all the neighbors. Mm-hmm. We have a security package in this day after approach, which is let's scale up the training of the policemen and security forces of the Palestinians.
Who will do that?
We are already doing that. We're doing so. Many countries of the regions. Mm-hmm. It does exist, but we need a scale up. And in parallel,
I fucking wish I had because he keeps saying here that Hamas has no intention. It's like that was the first thing he said, that Hamas doesn't want a Palestinian state. They want to destroy Israel. I was like, no, they would easily take a state. Like the problem, the difference that the one thing that Macron is saying now is that it sounds like there's a bit of a break with the. Because there are 2 camps, right? There's one camp that thinks that you just need to, because Israel's the more powerful country and because they're the occupier and the colonizer and the whites, that they should be the ones pressured to change. And that's it, like almost like unilaterally. It's like just them. But then there's the other camp, which is obviously the more realistic, the one that actually is serious, which says that these concessions and shifts need to come from both sides, which is why when he talks about how there needs to be demilitarization and fucking like a state that's not Hamas and recognition of Israel and all that, then that's kind of like it's putting some onus on the other side as well, which is what should be happening. But yeah, the problem is it just I don't know how you get around the fact. Like, the one big fucking issue with this decision regardless of its like morality in a vacuum, is that how do you stop Hamas from capitalizing on it more than any other Palestinian group? There's no way that the PA are going to be able to make this theirs. They cannot make this. Abbas cannot claim this, right? Because you're a Palestinian, right? And presumably you're not a fucking idiot. You're going to sit there and think, okay, lots of the rest of the world is recognizing us, including Security Council members, including the British from the Mandate, right? Those guys, of all people. That's quite wild. Why is that happening? And Abbas is saying, oh yeah, because I yapped at the UN because of my security operation. And Hamas is saying, listen, no one in the world gave a fuck about us until October 7th, okay? And we kept on. We stood fast. We stood firm against the airstrikes and the bombings. We did not surrender. We kept this going. We kept resisting, and we kept killing soldiers, and we kept on keeping things in the news cycle. And we've got loads of now, like, everyone in the fucking world is accusing Israel of genocide and everything. Like, bro, this is us. Obviously, you're going to say, well, yeah, Hamas is making the more compelling case here. Of course they are. So that's something that you're going to maybe struggle to get around. I don't really know the answer to that. What effect do you think it has on Israelis? Probably just keeps them in the direction that they've been going in for the last 20 years, which is preparing themselves for global isolation and not giving a fuck, which is also quite scary. Because now if you're Israeli left and you care about the international community and care about keeping Israel within the club of Western democracies and liberalism and all that shit, you're trying to make the argument to right-wingers being like, listen, okay, I know they just kind of gave Hamas a massive W and didn't really ask us all that much, but come on, bro. And the right-wingers are like, you know, fuck the Jews, the Holocaust, we're going to die. They all hate us. They're going to turn their backs on us. We got to be strong. We only survive if we're strong. Obviously, the latter one. So basically, the way I see it, and this is based on my interactions with many low propensity voters in Palestine, medium propensity voters in Israel, actually low, medium, and high propensity voters in both regions. People aged 24 to 35, 60 plus Sunni, 60 plus Orthodox Christian Arab. I can actively predict with high confidence that a move like this is going to be perceived as beneficial mostly to right-wingers in Israel and Hamas people in Palestine. But, you know, check my notes.
We proposed, and we worked very closely with the United Kingdom and all the leaders of the region, precisely to offer a I would say an international force to be deployed in Gaza with a UN mandate, which is a unique framework to be defended and which could be legitimate to assist and back, I would say, these policemen and security forces.
But you know, Israel does not trust the United Nations at all.
This is a UN framework, but this first they would have a vetting process of all the structure, and it would involve Jordan, Egypt, and some others are ready as well to finance. But obviously it is to be made in close coordination with Israel. And in this security package, obviously the core element is a dismantling of Hamas. There is no other option if you want to fix the situation, to disarm the Hamas, and precisely to demobilize so many fighters, to organize what we call a DDR process, which is very familiar to all the experts in this type of...
Okay, and then if the interviewer, is the interviewer going to ask, okay, how do you do that? How are we disarming Hamas, dude? Because those guys are, they're quite stubborn. You might have noticed. That ain't no Yasser Arafat in there, in those holes, in those caves.
Situation. And this is in this day after for Gaza, in the security package, that we can organize such a DDR vis-à-vis Hamas. And to be sure that Hamas will never be involved in the governance, but that Hamas will be disarmed, dismantled, with some key people to leave Gaza and some other to be de-radicalized and the weapons to be taken. In order to do so, you need clear security forces here. You need these international forces to be
By
here.
applying pressure, Loner. Oh, pressure. I forgot about that. Forgot about that pressure. God damn it. I forgot. Apply pressure. That's oh fuck. Never thought about it. Been 2 years. Almost. We're coming up to 2 years, bro. This is actual footage of Ben-Gvir in the war cabinet tomorrow after he watches this stream because he wants to see how the how his op is doing, how his mole.
And obviously, we have the reconstruction. On that, I think there is a strong alignment with the United States. My point is the recognition.
Has Israeli society always been this right wing? No. Well, society, it's hard to tell because Israel was led by like Mapai and left Zionists until like from 48 until 77. It was the left of society that generally won elections. 77, it was Begin, former terrorist. And have Israel really just had like very large left phases and then very large right phases? Because I think 48 till 77 was pretty much always, was it always Mapai or? I don't even know if that's how you fucking say it, but 77 was the first Likud win. So 48 to 77 left. 77 to 93 was it? When did Rabin first win? No, was he prime minister in the first intifada? Zach Rabin, was it 91? 92. Yeah. So you went 1977 to 92, they were right wing, and then like 92 to about 2000 they were mostly left, barring Netanyahu's one win. And then from 2001 onwards, they were right again. So yeah, they do really have those kind of like 20-year spells. But yeah, since 77, the left have only been prime minister for... Rabin was until 92 until 96, right? Then Perez lost. Rabin and Perez. So yeah, since 1977, the Israeli left have been in power for like 6 years. It's like 6 years, isn't it? Because then it was Ehud Barak in 99 till 2001. That's true, isn't it? The Israeli left have only had power. They've only had prime minister for Rabin and Perez since 92. Am I missing anyone? Olmert was center when he was with Kadima. Livni, Yair Lapid, Shamir and Perez shared a 4-year term. Oh, what, in the 80s? No, yeah, Rabin, Perez, and Barak, yeah. Is that just... No, wait, 1988 was Likud. And 1984 was... No, it was alignment. Oh, I forgot about them. Okay. Barak in 99. Yeah, I know Barak, yeah. So that's why I said 6 years. Because 6 years is Rabin, Perez, and then Barak. But apparently in the 80s, this alignment party led by Perez. Wait, was Perez prime minister? In 1984? Oh, it was Perez and Shamir. Yeah. Okay. So they've only had, yeah, and that was for 4 years. But that was a joint thing. So actually, no, yeah, like as just a singular left-wing prime minister, they've only had 6 years since 1977. Other than that, it's been right-wing, barring 4 years where it was both. So that's quite crazy. Yeah, Shamir was also a former terrorist, yes. He was also a piece of shit after being a terrorist. Breaking news! It's not started yet.
And the process we launched with that is the only way to bring with us on this track all the neighbors and key countries in order to deliver such a package. And look at the situation today when Egypt, when so many leaders of the region are not comfortable with what is being done, you need to re-engage them. And this is exactly what we are doing. But my point is to say, if we don't have this full package, the day after is impossible. Because today, de facto, you are accepting the displacement of population in Gaza City. How do you want a day after to be possible if you displace thousands of people?
Well, exactly on this point.
New goal, chat. New goal so I can afford my autism annihilator.
When you say day after, that means when the war ends and some kind of rebuilding happens. What you're talking about with the Trump administration is this idea of having Palestinians leave Gaza by choice, they say, but some would say that is a step towards ethnic cleansing. In fact, an independent commission set up by the UN concluded Israel has a, quote, intent to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as defined by the Genocide Convention.
Guys, I've been reading bits of that report. I've been reading it a little bit over the weekend. God, I'm just going to make everyone fucking hate me. I don't want to... I'm not gonna say it that much until I'm done, obviously. But fuck, like, reading into that commission of inquiry, like the entire thing, even the way that it was set up by the Human Rights Council and like the people who were in charge. Oh god, man, it's so fucking blackpilling. But you know, we'll wait till we're done. I've been on a journey though, like reading into this shit on the weekend. Oh god, a bit partisan, eh? Yeah, it's kind of yeah. Bro. But you're stuck in two worlds. The problem with going with like criticizing a UN report, right, is obviously there's a lot of status behind the UN. Even though the UN has lots of different sub branches and different organizations and different units, like UN Watch, right? You know those guys? UN Watch, the guys that are like a bunch of Jews who shit on the UN. They are recognized by the UN. They're formalized as a observer, right? So they were voted on by member states from the what was it? The Economic and Social something. Who is it that that made UN Watch? It was the Economic and Social Council. And they've already put out a report attacking the human rights one, the Commission of Inquiry. But you're stuck in two worlds where you're like, you've got a UN report and you've got a lot of status and a lot of authority. And then you've also got the report itself. And I feel like if in the past, when I would just read the report and then say what I think is wrong with it here, and here, I feel like there's an instinct to be like, wait, this guy's just a streamer. He's a retard. Like, why the fuck would I listen to him over the professionals? So, but then if you go the other way and say, okay, look, here's why these organizations, or these parts of the institution, because the UN is massive, right? But here's why this particular group is not as impartial as you think it is. And it's very clear why. Well, then it's, you're just poisoning the well. So at the end of the day, you kind of have to do, I think you just have to do both. You have to do both. If you think there's something wrong with a UN report, you kind of have to show both. You have to show like why they don't deserve the authority that they're granted, and also by the public at least, but also why they're wrong. Is there anything new? Not really, no. Some of the legal argumentation is, I guess, that's a bit new. There's a few, because they reference case law, like Rwanda and shit. So you can always learn a bit from that. But that's like this. The scariest thing about it, though, is that they do clearly understand law. Like they do understand like the concepts that they're talking about, but the way they apply it is just very fucking strange. But you know, we'll get into that at some point, I'm sure. People with status can still take the piss. Yeah, I mean, professors do it all the time, right? Like academics, especially. The best thing to look at is find an academic who's successful and has good peer-reviewed research, but then watch what they start doing as soon as they're like just publishing stuff independently and they're just not getting peer-reviewed, and watch how different it is. Like Jordan Peterson, right? Like his peer-reviewed stuff versus the stuff he's done when he's not having to get peer-reviewed. Breaking news though, breaking news. But yeah, that's going to be a whole fucking rabbit hole, though. There's so much shit that I've had to look at. I'm really hoping a lot of these websites stay up as well. But I think when you look at the structure of the UN, it shouldn't be all that surprising that they would have a bias. I didn't really think about it before, but when people say, oh, there's like 57 Muslim countries and only one Jewish country, and the Muslim countries at this time in history are very unanimous against Israel, at least on the UN, not always diplomatically. But and then you would also answer, well, there's like 193 member states of the UN. Why would 50 versus 1? It's not really that. That argument made sense to me until I looked at how some of these institutions in the UN function. When you look at how some of the institutions function, it actually makes quite a lot of sense that block votes would fuck you up. Do you think the UN is biased against Israel? At this stage, yeah. Like, well, again, it depends what you mean by the UN. Like the General Assembly, maybe, but like it depends. The Security Council, probably not. But what do you call it? The Commission of Inquiry that wrote that report on genocide, that Commission of Inquiry that's existed since 2021, those guys are undeniably, like, you would have to be so lost to not recognize how biased they are, I think, if you know about them. But can you explain the bias? Yeah. While I'm waiting for the autism to become answered. Is that the one with Albanese on it? No, she's a special rapporteur. She's a special rapporteur for the territories. Her position is kind of unique because you would expect her to be biased because her mandate isn't about violations against Israel. It's not. So she doesn't have a mandate to talk about October 7th against the Israelis, all that. Her mandate is specifically to look at Israel's violations, not Palestine's. But I could maybe look here. Say with like the Human Rights Council, because that's where I think a lot of this comes from. It's not the General Assembly, although they're connected, obviously. What countries are on the Human Rights Council? Because it's like a rotating system, isn't it? So you can look here. The council is made up, so the Human Rights Council is made up of 47 states, and it's selected, they rotate. So I think some of them spend a number of years and then they go in a rotating system. But the Human Rights Council, and this is where things get a little bit interesting, is that they are elected by a majority of the General Assembly. So like all 193 countries get a vote for who goes in the Human Rights Council. They say that the human rights record of the countries is considered when they are being chosen, right? So I think it's here, yeah, where they'll say, is that just the same page? Hang it takes into account the candidate state's contribution to the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as their voluntary pledges and commitments in this regard. But ultimately, it's a secret ballot, so you don't know who's voting for who, unless someone volunteers it, right? So you got 193 countries, and obviously they massively vary in terms of who is a democracy and who's a dictatorship or who's a flawed democracy. I'm pretty sure most countries in the world are either authoritarian or like deeply flawed democracies. Or like mixed. They're like a mixture of democracy and authoritarianism. Most, like 60% of the world's countries are that. Like they're not democracies. And I think only 22 are classed as full democracies. Then there's like flawed democracy. The United States has actually been classed as a flawed democracy for a few years now by one of the most reputable orgs. But the fact that each of these countries, whether it's like Sudan or Congo or Norway, they have an equal vote for choosing the Human Rights Council. And that sometimes, and because it's like a rotating system, I think you get into this issue where you can have a particular period where the Human Rights Council is like quite skewed. Like you can have block votes that are very influential. So if I look at here, where was it? This one. In 2021, there was a draft resolution that was introduced to set up a commission of inquiry into violations in the Israel and the occupied territories. And this particular commission of inquiry was very unique in that it was permanent. It was supposed to investigate violations in Israel and Palestine, basically all the way up until, it was in the context of the 2021 war, this like 1.5 week or 2 week war. But its mandate is to scrutinize this territory and make reports at least annually, just forever. And also they can go into the past as well. So these guys can go into they can go and do a report on the 48 war if they want. So no other country gets that much attention, I think, from a commission of inquiry, like a permanent commission. That's a very, very unique thing. This particular commission was introduced to the Human Rights Council on behalf of by Pakistan on behalf of what's called the Organization of Islamic Conference. So basically, the Organization of Islamic Conference wants Pakistan and Palestine to bring this proposal to the Human Rights Council. Now, this Organization of Islamic Conference is just the it's like a diplomatic arrangement between all the Muslim countries, like 57 of them. It also, I think, has like observers, which include countries with large Muslim populations. So like Bosnia, Central African Republic, Russia's in there as well. The Turkish Cypriot state is in there too. And they're kind of interesting. Like they seem to view every single death, injury, and detention of a Palestinian as a crime. So like, for the second week of September, they said that there's been 3,239 crimes, but it seems to just be the death toll of that. So I guess every single death and injury and detention is a crime. Whatever. So they bring that motion to the Human Rights Council, then they vote on it. You can see all the different people who spoke here, countries that took the floor: Argentina, France, Senegal, Nepal, Bulgaria, including military, anything. Yeah. Any death, any detention, any injury. Yeah. Because that was just the total death toll from that week, right? So it's in the territories. Yeah. Media Observatory on Israeli Crimes Against Palestinians. So, yeah. And I also wonder, like, okay, why is Pakistan, a country that also occupies territory, incidentally, and also has quite a big problem with terrorism and human rights violations, like, why are they so interested in human rights in Israel-Palestine? But again, they can be hypocritical, but it doesn't make them wrong. The resolution was adopted in the same year. You can see the vote record here. What's the vote record? So in favor of creating this commission is Argentina, Armenia, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Bolivia. You got Burkina Faso in there. You got China, Ivory Coast, Cuba, Eritrea, Libya is in there. I don't know why Libya. They said that they consider their human rights record. I have no idea why Libya would be on the Human Rights Council, but okay. Or the Russian Federation or Sudan. Like quite a few of these. Yeah, I think most of these countries are dictatorships. But okay, against you've got Austria, Bulgaria, Cameroon, Czechia, Germany, Malawi, Marshall Islands, United Kingdom with the longest name for a country, Uruguay. You got some abstentions here. France abstains, Ukraine abstains, Bahamas, Brazil. So that's the Commission of Inquiry created, and that's the voting on it. And then I looked into who is on the commission. I looked into who's on the commission, and that's where stuff gets kind of odd. There are 3 people who are on the Commission of Inquiry that just did the latest report. There was this submitted by United Nations Watch, which is also, we'll get into them as well. This is like a Jewish pro-Israel NGO that was granted observer status to the UN in 2002. So that's why their submissions have the UN label on it and everything. There was a complaint against one of the 3 commissioners. His name's Milun Kotari. And 17 representatives from different countries expressed concern with this guy over anti-Semitism. So you've got Australia, UK, Canada, Czechia, Germany, Netherlands, France, Italy, Austria, Belgium, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Brazil, Hungary. All these countries are like, oh yeah, the government of Hungary has declared zero tolerance against anti-Semitism, strongly condemns all its forms, and considers the statement of the member of the investigation committee unacceptable. The Hungarian government will continue to act against expressions against Israel and the Jewish people and discriminatory, politically biased behavior, blah, 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 blah. The second commissioner, Navi Pillay, published this response to the allegations. And she said that the allegation was basically that this guy, Kotari, had implied or claimed that social media was controlled by the Jewish lobby. Okay. So their response is to say, the Commission also wishes to underline that Commissioner Kothari's comments on efforts by governments as well as specific NGOs to discredit individual members of the Commission were deliberately misquoted to imply that social media was controlled by the Jewish lobby. So they're claiming that these 17 different representatives have gone after him because of a misquote. Well, I was like, okay, let's see if that quote is available anywhere. It is. He was interviewed by Mondovice, actually. And they're talking about a group of NGOs that are already like criticizing this commission for different reasons. And this is him talking here.
It's very, I think it's very counterproductive because, well, first of all, it brings more attention to our work, and also it brings more support. I mean, at the council this year, we had overwhelming support of the UN member states. The US got 22 states to sign, but that's 22 out of 193. That's not very much. And also, I think that...
Just as a complete side note, he's saying 22 states. I think this was 22 states expressing concerns with the commission over a different reason. I think it's because of the mandate, because of their very unusual mandate. 22 member states, again, the commission of inquiry itself was set up with 24 votes. So, okay.
It's not only governments, but we are very disheartened by the social media that is controlled largely by whether it's the Jewish lobby or it's whether specific NGOs. A lot of money is being thrown into trying to discredit us. But David, the important thing is that our mandate is based on international human rights standards.
So he did kind of just say it. Like, so I don't know why the misquote is there. I don't know. There's all kinds of fucking shit though. So the other commissioner, Navi Pillay, she's the head. I think she's the chair commissioner. She defended him, saying he was misquoted. She also, they say that these commissioners are supposed to be impartial or like non-partisan. She, I think, since the 2000s has been, since like the year 2000-ish roughly, has been lobbying to get countries, like whole countries, or like the international community, to cease like cooperation with Israel, to sanction them, to stop trade, to stop military cooperation, like everything. Yeah, it's like fully like unilateral, just boom on his. Yeah, she wants to like completely isolate the country almost. So, which again, if you agree with that, good for you. But you're probably not non-partisan. Then I would imagine. This one, I haven't yet found the context of this one. This could mean, this one could go either way to me. There was this guy as well, the third commissioner, there's 3 of them total, was accused of, well, he did say it. They said that he was accusing Jews of throwing around accusations of anti-Semitism like rice at a wedding. And they're like, no, that's not what he said. Here's the full context. And it's him saying, it seems that accusations of anti-Semitism are thrown around like rice at a wedding. That legitimizes anti-Semitism, trivializes anti-Semitism, defiles the memory of the 6 million victims of the Shoah. Frankly, it's an outrage. Again, I think this was in response to Jewish or Israeli NGOs at a hearing criticizing him and accusing them of anti-Semitism, but I don't know the context of what they were saying to make him say that. One of these other commissioners also said they're not even sure why Israel should be a member state of the UN anymore, which is also quite a unique treatment. But these 3 commissioners actually all resigned this year. That report that they did was their last one. They're going to be all gone in November. I don't know who's going to replace them on the commission, but to say the least, they are, I would not call them non-partisan. And that's not even to mention like going into the report itself, but you know, it could be the case. They could all be massive partisans and they end up making a fucking, the report itself ends up being like stunning, like spectacular, flawless. That could be the case, you know? I've read bits of it already. It's definitely not that, but you know, fuck. That's where we are so far. I mean, I could maybe go to one example. Where is it? Is the conference starting? I can't see it. I don't see it yet. It's playing. I didn't pause it. But if you go into the report itself, Teuton's already spurging out, even though I literally just said you'd have to look at the report itself. He's so defensive, isn't he? He's such a little child. He will never be rescued. Just so you understand, if anyone ever was opposed to Teuton's ideology, who spoke about a Jewish lobby, he would tie them to that sentence for the rest of their fucking life. And no, Anat Schwartz did not say to turn Gaza into a slaughterhouse. She actually liked a tweet that was about fucking 8 paragraphs long And buried at the bottom there was something about the slaughterhouse. We don't even know if she fucking read the entire thing before retweeting it or liking it. Whatever, dude. Whatever. He's so grumpy. Where's the oh yeah. Report I'll just give you one example of one that I can remember. Is this it? No, was it? Yeah. There's this bit here where they say, the Israeli security forces claimed that they had targeted a Hamas command and control complex underneath a hospital and Hamas operatives, and they released aerial footage that purportedly showed a tunnel underneath. However, the Commission's geolocation analysis of the aerial surveillance footage strongly supports the conclusion that the European Gaza hospital was misidentified in the video. The Israeli security forces footage depicts not the European Gaza hospital, but the Jenin Secondary School for Boys located around 100 meters from the perimeter of the hospital. They're talking here about a strike at the European on the 13th of May, 2025. So you go to their footnote and it sends you to Haaretz? Wait, is it Haaretz? Did they say that? 226. Oh yeah, this is the article about it. There's also a tweet. Let me see. Ugh. So they show you here, like the IDF basically tweeted out a strike saying that there was a tunnel under a hospital, and that's why we hit the European hospital that day. But then people on Twitter, including actually Yellow Ribbon on Twitter, were like, dude, that's a fucking school. That's not the hospital, you idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? So that's true. What they don't mention is that the 13th of May, anyone know what happened on the 13th of May? The strike they're talking about, that strike on the European hospital was the strike that killed Mohammed Sinwar. The Gaza European Hospital in Khan Yunis. Excuse me, can I watch on X, please? Thank you. Yeah, that. On the tunnel entrance outside the hospital. And since then, obviously, Hamas confirmed that he died. They took a while to, but they confirmed that he died, and it was in that strike. So, for some reason, they don't mention that, though. They just mention a strike on the European hospital, and that they claimed to be hitting a tunnel, but the video they showed wasn't actually of a tunnel in the hospital. It was of the Jenin Secondary School. So the IDF put out like a tweet explaining the wrong strike. They were putting out a tweet explaining a different strike. But they don't say anything about Sinwar or anything, even though, like, we know that international press verified this as well. And you remember, like, this was the European hospital with the fucking 12-year-old Zoomer soldier. That was the emergency room, and then there's the tunnel underneath. Like, and then Hamas admitted his death like a couple of months later. So, for some reason, they're basically just, but they don't mention any of that. They just say, oh, they just struck this hospital. But if you read this report, you wouldn't even know that Sinwar was there. You wouldn't even know he was involved, or that there was a tunnel. if you read this report, you would think they struck a hospital. They tried to explain it by showing a graphic of a tunnel, but then it turned out the graphic they showed was a different location. You wouldn't. That's where the story ends. And this has all been verified way before this report came out. Like, no one disputes this now, that Sinwar and another higher up guy and the tunnel system was what was hit. So that's just one part, like Section 95. But yeah, it's a bit. You wouldn't know that much about tunnels at all, actually, because I think it has exactly 2 mentions, and one is the footnote of the claim. Weird. They have another classic. Interview with a UNICEF spokesperson, July 2025. She said more than 600 aid trucks are needed daily. We went back to 600 trucks or 500 plus trucks. I don't know, man. But there's a lot there. I'm not saying, again, not everything in this is wrong. Like, that would be insane. But yeah, this is not it's not a non-partisan, like, no bias report. Like, it's insane. It's very biased. The authors are biased. The report is biased, and it shows. But you know, that's a whole massive fucking project. And that's just where we are for a few glimpses. Oh, hang on. Forgot about this. No, not you. Go away, Zoomer fuck. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Why are they delaying the autism? Maybe because they're still looking for it. They dropped it. They dropped the autism vial. The way they introduce what happened, the way they introduced the hostilities. On October 7th, 2023, Israel launched its military offensive in Gaza, which included airstrikes and ground operations. The hostilities since then have seen tens of thousands of deaths, including whole extended families of Palestinians in Gaza wiped out. They don't actually mention, they don't mention anything else that might have related to this happening. If you didn't know anything about the IP conflict and you just read this report, you would just think Israel attacked this place for no reason. Did they mention, out of interest, I think they're mentioned of hostage. This was what, to hold the population hostage? Hostage release deal. This is Israel's claims about hostages. Israel's claims about hostages. Israel's claims about hostages. They're just saying, yeah, Israel claims to be going to get hostages. That's surprising. I'd assume they'd mentioned it before that. Yep. Yep. They do the standard quotes: Amalek, human animals, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a big old. It would be a big project going through all that, but I feel like I'm kind of. It's been quite a bit so far. Ooh. Barvas, thanks for the $5. I heard RFK is working with this corporation called Umbrella to find the cure to autism. Yeah? How's he getting on? The actual report seems dense. It is quite dense. Yeah. It's not as dense as the there's the one of the authors of some fucking Israeli report, which I also have issues with, it turns out. Man, if you're Israeli and you know people who write reports that are supposed to explain military action, stop being so fucking shit. I'm so fucking sick. I'm so fed up of going to these Israeli intel reports and they're like, oh yeah, Ismail Haniyeh said this crazy shit in 2009, brackets, Hamas Facebook 2008. I'm like, okay, sure, yeah, just let me go find that on Hamas Facebook 2008. So much of what these fucking assholes claim is like completely unverifiable. It's so annoying. They're just and they quote each other as well. So you go chasing the footnote and you're just going in a random fucking circle of stupid intel orgs being like, well, yeah, this guy definitely said that. Okay, trust me, bro. And I'm out here looking through Al Jazeera's 250,000 fucking videos to find out if they actually said the thing. Google translating 50-minute interviews. And I get nothing. Trashed. Made an absolute fool out of. It's the school's fault in Israel. They never taught you how to support a claim. That's crazy. Everyone should read the January 6th committee and just look at how they footnote. Because you need to make footnotes eternal. Turning Gaza into a slaughterhouse was the third line of the tweet she liked. Again, Teuton, you would never in your entire fucking miserable cuck life ever hold someone to that standard if they were on your side. You would never do that. You would say, why don't you judge the merits of the work? I'm just doing both. Because if I just judge the merits of the work of a UN report, people would say, oh, well, why should I believe you, streamer? UN, very based and partial. I'd rather show both. I'd actually be like, look, here's why they're wrong, but also here's why they're kind of fucking mental. Here's what it is. Is what it is. Bruh. Whew. Where's the autism? Give me my autism. Fuck you. Why is this White House so shit? Do they need meds? Ironically, do they need ADHD meds? You know, ADHD overlaps with autism, right? There's a lot of Venn diagram. Why? What are you doing to me? What the fuck? Look at it. Just sitting there like a prick. In case you're wondering, Teuton is basically spurging out because some New York Times journalist who was one of 2 or 3 contributors to that article about October 7th sexual violence. She, on October 7th, I think on the day, maybe October 8th, she liked a tweet by someone, quite a long one, and apparently one of the lines in the tweet was him talking about turning Gaza into a slaughterhouse. And they were like, wow, this person, let's write off every single thing that she says for the rest of her life. It was on the day, on October 7th. Yeah, she liked a tweet, an unhinged tweet. This is the tweet that she liked. It's fucking massive, dude. Do you think? I mean, maybe she read it, maybe she didn't. Fuck. After I talked about unity, one principle that needs to be abandoned today, proportionality. Need a disproportionate response. May Israel see what she is hiding in the basement. If all the captives are not returned immediately, turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. If a fair fall halts from their head, execute security prisoners. Violate any norm on the way to victory for them to see and be seen. The Jordanians did it to Daesh. I don't remember the king being rude. And who will tell us something? Russia killing the Ukrainians, China, or maybe Western Europe that allowed Azerbaijan to ethnically cleanse 100,000 people at night? World War II ended with the USA inflicting a Holocaust on Hiroshima, and even before giving the Japanese a chance to digest, it dropped another bomb on Nagasaki, while promising that every Japanese city would be destroyed until surrender. The Japanese were no less crazy than the Arabs. R.L. Segal did not take over my account. Those in front of us are human animals and who do not hesitate to violate minimal rules, including the murder of medical staff and babies. This is not passed on. Yeah, it's a pretty unhinged fucking tweet, but it's also on October 7th. Like, I don't... And it's a like. It's not like she even reposted it or echoed this herself, like in any of her own statements. So I don't know. But that's okay. But if you bring up a particular person saying from their own human mouth that there's a Jewish lobby controlling social media, then that's poisoning the well. That's smearing. You can't do that. You can't do that. Some people like tweets to archive. They do. Some people have done that, yeah. Before bookmarks, you would like a tweet and then it would stay in your likes area. Like, yeah. Sometimes you'd be fucking doom scrolling and just like whatever the fuck. Again, you can say she's got bias. She clearly has some bias. But that's why you look at the report. But at least she's also submitting to the New York Times. So it goes through whatever the New York Times process was as well. But it's okay. I don't really judge people for being skeptical of mainstream press claims in this particular conflict, though. Where's my autism? Fuck you. Who's this guy? Byron?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, just also regarding the report from the UN, I don't know if you looked at it, but if you do Control F for 83%, you'll find that actually they also cite the Guardian's article about that 83% of the casualties in Gaza up until April 2025 were civilian.
Yeah.
It's like just constant, like things that have been like debunked left and right. One thing that I'm just really fed up with is that how do you go at actually debunking all of those claims when they're coming from left and right, when they're coming from just like organizations that are supposed to be reputable? It's like for any normie out there that doesn't know anything about the conflict or like very little about the conflict, you're just constantly assailed by claims and claims of like genocide and whatnot. And there's not much that can be done to fight against that. I really don't know what to do at this point. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just it's inherently going to be a thing, even if you had like the best. Because one, there are some people who are, and most people who are ideology first, facts like after. So even if you disprove like 95% of it, the 5% of it is usually enough for a lot of people to have their position, right? If you find out that like this report is 95% wrong, but actually there were some rapes that happened to prisoners here, and here. There were some snipers who shot people who were civilians here, and here. There were some airstrikes that hit civilians only here, and here. Then they'll just use that. It doesn't take much. Otherwise, your other issue.
Yeah, for sure. Like for those people, it's not like the Myron Gaines, right? You're never gonna convince Myron Gaines of anything that like Israel didn't commit. Like no matter what happens, he'll always say that it's Israel's fault, right? It's going to be his go-to. But for like people that don't know about the conflict, that learned about the conflict through TikTok or whatnot, like how can you convince them that your position is defensible when when they just Google something, they'll see that the International Association of Genocide, whatever, scholars are told that there was a genocide, that the UN said there was a genocide. Like, how can you fight against that? Like, it's pointless.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is, like, even if you didn't have all those reports, most of the world is going to see? I don't know. Something changed because actually, I don't know if you know this. In 2020, when was it? In 2021, actually, the head of UNRWA operations in Gaza, the top UN official in Gaza, he was interviewed about the conflict after it ended, and he was asked about Israeli airstrikes, and he described them as precise, sophisticated, and that barring some exceptions, they didn't hit civilian targets. That's what he said in this interview. But then he also went on to say that the air campaign was very vicious, like much more than the 2014 war. It's having a huge psychological impact on the population. But because he said that first part about they mostly didn't hit civilian targets and they were precise and sophisticated, there were mass protests outside of his office building in Gaza, and the Hamas armed wing said that its officers would no longer guarantee his safety, and he had to leave. But yeah, obviously, if you look at if you Google like Hamas tunnels and you look at news and all that, it's all like BBC, Guardian, CNN, but it's all from like 10 years ago. But they just don't do it anymore. And I think it's maybe just because both Israel and Hamas really like have their different incentives to not really want the international press involved in the area. Or at least an independent press. They'd like a press that they can manipulate or whatever. But yeah, so I don't know. It's just at the end of the day, that's just what happens. You win the war, but you lose the propaganda war. Because at the end of the day, you are a bunch of fucking F-35s against a bunch of wankers with AKs and tunnels. Like, you're never changing that fact,
Oh, for sure. There's like, in terms of like just the balance of power, there's no question there. Like, it's always gonna be like, always gonna look like David against Goliath, right? There's nothing that can be done against that because it's just the facts. But
and you'd rather be in your shoes than in a Gazan's shoes.
Oh, for sure.
It's just not fucking complaining. It's fine. Okay, sorry, I'm joking. Yeah.
In any case, gotta go. Shana Tova, and have a nice stream.
All right.
See ya.
Bye bye. Autism. Breaking news.
Thank you very much. So I've been waiting for this meeting for 20 years, actually.
20 years.
And it's not that everything's 100% understood or known, but
oh yeah,
I think we've made a lot of strides. Wish it was done a long time ago. Today, we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and public health professionals as we announce historic steps to confront the crisis of autism. Horrible, horrible crisis.
Horrible.
I want to thank the
terrible autism
man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from.
How it happened.
And he and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think.
Terrible disease.
And I say we think because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew.
Oh, my God.
Thanks as well to the director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz.
Dude.
And Acting Assistant Secretary of HHS, Dr. Dorothy Fink. So thank you all. Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that.
Oh, my God. It's the left-handedness chart.
It used to be 1 in 20,000.
Oh, God.
Then 1 in 10,000.
What, back in the fucking days of the Nazis?
I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now it's 1 in 31. but in some areas it's much worse than that, if you can believe it.
I thought it was 1 in 10, buddy.
And I gave
Come on.
numbers yesterday. For boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California, where they have for some reason, a more severe problem.
Yeah.
But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31, can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000 and 1 in 10,000. And now we're at the level of 1 in 12 in some cases for boys. 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this complex situation.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them, this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000, and then you go to 12.
I don't like this guy on the left. He needs to, on the right.
You know, there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism.
Autism
that
pills.
Have no autism. Does that tell you something? That's currently.
That does tell you something.
Is that a correct statement, by the way?
Yeah, double check that one.
There are some studies that suggest that, yeah, with the Amish, for example.
The Amish.
Fucking really? Why don't the Amish get diagnosed with? Fucking hell.
I heard none.
Scumbag.
See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say. But you have certain groups. The Amish, as an example, they have essentially no autism.
Let's put this guy.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol, during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
It's not good.
For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small...
Am I right that Tylenol is it just paracetamol? Is that what that is? Is Tylenol paracetamol? It's just a painkiller. It's like a... Okay.
Number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire. And you shouldn't give the child the Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to that child. All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all. But if you can't tough it out, or if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it. The other thing that I can tell you that I'll say that they will maybe say at a little bit later date, but I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period. Take it over 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses. And
What do you mean a shot? What the fuck is he talking about, a shot? Like, do they inject people with paracetamol in America? What? Who the fuck is giving paracetamol to like an under 5? You ever tried to swallow a pill when you're like less than 10 years old? It's like trying to lift a bus.
You spread it out over a period of years, and they pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess, 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff, you'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel.
God, it's the Andrew Wakefield shit. He believes
mumps,
the MMR.
Measles, and
that was Andrew Wakefield, right? He was the fucking fraud spiv cunt who decided that MMR caused autism, even though he was also, wasn't he getting funded or trying to promote some alternative MMR vaccine? Dude.
The 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens.
Maybe.
So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give.
Oh, he's such a fucking retard. Oh, God. In the UK, you get this as well. You get like a 6-in-1 vaccine when you're born. And they're like, oh, no, don't give it why do they need hepatitis B? Because you can get fucking hepatitis B from like sharp objects, dude. Fucking hell. It's not just STI.
Almost just born hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B.
12 years old, because then Trump might fuck them. Yeah, okay.
And I think if you do those things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better. And in some cases, maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand.
And he's saying that previous administrations knew about this, but they didn't.
I have so many friends with autistic children. It's just
terrible,
it's a tough situation.
Terrible.
Finally,
autism.
to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. When the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to take one because there's no alternative to that. Sadly, first question, what can you take instead?
Is Tylenol the thing where you're from? Yeah, it's paracetamol. That's what it is in the UK and rest, I think Europe as well. Or Panadol, one of those.
There's not an alternative to that.
It's just a painkiller.
And as you know, other of the medicines are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils and others, right? And they've been proven bad. So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words, and then Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, followed by two incredible mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism. Okay, tell me about that one.
Tell me
and there are
about
other
that
parts
one.
of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot.
A lot.
And I want to say it right now. And you know the way I look at it?
There are a lot of countries that don't have clean water, and they also don't have autism. What's that about, boys? What's that about? Fluoride, that's what that is. Tells you a lot. A lot.
Don't take it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on the subject for a long time. You know, life is common sense, too. And there's a lot of common sense in this, and I wish things like this were brought up, and this group has worked so hard on it, but I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation, because there's no harm in going quicker. There's absolutely no harm. At worst, there's no harm. Thank you very much. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. To meet the President's challenge, I ordered HHS to launch an unprecedented all-agency effort to identify all causes of autism, including toxic and pharmaceutical exposures. At President Trump's urging, NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS are turning over every stone to identify the etiology of the autism epidemic and how patients and parents can prevent and reverse this alarming trend. We have broken down the traditional silos that have long separated these agencies, and we have fast-tracked research and guidance. Historically, NIH has focused almost solely on politically safe and entirely fruitless research about the genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH has been doing for 20 years. As a result, we don't have an answer to this critical question, despite the cataclysmic impact of the epidemic on our nation's children. We are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized science and corruption with evidence-based medicine. NIH research teams are currently testing multiple...
I thought he was saying a different word there. Did he actually say ideology of... Did he say ideology? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay.
Hypotheses with no area off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing two important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know as they make these decisions. First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies
Poor Tylenol company,
suggest a potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy.
Oh yeah, he could have said etiology. Yeah, okay, that's the word. Yeah, I wasn't sure there. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis for ADHD and autism.
Oh, no.
Scientists have proposed biological mechanisms linking prenatal acetaminophen exposure to altered brain development. We have also evaluated the contrary studies that show no association. Today, the FDA will issue a physician's notice about the risk of acetaminophen during pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change.
Actually, fucking
HHS
crazy.
will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform...
It's like this entire country is just getting its fucking health directives and research given to them by a fucking toilet scientist, like a toilet seat scientist. He just sits there in the shitter at 2 a.m. reading fucking random random ass snake oil salesman websites. It's just the fucking government. God.
Families and protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment in the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration and only when treatment is required. Furthermore, thanks also to the politicization of science, the safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated.
Wow.
Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen.
Is he just saying don't take too many painkillers? That's a fairly normal... Is that just not what people are told anyway? You shouldn't really fucking take too much paracetamol or ibuprofen? The fuck? Is this just... But we're also talking about vaccines and like recommending against MMR and getting rid of the Hep B vaccine and the 1 in 6.
Acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses. FDA will drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism.
Oh no.
Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin. I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. The announcement of this announcement.
This guy wants to give drugs to autistic kids. It says that they have what? Poor brain development, backwards brain. Okay.
Also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on underlying cause of autism and the potential paths for prevention and reversal. Finally,
Kiwi, thanks for the 5 New Zealand dollars. God damn it, autism used to mean something in this world. Now anybody whose mum had a rough trimester gets the membership. Play Little Dark Age.
Autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial etiology. We are continuing to investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines. Some 40 to 70% of mothers who have children with autism believe that their child was injured by a vaccine. President Trump believes that we should be listening to these mothers instead of gaslighting and marginalizing them like prior administrations.
Yeah, okay, nice.
Some of our friends like to say that we should believe all women. But some of these same people have been silencing and demonizing these mothers.
No, when they're telling you that a vaccine made their kid autistic, dude. Fuck me. He's crazy. He's a complete... Don't underestimate... This guy is fucking insane. Okay? He's fucking mental. It's like... Hang on. It's... It's like putting a fucking clown in charge of a demining operation. This guy is mental. What the fuck?
3 decades. Because research on the potential link between autism and vaccines has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we find. We are researching this issue to all 3 agencies. Jay will discuss one of our research initiatives at NIH. This model of unleashing unbiased, depoliticized, gold standard scientific research and academic freedom to deliver actionable information to prevent and reverse disease will be a model for the framework to deliver similar results for many other chronic conditions that plague Americans. Jay?
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy.
Wow.
And thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud to announce today that the NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative to turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional $50 million to the cause of studying autism.
Nice. Is that
Nearly 250
autism-friendly
research teams from
term?
across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior. Given this wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain.
Why is this administration so bellicose about autism? What the fuck did we do? Well, I think the Trump admin, because they've done such a good job at roping in all the fucking autistic tech bro shitheads who just decided to cope with the fucking issues that they had as asocial children by deciding that they were all Sherlock Holmes / Dr. House / Neo from the Matrix, like Elon Musk, and their way of coping is deciding that they need to cure it. Maybe. Are autistic people more likely to vote Democrat? Maybe.
That there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches to the problem. The sharp rise in the prevalence of autism deserves an urgent response by the scientific community. As Bobby said, the NIH has invested a lot of money to study autism over the years, but the research has not produced the answers that families and parents of autistic children deserve, and autistic children themselves deserve. For too long, it's been taboo to ask some questions for fear that scientific work might reveal a politically incorrect answer.
Wow.
Because of this restricted focus in scientific investigation,
sold. Everyone's buying that one.
The answers for families have been similarly restricted, often pointing families to behavioral therapies that don't work for every kid or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over just a few decades, as the president said. In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do. I can say as a scientist myself, it's really tempting to delay, but but in the face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. But we will not delay before telling American people what we find, and we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases of autism. I'll leave the good news on these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Oz. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration.
These are the same people, by the way, who said that the COVID vaccine had not gone through enough vetting and long-term testing and experimentation. And they're the same people who are absolutely going to take the first of whatever bullshit this is and just inject it into all of their fucking holes. They're going to put one in each hole, without question.
Announcements of practical help for families with autism.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture. This administration is working together to ask big questions about why our nation's children are getting sick so fast. Too often, medicine is doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew. But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we are not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch. Kids get frustrated, they get angry, they can be crying because they want to speak and they can't speak. It's hard to watch, and it may be entirely preventable. For an epidemiologist, that child is an expanding statistic. But for a child, it can be brutal to have autism. Today, the FDA is taking action to update the label on acetaminophen and sending a letter to all U.S. doctors letting them know about the risks in pregnancy. We now have data we cannot ignore. There's a very large study, the Boston Birth Cohort, with researchers that have, from Johns Hopkins, my former institution, and Boston University, found quote-unquote consistent associations between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism. And the Nurses' Health Study with researchers from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard looking at 9,000 kids found that acetaminophen use in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental disorders. And 4 weeks ago, a Mount Sinai Harvard study reviewed all the existing literature and found the overwhelming body of evidence points to an association. Sure, you'll be able to find a study to the contrary. That's how science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, there is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen use and neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. We cannot wait any longer. And honestly, there's been this perfunctory, reactionary, mindless practice in medicine. I learned it in medical school and residency. Just treat all fevers. Low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing? A study out of Hopkins actually showed that treating a fever can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding an infection. When my wife was pregnant and delivered our son a few months ago, they pushed her to take acetaminophen for a low-grade fever. She said no, and then they looked at me and I said, absolutely no. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the FDA is filing a Federal Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to an autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway. Again, we have a duty to let doctors and the public know. We are going to change the label to make it available. Hundreds of thousands of kids, in my opinion, will benefit. One study found that with kids with autism and chronic folate deficiency, 2/3 of kids with autism symptoms had improvement, and some marked improvement. Mr. President, you told us to do what's medically right, to go bold, and not worry about the corporations and the lobbyists. So that's what we're here doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good, thank you. Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion in the President's voice. We've been hearing that since the inauguration. In fact, even before the inauguration, the President was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made it his life's work to address some of these challenges with autism, they challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power if we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion, in a very accelerated manner, we have a response today to the autism crisis. It is the first of several chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, and the President wouldn't have it any other way, as you've heard. The FDA, based on NIH research, is approving prescription leucovorin for treatment of autistic children. Now, if you're following the script, there should be two questions that you have, two questions that should come to your mind. The first is, how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how. Over half of American children are covered by Medicaid and CHIP, government health insurance, over half. Therefore, because they're covered in Medicaid and CHIP, upon this label change by Marty, state Medicaid programs in partnership with CMS will cover prescription leucovorin around the country. It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication. States will also have tools to monitor its use and ensure appropriate utilization. That's important for a bunch of reasons because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective treatment, you need a physician to prescribe the medication because it's on prescription. Second big question. How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the President's asking and the Secretary insists that we offer? CMS is also issuing guidance to convene states and existing research networks to support NIH.
Did you cover the study they're referring to? No, but I do know that there's this. So the one thing that they're talking about here, this leucovorin, is it leucovorin? I don't know. It's from last year, and it's based on, these are referring to studies from 2020, 2022, is from autistic children who specifically have whatever the fuck this is, like correlated with changes in autism severity. But I think this is when people, I think this is when, let me double check what that means. Yeah, this is for people who are at a stage where they have issues with like certain, I think, proteins or whatever getting to their brain. I think that's what this is to do. It's the lack of like something. I think it's folate receptor working in your brain, but it doesn't seem like this is a new revelation. This is an old thing they're talking about. maybe they're making it sound like a revelation, but I don't think this is for all fucking autistic people, but I don't know, fuck. Captain Dan, thanks for $5. Dr. Oz, the guy who promoted crackpot remedies to all kinds of ailments. Hey, let's go.
FDA in their research efforts on prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries, collecting real-world data.
I didn't even think about that. If you're a pregnant mother and you're taking a shitload of Tylenol, like, why? Why are you taking so much? Do you have something else going on already? Like, normally you're not going to take a lot of paracetamol, or you're not going to take a lot of painkillers, or more than the average person would when they're pregnant, unless there's something wrong with you, right? Are we gonna have to are we gonna have to read studies about fucking painkillers and autism? Let's go. Ugh.
Which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community. Is fast.
RFK does this a lot on his Twitter. He will like pretend that research backs up what he's saying, but it's actually saying something different. Like, he does that.
It is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the president and by the secretary, have already identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism. It is the first of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary. The fivefold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response. The average clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the president and secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science. They restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. Let me introduce Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator. And after Dr. Fink, we've got some wonderful women, Jackie and Amanda. I know it's going to be tough, but if you can make some comments about this historic day, God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. As a pediatrician and mom, I'm here today to talk about what this announcement means for the millions of moms and dads who are faced with the choice of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy. It's hard to hear information that challenges the status quo. We are sharing this information not to confuse, but to empower parents to make the best choices when taking medications during pregnancy.
The status quo is load the fuck up on paracetamol when you're pregnant. I'm sure that's what the status quo is. Yes.
We are all concerned about the rising rates of neurodevelopmental disorders, including autism. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are dedicated to radical transparency so that patients have the best, most up-to-date information. We are also sharing this information with our nation's doctors, and we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you. All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby. As you heard today, pregnant women who need high fever or pain reduction during pregnancy should take the lowest...
This is going to be the beginning of a war, apparently in the United Kingdom. Besides the instructions that say don't overuse it, but they say paracetamol is the first choice of painkiller if you're pregnant, commonly taken during pregnancy, and does not harm your body or your baby. Uh-oh. We're going to war, baby. British Empire. Ew, thanks to the $4.99. Can we get an RFK warning before he speaks? A fork in the disposal who's obsessed with vaccines.
Effective dose of acetaminophen for the shortest possible duration. Most women will not meet these indications during their pregnancies. I am encouraged by these developments today because it is another example of our commitment to the American people to leave no stone unturned in improving the health of our nation's children. Next, I'm going to turn it over to some incredible mothers who are going to share more about their stories, and we're so grateful to have you here today.
Oh, fuck no. No, I don't want random, no way. It's going to be, I know what it's Autism Speaks, right? It's going to be mothers who fucking hate their autistic kids and really just need to cure it. Because otherwise they're like too embarrassed to show their kids to other human beings. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. No. I've been streaming for too long. I need to do one game with my sad train and then go. Peanut, shy, medium, light, mechanism, slow, big, vehicle, dirty, wet, perfect, dry, robot, toad, tool, short. Oh, well. Ew, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Toad. Perfect. Bigly. So there's vehicle, mechanism, robot, and tool. Nah, tool wouldn't really go with that, would it? Would it? Maybe. No, it's one. Oh, it's one away. Am I missing something? Dirty, peanut, shy, medium, light, big, low, short, dry, perfect, wet, toad, dirty. What the fuck? Whatever. We'll get back to that. Back to that. Short, low. No. Shy. Huh. Lightweight. Dry, dirty. Oh, is it like a means, like a tool, a vehicle, a mechanism, and a medium? Is that right? Yeah. Hey, that's a good. Okay. Shy. Wet. Perfect. Short. Guess you can shy away. Dirty. There's like a drink thing in here, isn't there? Like dry martini, fucking dirty something, light something. Like light, dry, dirty, and I don't know. It's fucking American bullshit. Oh, wait. Short, low. We're short on gas. We're low on gas. We're light on gas. Light, traveling light. Toad, dirty. We're dirty. We're wet. We're perfect, dry. You could say you're shy. Like shy of, low on, light. Yeah. Yeah? Okay. Lacking. Ooh. Okay. Bigly. Oh no, these are the two hard ones. Fuck. Wait, wet, dry, dirty, big. Why? Wet, dry, peanut, robot. Oh, wait. Is it dirty, dry, perfect, and wet? I think this is like some characters thing. Oh, perfect. Wait, is it Mr. Robot? Mr. Perfect, Mr. Peanut, Mr. Toad. Is that it? Fuck! I don't think there's a Mr. Toad, is there? Is it dirty or big? There's like, oh fuck, this is like I don't know. Robot and Perfect. I don't know. Peanut. Fucking Peanut. Why would Toad not be there though? It's fucking big or dirty, isn't it? What's wet, dry do then? Wet, dry. I thought it'd be wet, dry, and dirty. Could be a drink. But what would Toad be doing there? Big? Dirty? Wet, dry, big. Let's try that. Fuck! It's not even. Oh. Ooh, fuck. It's not even. 3. So this was 3. But so toad is part of it. Toad. Oh shit. I'm thinking of I don't know. Ah, fuck me. Fuck me. It would be so helpful if I knew any drink other than dry martini. Okay, wait. I'm just going to guess drinks, but I don't know which ones. This was 3 out of 4. Remember that. Remember that. Remember that. Okay. Dry martini. I think you can have a dirty something drink. Wet. Yeah. What the fuck is a toad? Wait, that would work. If I did not that, fuck that. This Mr. Peanut Robot Big and Perfect. There's a Mr. Big. And this was 3 out of 4. No, shit. Fuck you. Oh, it was Martini and Misters. Well done, Loaderbot. Fucking idiot. Prick. What? Mr. Peanut. Oh, there was a Mr. Toad. Oh, shit. I thought, okay. There's a perfect martini. Never heard of it. Don't care. Stupid. Isn't it ribs? I don't know. Go away. Working session body crowd flash swank running puffing. Sitting active gully period. Lens functional meeting strap. Well. Well, there's a lot of like fitness related words here, but there's way more than 4. Meeting can go with period or functional, or it can go with a session, meeting, a session, period. It's like a school, like what else would there be? Is there one more? Would it be a functional? It would be a function, not functional, but it could be a functional. A sitting, it's like a space of time. Session, sitting, meeting, period. Hey, term. Okay, yeah. Okay, you can be running, puffing, active. I don't know. Actively. Puffing. A body. Oh, well, wait. Okay. Working, functional, active, and. Oh, is it swag? Oh, running. It's running. It's operational. Hey. I don't remember. A gully, is a gully to do with fucking ships? I don't know what gully means. Puffing. Oh, wait. Flash lens strap and ooh. Is one of these words, or is it body? I think it's a camera. Parts of a camera. Hey, okay. Nice one. Well done. Okay. Bird plus letter. Oh. Wank. Oh, swan. Puffin, gull, crow. Clever. Okay. Good job, guys. We have defeated autism by only doing 2 games in a row and not 10. How's that for you, RFK? We did it without your meds. Alt medicine. Thanks for the super chats, guys. You're so generous. And the memberships. 18 today. That's crazy. Wow. With the power of Tylenol. I don't think I'm going to raid Pawn Scum today because you guys are probably going to be mean to them because of the recent events. It's okay. We'll work on that. Okay. Take care, guys. I will see you. See you tomorrow. If I don't make it on stream, it's because I've been kidnapped and prototyped for the new autism treatment. Bye-bye.